Yo Atlas speaking and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the One Piece world as a Skypiean. Let the tale begin. Chapter 76, Huh? There are 3 forces in this world. The rulers of the whole world, the world government. The 4 forces who act like the emperors of this world, the Yonko. The 7 pillars aiding the world government, the Shichibukai. Looking ahead of him, Cobra was going through the definition of what a Shichibukai, a warlord of the sea, was. In this world, one warlord definitely held more power than a single king of a random or even powerful kingdom. Amon's offer was very tempting. Cobra wouldn't have to worry about Vivi's future and her safety at all if she were to marry a warlord. Cobra had a visible frown on his face contemplating this. But the thing is, this is very sudden for such an offer. Besides, it's very intriguing why a warlord would act this way. After all, none of the warlords are married. At least according to my knowledge, they aren't. With twisted emotions, Cobra was trying to think of a beneficial deal. This was where Amon got him. Until now he was on the winning side, or that's what Amon showed him he was. The winning stake got into his head, and now he was trying to win again, albeit this time, he was trying to use his daughter. Though he soon realized, he shouldn't make a deal using his daughter. No, not Vivi. She is my baby, I can't use her in political fights. Cobra shook his head at the thought. Old man, let me clarify something. Amon caught his interest. This is not a political offer. It's a personal one. Our previous offers would still stand even after a rejection of this one. As if reading his mind, Amon replied confidentially. He had reasons for this action. He wasn't horny enough to go after an 8-year-old. If I really feel horny, I'd rather go after Boa Hancock. She's easy to get and powerful. This is an entirely different matter. Amon had plans for Alabasta. Vivi will be the medium of his influence here. Internally snickering to himself, Amon searched for words that would make even Cobra agree to him. I just feel interested in the little girl. Hey, don't look at me like that. Seeing Cobra look at him with strange eyes, Amon yelled. I'm not that old. A 14 years old can go after 8 years old, at least in Alabasta where there is no legal age of consent. Amon said while Cobra frowned. It's true, Alabasta didn't have any legal age for consent. Basically, it wasn't illegal for a 40-years-old man to marry a 12-years-old. But since something like moral was still a thing, it didn't happen that often. To Cobra, these types of things seemed morally wrong even though he himself can supposedly change this fact anytime. He didn't sense this as an ancient rule. Wait. Suddenly, Cobra rephased over his words, 14 years old. What do you mean? You look at least 16, at most 17. Cobra said while Amon shrugged. What? I'm tall. Look at the Yonkos, they are massive. Cobra couldn't find any words to fend off his claims. The thing is, not even considering that he won't accept, just the fact of letting his 8-year-old daughter marry a hormonal teen seemed weird. He would just reject. Before you reject, I don't want to marry her yet. I mean, it's just wrong. Think about it, she is 8. Cutting his thoughts off halfway, Amon acted like he completely agreed with him. In fact, if it was someone else other than myself, I would have beaten him to death myself. While Cobra blinked at his words, Amon punched the air. Then, he looked spaced out. Hypocrisy. Cobra questioned himself, dumbfounded. Ahem. You see, I don't mean marriage right now, Amon said and sat down on the sofa. He loosened his tie a bit. I meant to say, make us have an engagement. Amon smiled lightly. I won't use my identity as the Skypiean king for it, by the way. I will use my warlord one. Amon took an apple from the table. Imagine how much help your kingdom would get just from that. Cobra had a frown while sweats were dripping from his forehead. This really was the best thing he could ever hope for. Although he would never force his baby to marry anyone and wanted to leave it up to herself to choose a husband, this offer was good for both herself and the kingdom. This is something very hard to decline. Not only that it might offend Lucifer, but the fact that my kingdom, more so my baby, will get the protection of a warlord is enough to agree. Besides that, there was also that Skypia and Alabasta would then have a blood pact, thus they would never betray each other. It was a win-win situation for Cobra himself, however. I'm sorry. Reading a breath, Cobra bowed down lightly. Your offer is tempting, but I would not choose for Vivi, it's up to her. You can take back the previous offer if you feel like it, but I won't give away Vivi for political benefit. While Cobra kept his head down, Amon stayed silent. He was pretty infuriated inside though. Fuck. Why? Just accept the shitty offer already. It's such a great deal. Ugh. Why are people of this world this stupidly honest? Not long after, he sighed. Not that it matters. I have other cards on my sleeve. I have the power of being able to lie. Raise your head, Amon said lightly with a sigh. As I said already, the previous offer would still stand. They would be unchanged despite the new offer's validity. While Cobra abruptly raised his head with a relieved sigh, Amon smiled. But let's not end the discussion yet. Let me offer you something better. Grinning lightly, Amon took out a dial. This is a video player dial. Watch the clip it has in it. After a short silence, Cobra sighed and picked up the dial. He won't change his mind at all, not after he already rejected such a generous offer. I am possible. In the clip, different people were using their powers. Kazari moving using his light ability to blow away houses, Akiji using his eyes to freeze the sea, and finally, Whitebeard using his tremor power to cause a tsunami in the sea. As a warlord, it was easy to get the marine clips, but the Whitebeard clip was of pure luck. He was flying towards Rayleigh Island when he sensed the fight between some pirates. At first, he wanted to collect their bounty, but seeing the people who were fighting, he decided otherwise. In the end, he got some good destructive clips that would scare the living shit out of normal people. Doesn't matter if the normal people is a king. As such powers. Cobra has heard about these powers previously, but this was his first time seeing them in action. He wondered, what was this device? But that question soon changed. The question was, why was he showing them to him? You just be questioning why I'm showing them to you, right? Amon smiled. Let me explain. This is a world of monsters. A few minutes later, Cobra's body was shaking while sweat was dripping down his face. Something like these is possible? See? You guys are lucky to be in the paradise part, but that luck might run out anytime. What if a Yonko decides to take over here? Amon asked him as he stopped breathing. What would you do? What can I? What would happen to Vivi-chan then? Suddenly hearing his last line, Cobra frowned. And what do you propose? He asked instantly. Can she be safe just by being with you? Amon grinned. Yes, she will. I guarantee that. And why would I believe you? Haha, you are a hard one to crack. Amon laughed lightly before stopping. I'm strong, but that's not enough to guarantee Vivi's 100% safety. Rather, I have something better. I can offer her individual power. Amon continued. I didn't show you the power of those monsters just to scare you. Rather, it was mainly to show you the powers of devil fruits. Raising his finger, Amon continued. What I plan to give her is a devil fruit. Cobra frowned. No, I don't want my baby to lose her ability to swim for a random devil fruit. Hear me out, will you? Amon cut him. It's not a random. It's a Logia. After a short silence of surprise, Cobra's eyes arched up. Logia. For a man it is standing, Logia translated to invincibility. Which? Logia. When Cobra gulped internally, Amon grinned. A suitable one for your kingdom. Logia, sand fruit. Your daughter would be a literal goddess of sandy islands. Not even those monsters would be able to hurt her at all. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters under the sea, on Fishman Island, the queen of Fishman, Otoheim was preparing to leave for the Blue Sea. Mary Hoy's to be specific. Long ago, the fated celestial dragon came to Fishman Island. He was then saved by Otoheim from his former slaves who was trying to kill him. Still not being grateful for the act, the celestial dragon was about to leave with the destruction of Fishman Island in his mind. However, at the last moment, Otoheim decided to accompany him as well in the excuse that he was still injured. Wah! Mother, don't leave Shirahoshi alone. Like always, the mermaid princess was crying. But this time, she was crying while holding on to her mother, while King Neptune smiled kindly at her. Back off, Shira. Your mom is going on a great journey, he said with a laugh. A few days later, you can see the forest you always wanted to see. Otoheim smiled hearing him. Indeed, she will. A sweet moment was born at that time. The celestial dragon looked at the scene with his veins popped up. It had a strange emotion lingering within his eyes. His kind has treated this bunch as monsters and slaves up until now. Lower beings, they said. Groaning, the man then looked away. I guess she can come. Right now, he didn't know that so long after, he was going to use his powers to help them. The revolution would happen. Fishman Island would go up on the surface, or would it? Meanwhile, in Alabasta, Cobra was having a blanked-out expression. Hello? Chapter 77. Birth of a New Family. Wait a second, you mean Sir Crocodile's fruit? Suddenly realizing this fact, Cobra asked dumbfounded. He is offering a fruit eaten by a person already? Is he trying to scam me? Frowning, Cobra glared at Amon. What? Don't look at me like that. It's not Crocodile's fruit. Tell me, do you even know his fruit's name? Amon said. In fact, how many people know about it anyway? People only know it's a sand-based logia, that's all. Amon shrugged at him. It was true that people didn't know Crocodile's fruit name. If they did, they might have theorized his weakness a long time ago as well. And how do you prove that? I mean, the fact that his fruit isn't the same one you were talking about? Don't misunderstand. Even if I'm pretty lost at these things, I do know that the same elemental logia can't exist. Also, it's suspicious as to why you want to give a logia to Vivi? She is no one to you. Cobra threw him a question at which Amon shrugged again. Listen, first of all, I'm not giving it away. You can take it as a wedding gift. I won't give it before we get married, not even after the engagement. Amon smiled lightly. After I marry Vivi, I'd want her, my wife, to be strong enough to protect herself. I don't want any harm to reach her. By then she would be my wife. I would do everything to protect her. Amon said with a seriously determined face. Seeing this, Cobra was forced to believe his words. It's true after all, one would definitely come to love their soulmate and would want them to be safe. Though Cobra would never have had such a thought if he knew about Amon's inside thoughts. I see. Cobra clenched his jaws to not say the words. I agree, please protect my daughter. He had one more question. This still doesn't answer my question. How do you prove you will give me the sand logia fruit? I refuse to believe Sir Crocodile's fruit isn't the one you stated. Amon just snickered at his words. Let me show you the real world. Snap, crack, rumble. Amon snapped his fingers as a loud rumbling sounded out from his body. His body became blue and white thunder could be seen flowing through his veins. This was Garo Garo no Mi's ability to generate rumbles. Since the fruit's English name is the rumble fruit, it would have been pretty strange if it couldn't do the thing it was named after. By snapping his fingers, clapping his hands, and in some other ways, Amon can release a destructible sound wave. This can be considered a low-key version of Whitebeard's tremor powers, very, very low-key. While Cobra jumped backwards, the king's guards ran into the room. What happened? They called out loud, while Amon's body had already returned to normal as he yawned. Call Wiper in this room. Tell him it's me. Looking at the room, which was filled with shattered glasses from the furniture and windows, the guards gulped. Nonetheless, they did what Amon asked them off with the king's gesture. Not long after, Wiper arrived and was ordered to show off his fire powers to the king. He did as Amon asked, while the king watched the scene with wide eyes. Previously, he has seen Admiral eveAny use his powers in the clip that Amon showed. He was quite shocked seeing such a similar power from Wiper. Wiper was sent back, and the king was left speechless. Amon smiled from the other side. Ahem, the thing I want to say is, there are many similar powers in this world. Even many logias are similar to each other. There is something called a snow fruit as well, a lower version of Admiral Akiji's ice fruit. Amon said as Cobra nodded with a sweat on his forehead. Yes, even though similar logia elements can coexist, they are usually lower/higher versions than the other one. Cobra could only nod in understanding. What I want to give is a higher level than what Crocodile has to offer. If a fight between Vivi and Crocodile happens in the future, then Vivi will come out winning. Amon said with a smile as he picked up the grapes on the table. Of course, he was bullshitting. The fruits are the same one. He would just kill Crocodile since he is a big inconvenience to his plans. At first, after killing Croc, he wanted to give out his fruit to someone under him. But there weren't many people who were perfect for the fruit. Besides, the sky didn't have a speck of sand in it. The powers of the fruit would significantly downgrade when used in the sky. The best action here would be to kill Croc, take his fruit, give it to someone and send her to a sandy region, or the best sandy region in this world, Alabasta. However, even though sending someone here with this power is a good idea, there was a better plan. It was to get Vivi, who was supposedly an important character of this world from what Amon recalled from the manga's Reverie arc. Although it's probably not something cliché like being the ancient weapon Uranus itself, she may be the person who can command the weapon. Besides, it didn't hurt to have a princess as a wife. She can be later on used as a pawn who would rule Alabasta if the king ever accidentally died. Well, if she disappoints me, I will just kill. Currently, Amon was laughing internally. But I would prepare her to not disappoint me. It's my speciality after all. Although morally questionable, Amon was good at manipulating little girls. So it was a good thing for both sides. It's been a while since, along with Robin, he decided to take Vivi as his wife, nurture her as he seemed fit, and use her to control the Sandy Islands. Just like how as a god of the sky with his lightning powers, she would be a goddess of the desert with her sand powers. A perfect match. After some more words, Cobra was left with no other choice but to accept. It was too beneficial to him after all. Or so he thought. Sigh. This is a request. Please treat her nicely. Cobra said with a worn-out expression. Obviously, father-in-law. Oh, by the way, my father's name was also Cobra. What a coincidence, Vivi and I were made for each other. Cobra just sighed at his words. This was enough to prove his age as well. He's a child. Did I make the right choice? Only time will tell. Cobra shook his head lightly. At least it is a beneficial deal. Unlike his belief, all in all, the deals were on the sides of Skypia the whole time. Skypia can now bloom like a flower in this world, and will also grow with the limitless resources from Amon and Alabasta. It won't take so long for them to become one of the top forces. Yes, Alabasta is gaining a lot from this as well, but isn't that to Amon's benefit? After all, can Cobra still call Alabasta my kingdom? No, he can't. Because from now on, it's our kingdom. A perfect plan does exist. This was that plan. Then please, arrange things for the engagement. 6 days later. The kingdom of Alabasta had invited its nobles and many other royalties from different regions, because it was a day of celebration today. Today, the princess of Alabasta was getting engaged to one of the 7 warlords. It was a grand party, and the people attending it mostly were in luxurious dresses. They were in small groups of 6 most of the time, while some were left alone. The Skypians were being treated as special guests, while everyone only knew them as the new ally of Alabasta. They were eating blue seafood with excited faces. In a corner, Isa was with Isa. Did that kid really make the king agree in letting his daughter marry him? Just how much influence does a warlord possess? Isa was a little perplexed, yet felt proud looking at Amon. Although it's morally questionable, I guess they aren't going to do any intercourse before becoming adults. So it's fine, I think. Isa smiled when she moved Amon looking towards her from far. He has become such a charismatic child. Isa felt pride rise in her chest, while Isa kept eating sweets on the side. Meanwhile, a small group was gossiping. Haha. Wow, who would have thought the dying country would ever succeed at smacking deals with 2 warlords? More so, one of them is now the crown prince of the kingdom. Yes, how lucky. It seems like Alabasta would rise again soon. Luckily, my kingdom was always at their side. Heh, stop lying. Also, have you heard about their new ally as well? Oh, them. I heard they are a newfound kingdom. They gained the authorization to exist after Lucifer asked the WG. Apparently, Alabasta's king especially requested Lucifer to do this betting since this new kingdom has a very close relationship with Alabasta. In payment, Lucifer asked for the princess' hand in marriage. Or so the rumor says. People were talking left and right. The nobles of the kingdom and even kings and queens from different nations all across the world were gossiping. Among them, there was also the king of Drum Island, the island where Chopper lives. Move away, let us take pictures. Many reporters, most likely from Morgan's company, were there taking photos. It was a big event after all. It won't take even a day for the whole world to know about Lucifer's relationship with Alabasta, just as Amon wanted. Currently, in the massive hall room, the engagement was being held. Though there were whispers about the warlord being interested in little girls, and also how he's a playboy and whatnot. Though they vanished the next second they were spoken. The person was a warlord after all. Besides, this is the country's culture. They can't interfere with it. Meanwhile, Vivi was having a hard time maintaining her composure. The dress is stiff. She was never in such a noble dress even on her birthdays. She was pretty confused at the development, but her 8-year-old mind couldn't think of a bad thing here. What's happening? Father said it's fine, it's not marriage. I already said I won't marry anyone. Vivi silently shook her head. If this is not marriage, I guess it's fine. This was like a bond between her and her savior. She felt indebted if anyone questioned her of it. Though by the time she gets old enough to realize what happened this day, she would be deep in incurable love. Going forward with this development, she had a smile on her face with Amon by her side. Meanwhile, Robin was chatting with nobles and royalties from other kingdoms. She was trying to gather information even now. Foo, the wingless Valkyries are always on the side of innocence. If your country wants our help, just call through the dial. Robin said to the red-haired princess of Melremark country in front of her. Then, can I get an appointment with Mr. Lucifer? While the princess tried to get under Amon's skin, Robin rejected firmly. You can talk with me about everything. It seems the main event is going to start. Excuse me. Saying this with courtesy, Robin left from there as the girl just bit her lips. Robin stared at Amon preparing to wear the ring given by Vivi, while he was doing the same. She felt a little strange seeing Amon getting engaged more so with a little girl, but her other side, who was the one to actually suggest such a thing in the first place, kept her safe. Though barely, she was still standing on her shaky legs. Phew. I'm just as made up, sister. Robin shook her head. This was one of the reasons why Amon didn't go the romance route with Robin. Things would have been messed up if he did so. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who was standing just beside Robin, had an expressionless face. She was just looking at the scene in front of her with her hollow eyes. Fuck. Not that it matters. Nothing she couldn't handle. A blue-haired little girl wasn't intimidating to her. Far from her, Crocodile was also there. He had Makita beside him, who had a smile on her face. Amon has talked with her before, so everything was cool. Crocodile was dumbfounded when he heard the news of the engagement. He spent one day thinking about why he never thought of doing the same. Though it was too late now, he prepared himself more cautiously than before. Under everyone's mixed gazes, the engagement was done in a day. Amon was one step closer towards his initial goal. Chapter 78. Robin in Denial. Robin POV. Sitting at the food table, I was deep in thought. Looking at Lucy wearing the engagement ring and chatting with the girl named Vivi, I feel a little strange. Should I have these feelings? Is that a good thing to feel that way? I'm not sure of this myself, but I can't hate him because of this. It would be hypocrisy. After all, it was me who suggested that. Wait, why did I suggest that? I forgot? That's strange, but I guess I drank too much after suggesting that, so it's natural if I forgot some things. Silly me. Sigh, I'm digressing day by day. Rubbing my temples, I picked up a glass of wine from the table. But before I could take a sip, I was forced to put it down because of the glare coming from him. Him worrying about me. I feel good. General POV. After the engagement, the Skypiean stayed at Alabasta for a few more days. Skypia received the acknowledgement of being an independent country underworld government. It was thanks to Amon's words, which almost everyone assumed happened because Cobra asked him to do. In fact, it was Amon's plan all along. Meanwhile, Amon and Vivi got to know each other more. Although soon Vivi realized they were to be married in the future, she wasn't acting rebellious like how Cobra had predicted. Rather, she was acting meek and shy around Amon. Rayleigh tried to pick a fight sometimes, but she was also easily handled by Amon. Meanwhile, Robin was also able to get close to Rayleigh, as well as Isa and Isa. She was happy to meet his mother figure. She was happy the whole time the Skypieans stayed here. A few days later. Hey, give me the ball. No, it's mine. It was night time. Rayleigh and Vivi were fighting over a basketball, while Amon was sitting in a chair chatting about official works with Robin sitting opposite to him. Anyway, you think it's a good idea to leave that blonde girl kicking? Robin asked about Miss Valentine, Makita. She was quite worried about that little girl. She was a little stubborn, though was scared of her life as well. Maybe we should have finished her. Robin said the last two words lightly as only Amon heard them. They were having a secret conversation that the kids shouldn't understand. Amon knocked on the table with his finger looking at her. No, it's fine. I have done things with her. She won't betray us. Her family is being held as chickens. Only Robin understood what Amon meant as she nodded. I understand. She nodded and stayed silent for a while. All right, should I present what happened these days? No, it's fine. You worked too hard even though I asked you not to. Amon sighed at her suggestion. Okay. Robin again went silent. Day by day, she was walking more towards the socially awkward side. Then what now? How do we move? What are the current plans? Amon leaned forward to her face while placing his hands on her shoulders. Plans? Amon whispered. Calm down. Don't be so professional all the time. Get some rest. I also need it. Amon crossed his arms around her shoulder. I need to sleep. Will you help me sleep? We will talk tomorrow. Sleep with me, or I might have a nightmare again. While Rayleigh stopped playing with Vivi hearing Amon, Robin sighed. Currently, it was night time, and it was cold. The desert was very quiet at night, and it felt very nice in a warm room. Amon was still having a hard time trying to sleep, though. Yawn. He yawned lightly while looking at the ceiling. According to the spy on Fishman Island, the Queen left more than a week ago. Amon has planted some spies around a few parts of this world. With his tone dials mixed with the tower in Skypia, as well as Whiskey Peak and many other kingdoms of the world, Amon has a handy networking service. I guess it's time. He would leave for Fishman Island soon. He plans to get closer to them, and the easiest way for that to happen is for Amon to act cliché, to become a hero. He has planned things out and decided to take Robin, Cricket, and Riki there as well. He would take Robin for the Poneglyph, while Riki and Cricket to act in an emergency which might come any time for the Devil Fruit users 1,000 meters underwater. I already sent Cricket to Sawbody, only me, Riki, and Robin left. Yawn. Lost in thought, Amon slowly fell asleep. Hey. Or so he wished. Amon opened his eyes with a sigh and looked at his side. What now? Robin, you shouldn't sleep with me just because I asked. Robin didn't answer and just looked into his eyes. It's your fault. Who asked you to tell me about the Poneglyph in Skypia? After hearing about it, I can't get sleep at all. Robin heard about it before, but this time after hearing about the golden belfry attached to it from ISA, she was getting restless. Yawn. Amon rubbed his eyes in sleeplessness. Ruben, I'm sleepy. You two get some sleep, or I would assault you. Ouch. Robin hit him on the head. Don't joke with that. While Amon rubbed his head, Robin sighed. But I guess. You were right. Still, it's a little hard to sleep. I've been trying for hours now. Staying silent for a minute or two, Amon then turned to her from the side with his eyes sleepy. Fine, all right. I will take you to the sky right now. While Robin blinked, Amon moved. ZZZZ. Don't scream. Huh? Hey, YAH. Amon flowed electricity through his body and moved fast with Robin in his arms. She was screaming, but Amon didn't stop and reached Skypia in less than 10 minutes. Amon directly went to the Poneglyph while Robin was surprised to see the golden belfry. As Robin started to inspect it, Amon decided to pay a visit to Nola. It was a restless night in the sky. Tonight, the weather was awful and small droplets of rain were falling. Within the darkest sky, a single woman was sitting on a separated island cloud around the giant Jack's height. This is incredible. The woman in night clothes, Robin had wide eyes looking at the golden belfry in front of her. It was massive, and the bell in the middle, which was cleaned by wiper during the last 2 years, was shining even in this dark, moonless night. Robin was a little scared, but she curiously covered her heart. While she tried to approach the bell, the main surprise of the trip crossed her eyes. It was a dark blue stone boulder she was familiar with, which took the life of her people indirectly. It was a Poneglyph. Robin moved by themselves as she walked towards the stone with an agape expression. It was beautiful to her. It was one of the things that could keep her awake all night even if she was tired. With a strangely enticed expression, she walked towards the Poneglyph. In this timeline, this was her second Poneglyph. Wonderful. Robin muttered those words with a strange smile on her face. Who would have thought this Poneglyph held the info ancient on an ancient weapon? Robin said lightly. This way. We can. Yes. Robin was happy like she never was. This would have been seen as strange to her anime counterpart. Yes. We got one. Our first ancient weapon. Lucy will succeed. Lucy won't die. Her breathing was getting rough as she read the name of the weapon. Mermaid Princess? You will be our first. Wait. 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 Is this right? Is this okay for me to do this? Rumble. As the rain started to fall, Robin lost herself. Am I doing it right? Was she doing it right? Doing the opposite of what she promised to herself that day? To protect history, was she really going to use that history for a selfish reason? Suddenly, she was thrown into a dilemma. A question was lingering in her mind. Should I lie to him? Another thunder cracked in the sky. I mean, it doesn't matter if he dies. I will just die with him. Yes, that way we lose nothing. I should hide the contents. Yes, that way it would be better. I shouldn't break that promise. I shouldn't do what we inhabitants of O'Hara were framed for doing. I shouldn't. Hey, Robin, are you okay? Ah, fucking rain. Don't worry, I stopped it. Suddenly, she was brought out of her dark little world with a sweet voice. She looked back as her world became bright with the moonlight. With his wet wings shining under the moonlight, Amon quickly walked to her and touched her forehead with his. His nose also touched hers, but she didn't react. Wow, not only is your body shaking, but your body is also burning. Are you wiper? Testing her temperature, Amon tried to back away, but Robin held him back. Stay like this, for a while. Staying silent for a while, Amon's face couldn't be seen even under the bright moonlight. Soon after, he just smiled and massaged her back. As you wish, my queen. Next day, the Skypians were on a big ship, preparing to leave. Today is the day they would leave for the sky. They would use the summit of the High West to travel to the sky. Amon has enough knowledge about that place to know that it's safe at that place. All right, guys, see you in a month from now. Amon, who was disguised, was waving his hands to the drifting ship. Everyone from the Skypia team except Rayleigh and Amon was leaving. In my army, they are the strongest bunch beside Birkins. She would be safe, I guess. Amon looked at the ship barely visible to normal eyes. Shaking his head, he then looked to his side. King Cobra was there beside him with Vivi peeking from behind him. Rayleigh looked away from Vivi while the disguised Robin giggled. The wind was blowing and the early sunlight was falling on this bunch. This was a peaceful sight. People were looking at this with a smile on their faces from around the place. Amon. Cobra placed his hands on Amon's shoulder. He has revealed his name, but Cobra is only supposed to call him this when he's under disguise. Be safe. The Fishman Island hates humans as far as I'm aware. Amon nodded lightly. Don't worry. I know. I will be careful. After all. Amon crouched down and raised his hands towards Vivi's face. I have a new person in my life to take care of. I will return safely. While Cobra laughed lightly, Vivi hid behind him again. Rayleigh grumbled from behind, but Robin patted her head. Robin was also in disguise and was a little confused at how they will move by the sea without a ship. Wait. Remembering last night's ride, she gulped internally. Oh no. Amon then looked away from Vivi and looked towards Rayleigh. Don't make that kind of face and prepare yourself. While Rayleigh replied with a huh. Robin's body shook. Hey, can't we change our ways of traveling? She asked with a shaky voice. Like a boat? Or a ship? Let's take the guild's jet ship. Pfft. No, LOL. Amon showed her his tongue as she frowned. Fine. Not that I'm scared. Shaking away her fear, Robin looked at Rayleigh intensely. While Rayleigh flinched, Robin tied her up using her extra hands. MMFF. While Vivi laughed seeing her in this position, Robin piled her up in her embrace. Meanwhile, Amon went forward and picked Robin up in a princess carry. While Cobra looked at the scene dumbfounded, Amon slated his and vanished from his spot with a bolt of lighting. The only thing they heard was one scream. Cricket POV. So this is the ship you want coding for? The man with the grayed-out hair and beard asked while taking a sip from his bottle of whiskey. He is a ship coder named Rayleigh. I couldn't find any free ship coder in the whole saw body beside this old man. He looks quite unreliable, but I guess it can't be helped. Let's see. I should probably also buy another ship and leave it to be coded to another ship coder. The man interrupted me with a chuckle. No need for that. Your ship will be ready in 2 days. All right, old man. Don't mess up. My boss would scold me if you do. Sighing with a shake of my head, I walked away. I guess I will enjoy some food. Enjoy yourself. Be careful, though. I guess I should be. Same time, Fishman Island. On the other hand, the self-proclaimed leader of new Fishman pirates, Horty Jones, was an isolated building in the suburbs of Fishman Island. That Otoheim is acting out of control. He grinned with his shark-like teeth shining brightly. Let's wait until your return. This time I will send you up in the heavens. Chapter 79. Dark King, Rayleigh. The wind was blowing, caressing the 3 flying birds' hair. Amon was looking ahead with clear red eyes, while Robin stared at his face with her similar clear but blue eyes. Rayleigh's hair was fluttering in the air while she was on top of Amon's shoulders. She was freed from Robin and took Amon's shoulder as her sitting spot. While Robin looked away from Amon's face, Rayleigh didn't mind any of it and was in her own world. She never got the chance to fly in the sky before, not even when Amon mostly used his wings. As her first time in this medium speed of traveling, she was enjoying the blowing wind giving a cool sensation to her smooth skin. The 3 of them were flying moderately in the sky and Amon was enjoying the different sensations in his body. Smiling brightly similar to the shining sun above his head, Amon then increased his speed slowly as the girl's scream traveled through the air. Not so long after, by using an eternal log pose that he got from the Marines, Amon could see the with bubbles encircled island of green. The giant trees posed a formidable presence, but from the sky, they looked like baby plants. Amon slowed down midair as Rayleigh hugged his head from the top with Robin hugging him from her princess carry. Enjoying the sensations of her chest, Amon slowly came down and dropped on the ground with a small sound. At the sudden change of the environment, Rayleigh released an echo and wiped her nose. Amon stroked her hair while looking around his surroundings. The tall trees and the grassy terrain bloomed an involuntary smile on his face, while Robin was doing the same. Hua. Taking in a large breath filled with the soft fragrance of the bubbles, Amon exhaled lightly. Not long after, slipping his hands in the pocket of his pants, Amon took out a tone dial, then dialing the number of Cricket, Amon set the dial on the loudspeaker. Gotcha. Oh. Lucifer, you arrived? Yes, I'm here. Tell me your location. We will go there in a zap. While the girl shivered hearing zap, Amon nodded after hearing the area number Cricket was in. After searching the massive island for around an hour, Amon and the group met up with Cricket, who was on a busy road with shops on both sides. Surprisingly enough, he wasn't alone. Hey, guys. Cricket waved his hands from a bit far as Amon raised his eyebrows seeing the people beside him. What is this? Fate playing at it again? Yo. Nice to meet ya. Besides Cricket, two men who looked like strange human-ape combinations greeted them as well. Lucifer, let me introduce them. While people walked past them, Cricket continued. They are the Monkey Brothers, Masira and Shuju of the Saruyama Alliance. Amon bro-fisted Cricket and gave a high five to the Monkey Brothers. Yo, I remember seeing you guys in bounty posters though? While the both of them flinched, Amon looked at Cricket. You sure you are not getting scammed? Amon tilted his head in his fake confusion, while Cricket scratched his head. Well, you see, they like Nolan's stories so much that they searched for me for years and started to worship me after finding me in Saabadi. So I couldn't hurt them even though they are pirates. Cricket looked away from Amon's deadpan eyes. I hope you don't mind them. Sighing, Amon just shrugged. Well, I mean, I don't mind. You are a part of my people. If you want to take in subordinates, you are more than welcome. It's not a bad thing, though I'd prefer it if you don't take everyone who likes Nolan. Spies might try those opportunities. Cricket just continued scratching his head in embarrassment. Hey, look at the bright side. I didn't need to buy a coded ship from scratch. Their ship is nice and they lend it so that we can code it. It's an easy saving of money. Amon just smiled at him, I guess. He didn't want to destroy the relationship just to get a small amount of bounty from the Monkey Brothers. Besides, strong people are always welcome. While they talked, Amon introduced Rayleigh and the disguised Robin to the two Monkey Brothers, and then Cricket delivered the main information here. The ship is being coded by a guy from Shaki's rip-off bar. The guy looks shady, but he said he can do it. A few seconds passed. The world became silent for Amon. Fuck. Bro, what's up with that look in your face? Amon sighed at Rayleigh's question. It's nothing. A shady dude? Yes, it's obviously Rayleigh. Amon would have preferred to stay far away from him, even though he was a man who stayed passive. Well, what's done is done. Shaking his head under Robin's gaze, Amon stretched his body lightly. Anyway, take me there. Huh, all right. With Robin suddenly patting his back and Amon looking at her strangely, they started to walk with Cricket leading the way. Inside Shaki's rip-off bar, Shaki was smoking a cigarette with her eyes squinting a newspaper. Warlord of the Sea, Lucifer gets engaged with Alabasta Princess. Releasing a puff, she read the headline of the newspaper. How strange. A warlord getting married. He certainly is an interesting character. She just tilted her head. I guess people are strange these days. Young generation, huh? Sensing people walking towards the bar with her hockey, she prepared some snacks. She assumed it probably Cricket along with his group, and she was right. Creek. Come on, guys. The bar won't break down even though the building is in such a poor state. Saying such, a young man in his 17s walked into the bar as Shaki looked at the scene silently. How interesting. After greeting Shaki, Amon and company took a comfortable seat all around the room. Sitting at the front, Amon ordered a juice, with Robin trying to get a whiskey, but ultimately being rejected by Amon. Rayleigh just looked around the room with excited eyes. Every place Amon was taking her to, it was her first time. Lucifer-chan, would you be satisfied with only a cup of juice? Shaki asked as she handed out a juice to Amon at last, as he accepted it. It's fine. Though I have to say, it feels nice knowing that I'm so famous for people so far from Whiskey Peak to recognize me as well. Amon took a sip of the juice with a small laugh, as Shaki did the same with her eyes forming a crescent moon. Well, that's to be expected if you are the most famous warlord. Although warlords are famous, there are the ones who people never even saw the faces of. While you, Lucifer can, are a celebrity. First the world's most famous hunter, then becoming a warlord at a young age. Not only that, you are actively using your powers as well. Shaki finished her sentence while handing out a bowl of an ice cube and another glass of juice to Amon. Though I have to say, your companions are as interesting as you, Shaki said while glancing at Rayleigh and Robin. though it was mostly Robin, that anyone could tell. While Robin frowned lightly, Shaki looked away. She's your sister, wife, love, queen, empress, goddess, everything. She's my everything. She manages pretty much everything for me. With Raki spilling out her drink, Robin froze for a second before looking abruptly at Amon's eyes. Her lips bobbled up and down. She would have normally scolded him not to flirt with her, but after what happened last night, she wasn't sure anymore. Shaki just giggled lightly. How sweet. Amon went with her humor as a few minutes passed swiftly. While Robin tried her best to not do anything strange after hearing those words, Amon kept talking with a smile. Oh, by the way? Yes. Shaki replied lightly. As much as I enjoy our small talk, can I meet the shipcoder? I'd like to check his progress, if you don't mind. Shaki just smiled. No need for you to go. The man is coming here himself. While Raki looked towards the door, everyone followed her gaze. Amon did sense him already. His words were just to keep up the conversation. With the door opening, a fit man in black t-shirt, wearing round glasses, and a scar on his left eye entered the room. Raki couldn't feel a thing from him. He looked average. On the other hand, Amon almost jumped up. His observation hockey was telling to be careful even though Rayleigh wasn't even doing anything. Fuck. So this is Rayleigh, the person I only saw through digital screen. Dark King, Rayleigh. Pirate King's first mate. He is dangerous. I guess even most people with observation hockey won't be able to tell it. Well, hello. Rayleigh could, to a degree, feel Amon looking through his normal disguise. He took a while to recognize the boy as a smile bloomed on his face. Who would have thought? I would coat the ship of a warlord. How lucky for an old man like me. With him saying such, Amon got up from his seat with a small laugh. Huh. I feel blessed that Pirate King's crewmate, more so his right-hand man, is coating my ship. It's something I never even dreamed of. I'm the lucky one here. While Rayleigh's eyes arched up slightly, Amon just walked towards him and gave out his hand for a handshake. With Shaki giggling at the spectacle, and his eyes going back to their normal look and his smile widening, Rayleigh accepted his hands. I have to say, I'm impressed. These days, the young generation doesn't really recognize me. I feel old, haha. For a second, Rayleigh questioned himself. Was this a coincidence? Meanwhile, in vast blue sea, two ships were about to collide with each other. The Skypiean ship with golden lining attracted quite the attention from the surrounding gazes of beasts. Mom. I'm scared. Isa was hugging Isa tightly. She's scared very much. She said with a shaky voice, bad guys are around. I can hear them. She started to sob lightly while Wiper was looking at scene with annoyed eyes. How does he manage to calm this crybaby? Wiper grinded his teeth in annoyance. He glanced at the ship a few hundred meters away from them. A muscular man was sitting on top of the ship, looking at their side. He was smoking a cigar, wearing a loose shirt. Wearing a ring in his ears, the man also had a cut in his eyes. His bored gas made him look more intimidating. Looking ahead, the man groaned lightly. Would my bounty increase if I kill them all? He wasn't interested in the gold as much as he was in their life. He wanted a boost in his fame. He was one of the highest bounty holders in this paradise. Huh. He chuckled lightly. A bounty of 130 million isn't appealing to me anymore. It's already been 3 years since I got a new one. Throwing away his cigar, the man stood up and cracked his neck lightly. Grinning brightly, the man planned his next moves at that ship of seemingly angels. However, before he could think more, light blinded his eyes. He couldn't see, but he could feel the heat. In his surprise, only a single shout was all that he heard before losing all his chance to the heat. Fire Dragon. 9 heavens. It was fire, it was flame. Chapter 80. Making Connections. Robin POV. Pirate King's right hand? Is he really the Dark King, Rayleigh? I have heard about him before, but he was on Sawbody? Why wasn't he captured by Marines yet? That's not important now. Is he acquainted with Lucy? They are greeting each other like they do. In this perplexing moment, I couldn't think of anything. I usually don't get this nervous unless I'm scared for my own life. I'm changing. I can feel it, but it's not a bad thing, right? It's better to be warier than ever. Suddenly, I can feel a slight charge of electricity hit me. Is this Lucy trying to calm me down? Phew. That woman noticed my nervousness, it seems. All right, I should watch from the side for now. Lucy must have thought of something already. General POV. I might be wrong, but as a big fan of the Roger Pirates, I have looked at every bounty poster of theirs. Amon said half-truth, half-lie, he wasn't a fanboy. But he did research about Roger pirates before. It's a pleasant experience to meet you, Dark King Rayleigh-san. Amon shook hands with Rayleigh, who in response accepted it with a soft smile. Looking at their hands and Rayleigh's soft smile, Amon hardly maintained his straight face, as he was sweating a little. In the room, only Shaki could tell what's happening between the two. Rayleigh was putting strength in his grip, but Amon didn't seem to flinch, at least on the outside. He was using Tekai and armament together to hold off, yet it was hard. As Rayleigh's smile widened, deciding not to go any further, he pulled back his hand. The pleasure is mine. Amon flowed a very small amount of electricity in his hand to null his pain. Fucking monster. Hearing a small chuckle from Rayleigh, he stared at his back while he walked forward to sit on a chair. Seeing the small exchange between the two, Shaki said to Rayleigh from the side with a soft voice. My, you seem very cheerful today. In response, Rayleigh just laughed. I'm just feeling a little nostalgic, that's all. Wiggling his hand lightly, Amon looked around the room for a second before sitting opposite to Rayleigh, finding no other appropriate seat. Ignoring the other people, especially Robin's question-filled surprised gaze, Amon glanced at Rayleigh. That hurt. Fuck. Haha. You were quite honest with your feelings, huh? Rayleigh laughed a little. But may I ask, why is a warlord here to code his ship to visit Fishman Island? I'm sure you can use the safe road using your authority to go to the New World. Amon used Saimai Kikin to relieve his pain and prepared an answer. I just want to visit Fishman Island. It's been a dream. Aha. I see. Seeing the exchange among the two, Robin had a frown. Things don't make sense. Seeing the Pirate King's right-hand man's friendly behavior, Robin and everyone other than Riki and Amon were perplexed. The first was trying to attack Rayleigh for harming Amon but was being held back by Robin, while the latter couldn't care less. Oh, by the way, can I get an autograph? Oh, also, I would love to hear some stories of your journey. Amon jumped up and took out a notebook and pen. Although I don't dream to become a pirate king, since, well, I'm not into piracy, I have always respected Gold. Roger. I heard a lot about you guys from an old guy I know. Hearing Roger's actual name that most normal people don't know, Rayleigh was interested. Glancing at Riki for a second, then looking again towards Amon, especially his wings, which were now kept in Skypia style, Rayleigh realized something. Aha. I see. You must be a Skypiean. Before anyone could react, Riki's eyes arched up hearing him. Shut up. We are Shandians. Great Shandian. MMM. With Robin blocking her mouth, Amon glanced at her with a helpless smile and again sat down. Yes, we are in a sense. I heard about your crew from an old guy named Gonfall. You might not remember him. Huh, that old guy. That god? For real, ha ha ha. Who would have thought? Suddenly, Rayleigh's eyes lit up as he laughed cheerfully. Heh, good. Amon smirked internally. Mission accomplished. Now, by moving accordingly, he can easily get close to him. Minutes passed as Amon chatted with him in a fanboy style. On the other hand, Rayleigh felt nostalgic looking at their days at Skypia. He wondered, should he visit the skies someday? Huh, I'm feeling young, huh. Chuckling, Rayleigh gulped from his bottle of wine. Gah. Looking at the shining eyes of Amon, he laughed lightly. Anyway, kid, I don't really advise people these days, but I guess I will make an exception. Rayleigh smiled at Amon. You should be careful to not go to the New World. It's dangerous for a person like you who can't even withstand that little force. Your observation is monstrous, maybe the best one I've seen in my life. But your armament, it's weak. If not careful, even vice admirals would be able to best you. Amon silently listened to his words. Not long after, he released a grand sigh. Even though he did praise his observation, he was right about the other fact as well. He knew he was weak. Currently only his devil fruit was there to back him up. However, if he's up against Big Mom or Kaido's level of defense. No, even Katakuri with his future vision would be able to beat me. If lucky enough, Amon would only be left with his speed to flee. Shaking away these negative thoughts, Amon took a deep breath. I guess there is a lot of time left, but I need to get serious for real now. Deciding to finally get serious after returning from Fishman Island, Amon formed his heart. Smiling at the smiling Rayleigh, Amon nodded lightly. That's for sure. Thanks for the advice. Not long after, they talked casually while Rayleigh was even generous enough to say some words about armament hockey. Though normal people would have been lost with his words, Amon caught them and engraved them in his brain. Him coming here proved to be a good idea in the end. On the other hand, Robin jumped up aggressively out of character seeing the situation. She was quite nervous the whole time. yet Amon acted as if he noticed nothing. She pulled him outside the bar and walked far from the building. "He's Dark King Rayleigh? Are you aware?" Standing in the grassy terrain, Robin shook Amon's shoulders as he shrugged casually. "Hey, calm down. It's fine. Some old guy that I know from the sky is friends with him." Amon letting Gonfall live that day 4 years ago again proved beneficial. Still not convinced, Robin stared at his eyes with a frown. But what if something unexpected happens? "You said it hurt, right? I didn't even see him move." "He hurt you while shaking your hand." Robin grunted. "Why would we even need a coating ship anyway? We have submarines." Seeing Robin act completely out of character, Amon yawned while biting on a strawberry. "Calm down. It's all fine. We will take the submarine on the ship anyway. Trust me, you will thank me later." Robin's lips bobbled up and down for a few seconds before she sighed. "Trust you? That's what I've been doing all along." Robin's frown gradually lessened. In reality, Amon was just trying to enjoy the sea life underwater. He was literally kept locked in the sky until he was 12, and even when he was here in the blues for the past 2 years, he didn't get the chance to enjoy the undersea beauty that much. In all sense, Amon was just being silly, which he didn't mind doing so. After all, he has to get busy after returning from Fishman Island. "Huh? Why are you acting like this, Lucy?" Robin's grip on his shoulder gradually lightened. "Don't make me worry so much, all right?" Seeing her sigh like that, Amon stopped eating. He stared at her face silently for a few minutes. "Damn, she looks worn down from inside. This is bad, she might go insane, my Poneglyph." In a given-up and grumpy voice, Amon then sounded out, "Fine. As an apology, let me buy you a drink. A whiskey, so don't make that face anymore. I feel bad." Abruptly, with Robin's eyes lighting up, Amon looked away. Robin realized her act just now. "Wait, that's not why I was saying these things. I'm genuinely worried." Amon just reassured her by patting her back while she just stayed silent and walked to the bar. The group of Amon then chatted with Rayleigh and Shaky for a while more. Rayleigh was a surprisingly fun guy to talk to, and Amon was taking the opportunity to make a good relationship with him. It will always be handy to have some connections. Even though Rayleigh is a passive force, there are always situations where he might be able to help. But obviously, since he is not the successor of a certain Straw Hat, he couldn't get so close even with using the Gonfall card. But at least he left a good first impression on him. This might escalate in the future, might stay the same, or worse, might go down. Amon didn't mind much and acted accordingly for now. Yet, Rayleigh as a passive force couldn't provide much chance for something interesting to happen. On the other hand, Amon, after talking with him for a while more, left the bar to wander around the island with Riki and Robin. Robin was surprisingly able to handle Riki and even was able to suppress her attitude. Running around all the interesting shops and buying lots of things, they were having an interesting day off. On the other hand, nothing cliché of some sort happened. No celestial dragon came and started a fight, not even a random pirate picking a fight. Overall, it was a good day for Amon. But that can't be said the same for Riki and Robin. Deliberately, Amon took a walk beside the slave auction house. Robin was interested in seeing how the slave auctioning happens so that she can make her resolve stronger. What they saw was a disgusting, filthy, and heinous act. Even Riki was infuriated, while Amon was reminiscing over the fact that he couldn't buy a certain slave he found interest in. Just like that, their day passed swiftly. Next day, feeling the sunlight enter his eyes, Amon opened them. Yawn, morning already. Amon, Riki, and Robin got up. They were in a single room of an inn, and were doing so since Amon was trying to save money. Just like her anime counterpart, Robin was very bad at managing money and had already finished 80% of her salary. Not that it mattered. After doing their business in the morning, they finally went out of the inn towards Shaky's bar after meeting up with Cricket. Today was the day when the coding is supposed to be completed. Amon POV. Walking slowly across the different parts of the Sabaody archipelago, we reached Shaky's rip-off bar in less than an hour. Wow, this damn thing is so isolated. Trying not to think too much of it, I then started to walk faster as everyone else followed. I don't like walking when I can fly with my wings, even more so when I can just teleport. Not that it can be helped anyway, so I guess it's fine. Trying to distract my mind with the thoughts, we were then in the view of the bar. After some more steps, while talking among ourselves, I took the initiative to open the door. Creak. Hello, we are back. I instantly noticed Shaky smoking a cigarette and Rayleigh not present in the bar. Rather, he is around the ship's docking spot. I sensed it just now. Oh, Lucifer-chan. Good morning. Take a seat inside. All right, by the way, don't smoke too much. You'll die. Ignoring my words, the woman just giggled. Damn, why is she not dead even though she smokes all day? Strange, should I get her body for an experiment someday? Trying to not think too much into it, everyone greeted her and then sat down in random chairs around the room. After ordering drinks, we were then waiting for Rayleigh to come. Hey, you think it's time for old Rayleigh to finish? Will it be done today, anyway? I asked towards Shaki, who tilted her head in response. I think. Oh, he is coming here. Yes, he is. I sensed him a while ago. So my observation hockey is stronger than hers, the self-proclaimed retired pirate who has a history of being chased by Garp? I should stop focusing on my observation for now. Armament is more important for now. While I was thinking such, someone opened the door and entered the bar. Oh, you are here already? Look at him act as if he didn't sense us already. Yes, good morning, Rayleigh-san. Good morning, Lucifer. I heard you guys would leave today, so I tried my best to make it fast. Good. All right, thanks. I gave him a salute in a comical way. Acting comical always works to make the target feel less intimidated by you. Not long after, Rayleigh took us to the shipyard as the massive ship of the Tsuruyama Alliance entered my vision. I can also see our submarine on the deck. It's an emergency backup. Young people and their sense of adventure. Using a coded ship even though you have a submarine. Ignoring Rayleigh's words, I observed the ship for a while. The Monkey brothers aren't bad. They made such a ship by themselves. Maybe I should send them to Water 7 to learn more. Yes, that's a good idea. They would also be used as a spy if I want. Ignoring the thoughts, we then proceed to enter the ship after exchanging goodbyes with Rayleigh. Obviously, this wasn't a shedding tears type of goodbye. We are in the end, just strangers. All right, I guess I will enjoy the actual sea underwater soon enough. I should get serious after this small incident of being carefree. General POV. Seeing their ship slowly sink underwater, and then waving their hands, Rayleigh stared at the scene silently. Shaki's interesting voice then flowed. Hey Chim, is there anything? Oh, it's not much. I'm just thinking, if he has proper armament what he would become, haha. Oh? Why do you say so? Shaki has a strange smile on her face while asking him that. It's been a long time since he sounded so interested in something. I mean, with his dangerous level of observation, if he had armament that would be an overkill. He would definitely be caught up to the admirals one day, well unless he died before that. Haha. He couldn't even imagine him having the color of the Supreme King as well, yet it didn't seem impossible. From Amon's words yesterday, he could determine Amon as the son of Cobra, the friend of Gonfall back then. Cobra didn't have it, but his will was strong enough for his son to have it. No, he obviously has it. How troublesome, haha. Rayleigh chuckled lightly. Looking back into it, Roger was more of a friend with that guy than he was with Gonfall, haha. But I heard he was killed. Leaving Shaki confused, Rayleigh slowly walked away while gulping his wine. He will continue his slave scam from today. How interesting. Foo-foo. Chapter 81. Unexpected Encounter. Robin POV. Currently, we are underwater, and the scenery in front of me is simply outstanding. Is this why he didn't just take the submarine, even though we have one inside the ship? If that's it, I can understand why. This is thousands of times better than a submarine after all. How long has it been since I've seen an underwater scenery like this? It's been my whole life. I suddenly feel nostalgic. I don't even recall at what age I ate the devil fruit. Maybe if I hadn't eaten this, I wouldn't have been treated as a devil. Maybe. No, what happened is for the better. Let's not think too much. Whoa, even I'm surprised, huh? Beside me, Lucy was as surprised as well. We're around 4,000 meters below sea level and the scenery is outstanding. Sea kings were swimming all around us. They mostly ignored us like we were some bugs. Riki is also staring at everything outside with wide, shining, star-like eyes. Maybe it was a good idea to use a coded ship after all. General POV. With the scenery changing and the log pose pointing down at Fishman Island, it wasn't so hard to navigate through the sea as Amon was feeling the electrical fields underwater. The current Amon was a human compass, in a sense. Nothing interesting like Luffy's journey happened here, except for a few skirmishes with the Sea Kings. Against them, Amon just shoved his hand, penetrating the bubble coating, outside and touched the water. Devil fruit still had effects on water, as shown by Akiji who froze the sea. They won't work against sea prism stone, which is a condensate of sea energy in solid form. Water is a good conductive for electricity, which Amon used to easily fry the few sea kings. Alas, they couldn't get one to eat since it might be a taboo if they did eat fish on Fishman Island, while the ship was too small for eating one here and now. After 5 hours of them submerging in water, the group finally reached Fishman Island's bubble barrier. Amon stared at the barrier ahead with an intense look in his eyes. Taking a thinking pose, he nodded. He then looked back towards his group. Guys, be careful. This is a double coating around the bubble. There is a gap filled with an aggressive water current between them. If we try to enter by normal means, our small bubble shell will be absorbed by the first bigger one, and while we will enter inside, we won't be able to pass the second coating. Amon explained things to the groups. He recalled what happened to Straw Hat's ship from anime. Besides, he has already researched these matters beforehand. These days, Amon was always prepared for any situation. After all, he had the power to do so now. While the group nodded silently, Amon looked at Cricket, who then pointed at the monkey brothers who were tagging along. Yes, yes. Noticing the meaning in Amon's gaze, they nodded rapidly. We already added all the necessary dials beforehand. It's fine. Amon nodded, hearing them, and closed his eyes. Eyes of thunder. He looked at the dials all around the ship and double-checked some important things. Soon after, he opened his eyes. There was a bunch of special variants of dials which needed remote control to work. All right, good job. Not saying much, Amon crouched down and started to search through the bag on the floor. Not long after, he found what he wanted and smirked lightly. All right, guys, hold still. It'll be rough. With everyone holding something, Rayleigh was hugging Amon. He didn't mind it and rather hugged her back with his wings. Looking at the remote dial in his hands, he took a few seconds and then pressed the red button. Beep. Pooh. Boom. 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 With constant nitro explosions, the ship instantly penetrated the first barrier of Fishman. It didn't take even a second for it to reach the second barrier as well, which also got penetrated by the ship. Splash. With a massive blow with the water current in the middle, the ship finally entered the actual Fishman Island. Splash. The ship penetrated the bubble wall and entered the sky of Fishman Island. However, before Rayleigh or anyone could react, the ship started to fall down. Bam. Luckily, it fell on a small pool below. So, everyone was safe thus. Rayleigh released the breath she's been holding ever since and opened her eyes. We're here. Fishman Island. While Amon's wings were hugging her, she was hugging him tightly as well, which she tightened the grip of and yelled. Yes, I love you. You took me to so many beautiful places this week. I love. Smack. Cutting her short, Amon smacked her head as he coughed out some seawater. He said in a grumpy voice, Shut up. With Rayleigh complaining to Robin, Amon let some electricity course through his body. He wasn't scared of dying underwater the whole trip. He had temporary ways to survive even if the ship and the submarine got destroyed. He would have still been alive, moving underwater freely. The reason was quite simple. Let's not get over my head. This is not a permanent effect anyway. Amon sighed. But I guess this will come in handy in this small mission against Fishman Island. Shaking his head lightly, Amon, who was clad in dark purple clothes from head to toe, hiding everything under, looked at his companions. Guys, get a hold of yourselves. Amon started to heat up the electrical fields in the air around them, thus making the surrounding hot. In a leader-type voice, he said, I will help with the temperature. Try to take deep breaths. Looking at his companions, Robin, Cricket, and the monkey brothers down on the floor of the deck, Amon then prepared some quick medicine for them. While they were resting there, many fishmen noticed the ship in their island's pool. Some stayed silent, while some let the royal guards know. 7 days ago, the queen had left with a world noble. They were worried. For that reason, they stayed silent even though something illegal like sailing ships in the residential swimming pool was happening. After all, after they harmed these bunch of humans, what if they hurt their queen? Amon was up in the foremast, the wooden pillar-like object of the ship, looking down at the Fishman Island itself. He was able to feel their emotions to a certain extent, which he didn't mind at all. Robin said with her gasping voice, Lucy, I'm fine now. Oh, Amon looked back. That was quick. He thought with a smile. He then started to think of useless things. I told her my real name, but I guess she wants to call me something nobody else calls. Shaking away the thoughts, nodding his head with a smile, he then looked at the monkey brothers and Cricket. Let's split here. Let's make 2 teams of 3. You 3, and we 3. Amon pointed towards himself, Rayleigh, and Robin. I don't think the monkey brothers will have any problems, but Cricket, be careful. Fishmen can be dangerous. It was not a matter of strength. It was their looks. Cricket nodded in understanding. With Amon's warning, they separated after docking the ship in a proper place. Fish folks were giving them glances, but everyone ignored them. They weren't the only humans on the island anyway. Before the royal guards could arrive after receiving the words from citizens, Amon and the group moved away fast. The group has come to the island swiftly, so nobody knew that a warlord has arrived at this place. He noticed some other humans around who seemed to be able to identify him, for he was a famous person. Amon didn't mind being recognized, though. That's a part of the plan as well. Coming to a corner of some buildings, Amon took out his tone dial, in hope of calling his spies here. A loud voice came from. Hey, is that boss? Lucifer. Before he could dial the dial, he heard a familiar voice. With a frown, he looked in the direction, as his frown disappeared. Leader. Leader, is that really you? Haha. Raven hair and a muscular build. It was the guy who left Amon's guild to fight the world government on his own more than a year ago. You recognize me? It's me, Mello. It was. Mello. It's me, Mello. Haha. The raven-haired man laughed lightly as he waved his hands from far. He was alone as Amon quickly started to search around for anything suspicious. Luckily for everyone on Fishman Island, this wasn't an ambush or some illusion cast by some mutant fishmen. Certain fishmen are the One Piece world's mutants. They possess powers which would be absurd for normal humans to have. It would have been lucky if I was born here. But oh well, I love my current situation. Thinking such, a smile formed on his face. Amon started to walk forward. Oh, Mello, is that really you? Wow, you seem different than before. Looking at the different scars around his body, Amon laughed lightly. You seem to have gone through many hardships. Mello walked forward and bro-fisted Amon. Whoa. He grinned largely. Hardships? That I did go through, but it seems Miss All Sunday, and you have gotten much closer as well. You even have a child now, ha ha ha. With Riki and Amon looking at him deadpanly, the man stayed silent. Soon after, he scratched his head. That wasn't funny? Haha. Anyway. Amon laughed at his bad joke while Robin blanked from behind. She recalled that day she was drunk and talked about world nobles with Amon and this man in front. Mello then made a thoughtful expression. Oh, let's not talk here. My wife works at the Mermaid Cafe around here. He nudged Amon. Mermaid Hiki. You got the pun. Amon played with his humor and made a face similar to his, though his thoughts were quite different inside. Wife? Didn't his wife get caught by some world noble and got gangbanged? Wait, not gangbanged. Anyway, was he able to retrieve her? Amon was in deep thought. I don't think it's the same woman. I would have heard about it then. So a new woman. Ha, humans. After all that drama. Laughing mockingly inwardly, Amon went with Mello's humor, who led them to the Mermaid Cafe. Chapter 81. Shirley. Amon POV. After walking for a few minutes, we came across the Mermaid Cafe. Mello had a pretty cheerful look. I didn't expect him to meet him like this. He even got married. How pathetic. He let go of all the rage, grudge, and revenge. They would have been the source of his power. Ignoring the lingering thoughts, I looked ahead to the entrance of the cafe. According to my information, this cafe is managed by Shirley, the fortune teller. Would it be a good idea to go inside? She can predict what I will do this time, but I guess it's not really a bad thing. I plan to not hide like a rat anymore after all. Hey, leader, let's go inside. Nodding to Mello, I then walked behind him. Wait, he said his wife works here. Could it be that Shirley is his said wife? It would be a cliché scenario, but it's not impossible. With too many complicated thoughts in my mind, I stepped inside the cafe as something truly unique enters my eyes. I have never seen such a scene before. Mermaids were dancing inside the bar. They were called the mermaid dancers. Many mermaids were serving the customers. Many humans besides us were also here, though the mermaids didn't seem to mind. I observed them for 5 seconds before shifting his gaze around the cafe. It was gorgeous and had more than 4 floors. I guess Shirley must be atop. Mello then led us to a table in the corner as he sat on a chair in front. Me, Riki, and Robin sat opposite him. Sitting, Mello chirped cheerfully. So, leader, how have you been? I heard you became a warlord. I thought he didn't even know. At least he's not that pathetic. Huh. Yes, I did become one. Not sure if you'd like it though, I said, indicating how he left the guild. Haha. Well, I guess you'd think that after what I said that day. But fear not. I won't hate you ever, he said with a determined face. Besides, you see, even though I said all that, I'm here spending my time with my wife. I was mocking him inwardly while smiling outside. Oh, your wife. You said she works here? You won't introduce her? Mello quickly jerked up. Yes. That's why I brought you here. After that, Mello started to look around the room as he couldn't find anyone. He then went to a maid and asked her about his wife. Not so long after, he returned with a red-haired mermaid beauty. Oh, so it's not Shirley. Good. Sighing internally, I smiled and waved his hands to the woman. She had a human torso, while her body from down her stomach is just fish. She looks beautiful, but I've seen better. A typical mermaid, I guess. Fucking idiot lost himself to this woman, huh? An hour later, Mello was sitting with his wife on his side. His eyes were teary a little, but he was still smiling. And then we got married. After that, I stopped doing piracy and living happily here. His wife helped him wipe his tears. I have given up on my revenge. This was when the woman opened her mouth. Calm down, Mello. We would be fine. May. I had my smile, but it was hard to not cringe. Basically, in his journey he one day faced a marine ship with a vice admiral on it. I know the guy as well. He's a good pawn. Anyway, he got defeated and barely escaped by the sea. Like last time's cliché, he again met another woman, this woman, and after some time he found out she's also the blood sister of his previous wife. So they got married. Ah, how mildly infuriating. He forgot about all those words. I guess preferences, huh? Shaking my head internally, I shoot away the thought. I don't care about some guy's goals going highway. We talked with them for a few more minutes, while Mello asked, so, why are you here? Is it to meet Warlord Jinbe? Or just sightseeing? If it's the second, I can be your guide. Finally asking the real question, huh? Anyway, Jinbe? I guess I will meet him eventually. I then said in a similarly joyous voice. It's just a sightsee and some personal work. Mello decided not to pry and moved forward. He talked about Robin and Raki as well, as around an hour had passed. It was then when I sensed someone coming down from the uppermost floor. In a second, I used Thunder Eyes to determine the target's identity. It's her. But why is she rushing down? Did she see anything urgent? Did she sense something about me? Before I could think more, the dial on my hands vibrated silently and suddenly. Feeling the vibration in his pants, I got up. Excuse me, I will use the washroom real quick. Ignoring Robin's gaze, I walked to the washroom and teleported somewhere far from the cafe, in an alleyway. Gotcha. Hello, boss. It was a sickly male voice. You in Fishman Island yet? Something big just happened. I frowned. I'm here. Tell me what's so big. The Queen has returned already. I think soon, a broadcast will start. Just as the sickly voice said this, a loud chirping occurred from a few speakers. Citizens of Fishman Island, the Queen has returned. Forming a grin, I disconnected the dial and started to talk to myself. Oh fuck. My memory is playing me? I thought she was supposed to return 2 weeks after leaving. It's been a week only. Huh. I guess it's been more than 14 years already, huh. Not thinking too much of it, I teleported back to the washroom in a flash. As I was inside the teleporting process, my brain was working at its top speed for some milliseconds after I imbued it with electricity. If the Queen is here already, then I need to fasten my plans. When will Hody strike? I guess 2 days? Anyway, I'm not sure. I will wait and won't reveal my warlord identity before that incident. According to my calculations, it would create too much inconvenience if I do. Thinking this, I completely teleported back to the washroom. Let's think these later. Walking outside through the door, I came across Shirley, who was too busy to notice me. While riding a bubble, she was going towards the spot where the Queen was supposed to be. Shirley left as I stared at her back. I had a question. What's the origin of her power? Devil fruit, or a higher and different version of observation like Isa? Neither the first nor the latter seem so plausible to me, since she does need to use a crystal ball to see the future. I don't think devil fruits would need such help, while other than a few devil fruits, I don't remember seeing any equipment ever managing to boost Haki, the power generated from will. So something like Basil Hawkins' ability? A technique made by herself? Or she found it lurking under the ocean? I mean, this world's martial arts are damn OP. Fishman karate, Hashoken, Rokushiki, etc. They don't make sense normally. So that might be the case as well. Anyway, whatever it is, I will see later. I don't have any knowledge on how to bypass her ability as of now. For now, I will do like how I do with Isa. Don't want to be on the losing end after all. I then slowly walked forward and took a left turn. Looking at the group, I waved my hands. Yo, Mello, what's up with the broadcast just now? You know something? I acted aloof as Mello made a thinking expression. Oh, you guys don't know that the queen left, huh? Anyway, in short, a week ago Fishman Island's queen left with a world noble and has now returned safely. Huh? A world noble? I feigned ignorance again. For real? I thought they hated fishmen. Don't they enslave mermaids? Suddenly, as his face changed, I decided to change the subject. I'll ignore what I said. Is it fine if we go and observe the queen as well? After hearing me, Mello's face darkened while thinking about world nobles, mermaid slaves. But he soon smiled brightly looking at his wife beside him. I'm getting a serious red flag vibe here. Not that I care. We walked out of the cafe after paying the bill, albeit the mermaid wife tried to stop us. After a few minutes of walk, we finally reached the spot where a large crowd had gathered. In the front, a single woman was holding a paper in her hand and was raising it upwards. Everyone, one of the world nobles has given his words. This paper contains his agreement on the immigration of Fishman Island to the surface. The queen said in a loud voice while the loudspeakers all around the island broadcasted her speech. How interesting. So nothing changed from canon? I wonder, how did she manage this? How did she manage to get the help of that dude who was bent on fucking every fishman after returning to Maryjose? Did she use her body? She ain't so beautiful even though she is a queen. Rather, she has a weird physique. But I guess preferences, so it does seem plausible. Anyways, I don't care. I'm not here for her anyway. After hearing the queen's words for a while, Amon decided to split with the group, saying he had work to do. He went to meet with his spies and check their state of loyalty after hypnotizing them and asking some questions. After checking everything, he returned to the spot where the large crowd was. Many fishmen were currently giving out their signatures to the queen, who was shedding tears of happiness. In a corner, Rayleigh was done meeting with the queen. She was happy nothing bad happened to her. Even though she already knew nothing would have happened to the queen, she was still skeptical about her own powers. Now she was returning to her cafe, but something caught her eyes. A man clad in a dark purple suit from head to toe. He definitely looked like someone suspicious. She narrowed her eyes instantly. Suspicious. Rayleigh nudged one of her guards and said in a low voice, "Ask some royal guards to keep an eye on that man. I will check his future after returning." Unfortunately, she couldn't use her observation hockey without that crystal. She didn't know what it was called in reality, but it really was a special version of OH. It comes from her genes. On the outside, just like her half-brother Arlong, she's a shark type, albeit she's a mermaid. Fishman ancestry works differently from humans. One can't tell how the child will look from the parents' looks. They can have the look of a faraway ancestor from hundreds of years ago. In her case, she was a mutant. Even though she had shark overlook, she was the mix of a special extinct type of fish who had some special perks. The crystal ball is a part of her body, which she lets out of her body like how a snake lays its egg. Using it, she can see the future. One had to say, Fishman genes were truly interesting. She then quickened her pace with a frown. Let's return fast. I need to check the future soon. I have a bad feeling about this. On the other hand, ignoring the gaze from Rayleigh, Amon inspected Queen Otoheim for a while. Her ability to sense emotions are quite different from Amon. She hears their internal scream, while Amon hears the voice. It sounds similar, but Amon's power is more versatile in the long run. He can sense it so accurately that he could guess one's thoughts, while Otoheim only sensed the emotions only. It's something to consider that not all observation hockey user can feel emotions, only a very few of them can. In the Shonda tribe, Amon and Isa are variable as Raki, Due, and others can't do it. While most Birkins can do it since they follow the religious path. They, specifically the priests, need to have that power to guide normal mortals after all. Amon had a weird thought. What will his future be like? I wonder what Rayleigh will do. What will she see? Ha, 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 ha. Will she see that I will kill Neptune? Chapter 83. Jinbe. Amon kept looking at the scene ahead. Meanwhile, Robin spotted him from far and came to him within the crowd. He met up with her and Raki as they then kept looking at the scene in silence. No way am I gonna let Fishman Island immigrate to the surface, but I can't let the queen die as well. I need to be a hero again, so I guess more plotting, huh? Amon scratched his cheek. Sigh, this is getting boring. I need to make some big moves soon. Amon decided something. It's been 14 years, yet all this time he's been passive. But I guess I have to hold a little more. Just a little. It's necessary. While this was happening, Rayleigh was in her chamber. Her eyes closed, her hand above the crystal ball. She was trying to predict the future of the man clad in dark purple. Her eyes arched up instantly as her body shook. As someone. A few guards quickly ran to the chamber. What is it, Miss Rayleigh? Quickly, let Boss Jinbe know. The king is in danger. The Fishman Island is in danger. Call him here. In her crystal ball, the face of an angel was glimmering. Not caring for his angelic face, he had the severed head of King Neptune in his hand. More so, he had a devilish grin plastered on his face. Underscore. Amon used thunder eyes to spy inside Rayleigh's room. He had a smile on his face as he closed his technique. He just tried to trick her future vision. My guess is, her ability, doesn't matter the origin, is connected to wide sensing of one's will. Suppose, inside a large room 100 people are kept. They are told to kill each other. Who will be the last to stand? She can determine it by subconsciously sensing all their will and calculate all of them accordingly, thus reaching the most possible conclusion. However, it can be proved wrong if one of the 100 people's emotions suddenly changed, and they were strong enough to back up that change and go against 99 people's emotions at once. Like this, even her divination can fail. Although, the conclusion is most of the time correct, since even if one person changes, the remaining 99 stays the same. 99 is bigger than 1 after all. Still, if someone strong enough, with enough willpower changes their mind, then the future will change as well. At the moment I saw her leave, I just tried to force my will into believing I will kill Neptune, and it worked. I tricked her system. But can I change this future? Is my will strong enough? Am I strong enough? Actually, who knows? Amon laughed internally. There was still a chance that all this was a big coincidence, but it matters not. Amon was confident enough to sink Fishman Island if really needed. Not that neither he nor the Fishman would drown and die. Amon let out a suppressed laughter as Robin looked at him strangely. Hey Robin, Amon called while still looking ahead. Yes. I'm soon gonna fight Jinbe, another warlord of the sea. Don't intervene, okay? Robin's eyes arched upwards. From her knowledge, Jinbe was in a different league than Crocodile. No. You are a devil fruit user, you can't win against him, he dashed. Amon clasped Robin's hand tightly. Listen, I'm gonna be fine. I always have been. No, you say that all the time. Robin started to debate with him silently, while Ricky stayed silent with a deadpan expression from the middle. If brother is saying he would be fine, he definitely has ways. Her grip on her sword tightened. The cursed sword has been making fun of her a lot, but she never gave up. It's my fault that I decided to test Rayleigh's limit. I obviously don't plan to kill Neptune. At that moment, it was just to stimulate my emotions. I guess it worked, but as a price, Jinbe will come after me. Worth it. I now don't have many loose ends. Smiling in pure satisfaction, Amon gripped Robin's hand one last time. Besides, I want to see how far behind I am to Jinbe in regards to my physical strength. Obviously, pure power-wise, I beat him 1,000,000 times. Before long, Amon had mixed among the crowd. Meanwhile, Jinbe was looking at him from beside Odoheim. He just heard about Rayleigh calling him, but she didn't specify things. For now, he will leave this suspicious-looking guy to roam. First, he will talk with Rayleigh. Thinking such, Jinbe excused himself from the queen and walked towards Rayleigh's cafe. Impossible. Are you certain? A single man can't possibly. The Knight of the Sea, Jinbe had wide, large eyes as he listened to Rayleigh. I'm surprised as well, but that's what I saw. Jinbe got lost in thought. I see. He knew how accurate her divination was, more so this was about the king's life. Queen Odoheim is in a happy state. Do not let the news reach her. Jinbe said in a deep voice. I, the Knight of the Sea, will protect my king all by myself. With a serious face, Jinbe walked away from the room. As he left, Rayleigh bit her lips after she took a look into the future again. She hoped it was one of the times her divination would fail, but the future didn't change. Sniff, everyone. I'm so happy. Sniff. Queen Odoheim was flowing in tears while everyone was trying to comfort her. Mother, please go to the castle with us. You can return after a short break. Please. The eldest prince of Fishman, Fukaboshi said while clasping his mother's hands. Don't you want to meet Shirahoshi? She can't come out since she's been being targeted by flying love letters from the time you left a week ago. Hearing him, Odoheim's eyes arched upwards. What? This incident happened earlier than canon because Amon ordered his spies to intervene. Amon was currently. Quickly, Queen Odoheim, along with the three princes, rushed to the castle. My heaven! Odoheim screamed in misery. Currently, Amon was in the forest of Fishman Island, the place where the poneglyph was kept. Surprisingly, this was a place where people didn't usually come much. Currently, Amon was copying the poneglyph as text, writing them down in his small notebook. If he succeeds this time, then the notebook will be useless, but if he fails, then it will be pretty useful, to say the least. It was already around night. It was a little hard to write in the darkness. Amon imbued lighting in his eyes, as they worked like a flashlight. He could have used his observation hockey if he wanted. While time passed, Amon completed writing the texts down. After that, he took a break and ate some food. He came here not only to get the text, but to only lure the prey here. Time passed, as around dawn he was laying in the ground, sharing the mangrove above. It was providing sunlight from the ocean's top. It was then when he heard the loud footsteps of a single person. Amon's gut was right, because then, a blue-skinned fat fish had appeared in the forest. With the sound of his loud footsteps indicating his pride as a knight, the man stopped walking and said in a deep voice, I've been looking for you, assassin. Remove that hoodie of yours, you ain't gonna succeed in achieving what you want. Knight of the Sea, Jinbe was here. I will stop you. He wanted to rush and smash his head, but he recalled his no-killing promise with Fisher Tiger. Jinbe clenched his teeth. Get out of Fishman Island right now, or I shall certainly break your ribs. Hearing him, Amon got up from the ground. He grinned brightly as he slowly took off his hoodie. Yo, it's our first time meeting, huh? Nice to meet you, Warlord of the Sea, Jinbe. Jinbe took a few seconds to recognize that face, as finally, his eyes arched upwards. It took a few seconds to conclude. Could it be? The world government wants the king's life. Chapter 84, Battle of Warlords. Currently, two figures of largely differing statures were standing opposite to each other in the sea forest of Fishman Island. The area had a lot of coral growing around it, more so than normal due to the light emitted by the sunlight tree Eve. It is populated by all kinds of sea fauna, including schools of fish and pods of whales. There are also several shipwrecks there because sunken ships are dragged here by the ocean currents, thus the epithet ship graveyard. The two figures were inside the bubble space, so one of them, the human, was safer than being outside of it. Jinbe stared at the hood-down Amon with wide eyes. He didn't expect another warlord here. Yo, nice to meet ya. Even though there are 7 warlords, there are cases where some of them didn't even meet once. Amon and Jinbe were one of those cases. For that reason, Jinbe didn't know much about Amon, but he had a guess. If Rayleigh is right, he will try to kill His Highness. I don't recall him having any grudge towards us, so the only conclusion would be that the government has sent him. Jinbe's veins popped up. Hello? Mr. Warlord? A government's dog. In spite, Jinbe rushed forward. He won't kill him, but he will at least cripple him. He won't let a person who wanted to kill his king go away freely. At least not when the government is behind it. You human! Jinbe screamed and punched towards Amon. He was pretty different from his anime counterpart 10 years from now. Although Fisher Tiger's last words and Odoheim's attempts made him lean towards his good side, he still possessed a little hate for humans. He jabbed towards Amon. The attack was fast, as Amon barely dodged it and Jinbe's hand missed him by an inch. Amon decided to not use his thunder powers. It won't help him determine his limit. Why am I even doing this, you ask? First, testing myself, and second, taking precaution about Rayleigh's divination. I would bring her in my army, or just kill her. Bam. Looking at Jinbe's fist, Amon thought. The current Jinbe is weak, very weak. I guess I won't have to go all out. Again, Jinbe's fist rushed towards Amon's chest. Amon had no intention to dodge. He took a step back and swung his fist forward. The two fists collided with each other. Bam. The clash wasn't strong enough to create a shockwave, but it did. It was because of the martial art, Fishman karate. Colliding with Jinbe's fist, Amon's hand twisted slightly as he instantly jumped backwards. Damn, hockey mixed with Fishman karate is too much. Amon wasn't weak in any sense. Even without the fruit, he was overall stronger than Jinbe. But he forgot even someone weak like Hody Jones was able to destroy the Ryugu Palace with just his palm's grip. The current Jinbe was a lot stronger and also a lot more proficient at Fishman karate. Even without the fruit and overall power capability, Amon will beat Jinbe, but in sheer strength and defense, Jinbe wins. In the Fishman karate pose, Jinbe looked at Amon. Warlord, the Fishmen hold no grudge towards you. Can you justify your reason for being here, trying to assassinate the king? Assassinate the king? Huh. I won't do it. Amon already knew Jinbe heard it from Rayleigh. I guess it's time to stop my head from constantly saying, I will kill Neptune. Rayleigh is probably still seeing that scene. Shaking his head off the line, Amon again went back to, I'm the one. HS chess chess H JHJH wordings. And how do you know I'm here for that? Mr. Jinbe, don't you think it's better to clear the misunderstandings? I don't plan to do such a thing. I'm just here to sightsee. Amon said with a smile. Lies. Even if that's not the case, you are around the poneglyph. Fishman karate. Jinbe didn't bend on his uncertainty. If Amon didn't leave even now, he won't have a choice but to hurt him. He rushed forward in a fighting stance and palmed Amon in the chest. Bam. Amon didn't bother dodging, he rather blocked with his arms forming an X. Jinbe frowned seeing this. He then kept hitting on Amon's hands. Bam. 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 Amon wasn't using any other defensive technique, only his invisible armament. He could feel Jinbe's firm and strong punch/palm hitting him hard. It was helping his hockey. Amon didn't stay like that though. Each opening he got, he also replied with attacks. Bam. Bam. The fight was just an exchange of blows, there was no dodging. Two people were standing face to face and hitting each other in their respective battle style. Finally, seeing that normal attacks were ineffective, Jinbe attacked Amon with his extraordinary level of Fishman karate. Fishman karate, water impact. A water fence was formed on Jinbe's palms as he impacted Amon in the face. Amon tried to dodge the attack by taking a sidestep, but at last, it hit him right at his left shoulder. Gah! Amon was surprised himself. Jinbe wasn't supposed to be strong. No. Jinbe wasn't strong, rather he himself was weak. Past 2 years, he depended too much on his wings. After that he got Garo Garo no Mi. Even when he doesn't use these two, he depends on Rokushiki too much. Techniques were good, but in front of sheer power, nothing could stand. Kaido was a big example. Gear 4th Luffy couldn't even scratch him. Not at all, until he got advanced armament. Amon clenched his teeth. He can finish the fight with a single 115 million volts, or by dodging and attacking using his Rokushiki, something he's been training from a young age. But that's not enough. That's not sheer power, that's just swiftly applying his sheer power. Ugh, fuck me. What did Rayleigh say about armament again? Saying fuck it, Amon recalled Rayleigh's words and used Saimai kicking on his shoulder to relieve the pain and jumped back. Doing such, he was just at the end of the bubble barrier, just behind him the sea was lingering. Huh, that martial art sure is something, huh. Amon had some bruises around his body, but he wasn't tired that much. While on the other hand, Jinbe was gasping crazy. Looking at the Jinbe who was trying to catch a breath, Amon looked at his fist. It was bloody from all the skirmishes with an ink-black hockey-imbued fist mixed with Fishman karate. Fuck it. Amon put strength in his legs as he leapt forward, towards Jinbe's face. His fist shined briefly. Think of your fist as an elephant. Suddenly, his hand covered into a shining black armor. Amon grinned as he swung his fist backwards. He couldn't believe Rayleigh's one line helped him bypass his bottleneck. Rokugan, armament impact. His hockey-imbued arm shined purple before it hit the caught-off-guard Jinbe right in his face with a purple shockwave-like beam leaving his fist, penetrating Jinbe's body in the process. Lightly, Jinbe fell on his back. Amon stared at him for a few seconds before grinning lightly. What a crazy defense. Even when I hit your head. Huff. Jinbe was alive, fine. Normal people would have died, their head would have burst. He barely got up from the ground before looking at Amon with one of his eyes purple. Amon was injured at wheel, but they were just scratches. Don't underestimate. Fishman physique. That was nothing. Underestimate? I never did. It's just a little enviable. Amon said. I don't plan plans to kill you. Knight of the Sea. Jinbe completely ignored his words. He grinned and jumped forward without any prior notice. I hate to do it in this disgraceful way, but I have to for the sake of the king. Just behind Amon's back, the bubble barrier was standing proud, holding the sea on the other side of it. While the sounds of sea waves filled the area, Jinbe jumped at Amon as both of them penetrated the bubble and dropped into the sea. Fishmen are stronger in the water. While a devil fruit user was useless, or is it? Unbeknownst to Jinbe, Amon let himself get dragged. He has prepared everything beforehand. Jinbe didn't stop as he swam fast, deeper into the dark sea. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the world, Amon had a cold expression which soon transformed into a massive grin. A few minutes later. On the other side, in the middle of Fishman Island, a large commission was taking place. Fire. Kaya. The boxes containing the hundreds of signatures of citizens were in a fire. This would lead to the doom of the queen's dream. No. Someone bring water. Queen Otoheim ran from the middle of her children. She brought Shirahoshi as well since she was being stubborn. In front of her, the fire was burning the thing she's been craving for years. She was going through a crisis seeing the scene. No. 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 Everything seemed fuzzy to her. The screams of her subjects listened loud and hazy to her ears. Someone stop the fire. She screamed on top of her lungs, tears falling down her cheeks. Call the Fishman karate users. Seeing everyone running around, Otoheim tried to extinguish the fire with her dress as a few guards dragged her back. Your Highness, you can't. No, no. I have to do something. They are the signature I've been collecting for a... Bang. Before she could finish her words, a gunshot resounded from far away as a red trail of blood dripped from Otoheim's chest. Someone has assassinated the queen. Chapter 85. Fragile Humans. Jinbe POV. I pulled the human deep underwater. After traveling a few hundred meters from the island in an instant, I gripped him strongly. He was useless here, so I don't plan to hit him now. I will just leave him here and he will drown. I will not let him die though, not after my promise with Brother Tiger. I will take him back after he loses consciousness. Thinking such, I threw him forward. Sha. He went past the water a few meters away. As he floated there with his head down, I gazed ahead with a disgusted look. Fragile humans. However, Keck. The next second my eyes arched up soon after. Impossible. The human was looking at me with his lips sealed and a slight smile forming on his face. A bolt of lightning was out of his nose, dancing like a snake. Then it sounded. Fragile? You mean me? You are not wrong, but you are not right either. What is this? General POV. Laughing using electrical voice transmission, Amon slowly took off his purple suit, which was wet and heavy. As Amon's cloth came out, Jinbe stared at the scene with wide eyes. Under Amon's clothes was present a head-to-toe rubber suit, a full-body diving suit. Amon was wearing a diving suit that was blocking any water from touching his skin below his face. The face part was cut beforehand. Even with that skin revealing, the water couldn't affect his powers. A certain amount of body percentage needs to be sinking or submerged in water for the devil fruit user to lose his powers. Amon didn't have water touching him other than his eyes, nose, and mouth. So it wasn't enough to make his Logia body not work. Seawater isn't the same as sea stone. Among Logia users, only Crocodile is weak against even the tiniest seawater while everyone is weak against sea stone. Fishmen are overpowered, but that doesn't mean you should attack a human just out of an addiction. I could have died. Amon's technique let the vogue flow even underwater as Jinbe looked at it with wide eyes. How is he? Isn't he a devil fruit user? After many tests, Amon discovered, as a Logia, unless he had more than 15% of his body parts touching the still water, he would be fine. He would still have a Logia body effect. This was the case for every Logia other than sand fruit. Even Wiper can do this trick. However, only Garo no my user is brave enough to run around the sea like how Amon is doing. The reason was simple. Goro users don't need to breathe. Amon wasn't able to open his mouth as water would enter through it, making him sink. Fortunately, he was still fast. At least, faster than every fishman in the world, along with Jinbe. He heated up the water, hot enough for Jinbe to become uncomfortable but not hot enough for the rubber suit to melt. All the fish around that place, including sea kings, swam away as Amon went out of control. People might question, why was he doing this? He could have ended the fight in the land anyway. Well, it's for one big reason. Amon was dragging the fight for the queen to get shot. Amon wanted, along with Jinbe, every other fishman to feel first embarrassed, later grateful when he would save Queen Otoheim's life. Jinbe would receive the biggest hit. He would definitely blame himself after Amon successfully saves the queen. Realizing that when was busy trying to fight someone based on an assumption, he failed to protect his queen and the person he was trying to cripple saved her life. It would hit him hard. Amon would easily get a powerful ally. As he was about to defeat Jinbe, Amon sensed Horty Jones preparing things for himself. Amon didn't waste any more time and teleported in front of Jinbe as he started to attack him. Amon defeated Jinbe in seconds after giving him some massive shocks. His previous desire for testing his body's limit had faded. First of all, he already saw his limit. He even broke past it. Secondly, didn't want to fight a fishman underwater. Besides, the reason he was dragging the fight had been completed. He wanted to go back to Fishman Island now. So he grabbed Jinbe by his collar and dragged him through the sea at a speed just slightly below sound. Strangely, even if he could teleport with his clothes on, even many weapons in his hand, he can't teleport with another living being. No one else other than himself can become lightning after all. Bang! At an astonishing speed, Amon went to the middle of Fishman Island, the place where a gunshot just sounded out. At the stage where a fire had just been extinguished, Amon noticed the shot down Odoheim. He went there flying and dropped the fried Jinbe on the ground. Thud. After dropping him, Amon vanished from there and 0.9 seconds later, returned in brand new clothes which looked similar to his previous outfit. He also had a bag beside him. As he revealed himself, thousands of fishmen all around the stage shouted, "Boss Jinbe! A human! He hurt Boss Jinbe!" Amon expected such a reaction. That's the only reason he did such a thing after all. After this, a psychological effect similar to Jinbe would happen to them as well. It's a win-win situation. Under the surprise of the 3 princes and 1 princess, Amon crouched down beside Odoheim. "You, human, get away from." He glared at the people who were shouting. Silence. Amon released an explosion of Conqueror's Haki while imbuing electricity in his voice. If trained correctly, he might reach a level where he can mix electricity with Conquerors. Everyone fell silent. The fishmen felt their blood freeze. Like how a fish feels their life flash before them when they meet a predator fish, they are feeling the same right now. Even Odoheim's body froze. Even on her deathbed, she was trying to calm her subjects, but what is happening now? Cough. Mister. Amon averted his gaze towards her as his cold face and enraged eyes stayed the same. Queen, my previous word was directed towards you as well. Under her shocked state, Amon quickly used observation Haki to check where the bullet was. Seeing that it was far from the heart, he released a relieved sigh. He blamed his hands on her chest and started to flow a slight amount of electricity to relieve her pain and numb her senses. Ah, mister. Odoheim felt her pain subsiding, but she realized the wound was still there. She understood. The man must not have any ulterior motives, however. Suddenly, she heard a yell coming from the side. Everyone. As everyone looked in the direction, Amon grinned internally. It was Horty Jones, a royal guard. More so, he had a human in his hand. Horty looked ahead towards the dumb fishman. This would be his first step to take over the throne. Everyone, this is the guy who shot our queen. He screamed loudly. He is a human. The people we are trying to ally with. Every fishman got out of their shock from the previous outburst and started to yell loudly. They couldn't believe such a thing. So this is the human's real facade? All the time, they hated humans. Fisher Tiger became their hero for opposing them as well. Yet, when the queen defended the same humans, they accepted it. Yet, how impudent. Humans. Everyone screamed with tears falling. Horty grinned internally. Yes. His captain, Jinbe's absence allowed him to make things fast. He heard Jinbe win a fight a human, that human beside Odoheim. Looking at Amon doing something and the queen making a relieved face, he realized the human might be trying to save her. He made a plan. He pointed at Amon. That human. He must be the assassin's helper. Stop him. Everyone. Kill the human. Amon looked at Horty for a second before looking at Odoheim. Meanwhile, the fishmen were in a haywire. They were screaming while among the crowd. Robin was looking at Amon with worry filled in her eyes. She was also keeping Riki down, who was trying to cut the fishmen. The royal guards were running towards Amon, trying to stop himself while the queen was trying to say something. Overall, it was a disastrous moment. That was not the biggest problem, though. It didn't help with the monster in a child's form, weapon of mass destruction, Poseidon losing her mind. Looking at Amon, doing something to Odoheim, Shirahodi was crying. Mother. Wea. With a single cry, everyone fell silent again. But this time, in seconds, Fishman Island got surrounded by giant, intimidating Sea-Kings. As if the whole world lost its sound, Shirahoshi kept screaming. The 3 princes tried to stop her cry but failed miserably. Amon continued to take out medical equipment from the bag on his side. He took out the spray dial and other accessories and was preparing to take out the bullet from Odoheim's wound. He glanced at the back where many Sea-Kings were lurking. He felt no sense of fear looking at them. They were just giant fish. They can be fried right now if he made the seawater 1,500 degrees hot, thus vaporizing the water. Then averting his gaze to the crying Shirahoshi, he grinned internally. He has seen her power with his own eyes just now. It was awesome, more so, that power would be in his hands soon. Silently, he released a slight bolt of electricity into her nerves, making her fall unconscious. Shirahoshi. Under the prince's scream, the Sea Kings returned without no one left to command them anymore. Amon POV. Ignoring the prince's reaction, I looked back at the people behind me. God, they looked disgusting. They looked pretty, bearable in the 2D anime, but I'm sure nobody would like to meet the Fishman in real life. I guess I know why humans hate them. Currently, they were standing in their spot, intimidated by the Sea Kings. If I hadn't knocked out the girl, the whole island would have been crushed. Not that they are aware of my actions, how sad. I missed an opportunity to become a hero. Wait, they're gone. It didn't take long for them to gain back their sanity as they again looked at me. The guards continued running, as I was about to bandage the queen. It helps a lot with surgery after gaining the power to numb senses. Human, get away from the queen. Ugh, they've been screaming for a while now. It's annoying and distracting though. Fuck. Even though it's true that if she survives then I will be a hero, it's also true that if she died then I will be blamed. Looking back at them, I release a slight sigh and stare at them coldly. I notice Riki having wide eyes while looking at my cold face. Well, I guess I've been an acting lovey-dovey for 14 years in front of her. Not only her, nobody saw my true face yet. I guess Robin did a little. Anyway, I need to take off the mask before the mask takes over me. I think, one more year. I didn't say anything looking at the soldiers and just streamed my willpower through. I guess knocking down a few thousand people won't be that big of a problem. Conqueror's Haki. With a burst of my Haki, everyone dropped on the ground, unconscious. I accidentally knocked Riki, Robin, and Cricket's gang as well. Fuck. I need more control over it. Fuh. Currently, everyone was knocked out. Only me and the queen are conscious in the range of 3 kilometers. She seems to be doing better than before, though she still has fear lingering within her eyes. I wave my hands at her. Hello. Nice to meet you. Was it weird to introduce myself like this? UHG. Hello. Thank you for, cough, saving my life. She was still coughing and breathing heavily. Nodding at her, I took out more bandages and removed her dress. The bullet hit her sternum and glanced off. Lucky her, the injuries seemed a lot worse than they actually were. I quickly start bandaging the part. It didn't take much time with her cooperation. She is quite quick to grasp on the situation. I guess her observation is powerful. I can feel she can feel my emotions as well. Fortunately, I have learned to control and trick myself to genuinely feel differently. Looking at me, she had a smile on her face. I can guess her thoughts as well. She was happy seeing a human saving her life. She can use this as a fact to prove that not all humans are bad, while unbeknownst to her, that will only help me with my reputation. Though can I be considered human with wings on my back? No. Disregarding my wings, can I even be considered human? Not that I care. Chapter 86, Alliance Number 2. Amon sprayed some medicine on her wounds. Just a second ago he got the bullet out, so Otoheim was doing fine. In canon, if she received immediate medical treatment, she might have been saved. But that didn't happen and she died. Amon saved her life this time, thus forming a solid relationship with Fishman Island. In the future, if he gets strong enough to retain the island from Whitebeard's name, it will help a lot by having the gate to the new world under him. Besides, let's not talk about the ancient weapon. Amon quickly bandaged her chest while talking with the patient to keep her distracted. Finally, after a few minutes, Fishmen out of the range of the Conqueror's Haki started to come here as this place had fallen terribly silent. Amon helped Otoheim sit down as she looked around at her unconscious subjects. She then glanced back at the spot where Hody Jones was lying unconsciously. Particularly, she glanced at the dead human. She bit her lip slightly. Was I targeted by humans? Her thoughts were wondering. Amon sensed them and packed his bag. Don't worry about it. The human wasn't the one who pulled the trigger. Otoheim instantly looked at him with question-filled eyes. Amon smiled as he flashed before her eyes. Around 7 seconds later, he returned with a camera dial in his hand. These types of dials are quite normal around the Blues, even before Amon started his business. He lightly tossed the camera towards her. Here, watch the clip inside it. You'll understand what I mean. Otoheim caught it curiously. After inspecting the device for a while, she clicked on the play button as her eyes grew up. She again played it, but the reaction didn't change. She kept playing it until tears were falling down her face. Why did one of us do this? The clip had Hody pulling the trigger and Otoheim getting shot. Otoheim was too caught in the situation to ask him the origin of the camera. One of Amon's spies captured it, and Amon decided to wipe his memory of this incident for certain reasons. Soon, one by one, people started to get up from the ground. They were instantly confused. After looking around, they got overwhelmingly happy seeing their queen sitting, alive. But soon after, rage took them over as they noticed the tears coming out of her eyes. She was crying beside the human. Luckily, Odoheim stopped them from attacking Amon. Fortunately for them, they didn't take 2 steps. Amon left things in Odoheim's hands. As more people retained their consciousness, they started a barrage of questions asking why Odoheim was protecting the human. She could have shown the clip, but she was hesitant in showing it to everyone. She knew Hody would definitely be sentenced to death, but she didn't want that to happen to this foolish child. However, this is why Amon was here. Amon incited her by saying, "What will they think if you don't reveal it? They will believe all humans are like that. Besides, no kingdom is perfect. Having 1 or 2 bad apples throwing a revolution isn't that rare. Show it, do it. It's for the greater good." Odoheim, without any other choice left, acted on his suggestion. He was right after all. If she didn't reveal that it was Hody Jones who led this assassination, they will keep believing a human tried to assassinate her, thus destroying what she wanted to achieve all her life. After that, while things were going haywire, she sincerely invited Amon to come to the palace. She didn't want a human to see the shameful state of the Fishman race. Amon accepted the offer as he called out to Robin and Cricket's team. Then Jinbe volunteered to direct them to the palace along with the royal children. Odoheim would need more time to balance things out. Hearing that Jinbe volunteered to lead Amon meant that even now, he was suspicious that Amon might pull something to the king if left alone. Not long after, Amon's team and the royal children reached the gate of the palace. Shirahoshi was still unconscious, so Jinbe was carrying her, a few steps ahead of the group. While walking, he was thinking with a guilty heart, "I must apologize to him." Although Shirley's divination rarely fails, it still does sometimes. This seemed one of those times. Jinbe stopped in front of the giant gate of the castle. The gates were massive so that even the giant Merman King could easily enter it. Stopping, he turned around. He decided that this was a perfect place to apologize right here and now. "Warlord Lucifer, before we enter the castle, I must apologize for my actions before. But I do have a reason for that." He quickly shook his head. "No, I have no excuses. It was my fault. You even saved Her Highness' life." Cricket's team, Riki and the 3 princes were confused as to what had happened, while Amon just shook his head. "It's fine. You must have had a good reason. I heard that there is a fortune teller here. Did she say something about me? Haha. Sorry. Tell her that I was just having fun with her a little. It's nothing serious." Jinbe was surprised hearing him. "Playing? Wait, did you alter that scene by yourself?" Amon smiled lightly with his eyes closed like a wise man. "Not entirely. I won't think of killing someone kind as Neptune even as a joke. It was a mistake on my part. I ask forgiveness." Amon bowed lightly. "And Shirley? She seems very shocked. I guess I will have to apologize to her myself. I will compensate her with dinner someday." Jinbe was caught a little off guard, but he soon nodded. "Then, please. I won't ask for forgiveness for what I did. After all, you might have died. But please, hold no grudge against the Fishman." He wanted to bow, but Shirahoshi was on his shoulder. Amon just waved his hands in dismissal. Releasing a relieved sigh, Jinbe led them again. Riki asked a question about what was happening, and Amon told her about their fight. The royal children were surprised to hear that Amon won. Not long after, Amon and the team were sitting on a couch. The royal children were taken to another room and Jinbe left to escort the injured queen. More accurately, the king has refused to meet anyone before getting his wife back, so he left alone to get her back. As soon as Jinbe learned about it, he rushed out after him. While thinking this, Amon glanced at Riki who was sitting beside him with a face filled with mixed expressions. Amon crackled a little. If she was acting like this just after seeing his cold face, he couldn't imagine how she would react if she saw the abyss itself. Amon shook his head and looked at Robin. "See, I told you I'll be fine." Robin just looked away. "Yes, I can see that. That doesn't mean what you did wasn't dangerous." Amon broke out in small laughter while Cricket and the Monkey Brothers sat there awkwardly. They waited for the royal family to return, but it seemed the king was too caught up in things to greet them, so they were given an appointment for the next day. Accordingly, some maids showed them the ways to their room for the night. Amon decided to pay a visit to Vanderdeck Kin 9, hiding in the large ship Noah. On the next day, they were again sitting at the same spot, but this time the king and his queen were sitting in front of them. "I'm terribly sorry for keeping you waiting," Respectable guest. Odoheim bowed down slightly to Amon, who just took a sip from his cup of tea. Ignore that. Rather, I would like some more of this tea. Mass-produced if possible. The king and queen looked at each other. If you like it so much, we can give it to you as much as possible. No, not that. I mean a business. A trade. Amon smiled. I heard that Fishman Island will immigrate to the surface. I was thinking of being the first country to ally with them if possible. Odoheim looked at him surprised, before turning into confusion. Country? I thought you were a warlord. Indeed, I'm one. But I'm also king of a small unknown country in the sky. A sky island. Amon placed the cup at the table. With a business smile on his face, he then explained the Skypia. Amon was a little impatient inside, and the reason was his visit to Noah last night. I'm sure Jinbe must have heard about the new ally of Alabasta Kingdom. That's my country. After a few minutes, Amon had explained the basics. Odoheim made a thinking posture. So that's the reason why you married the princess of Alabasta? Odoheim asked. Amon was impressed that she knew this much. Wow, indeed. Amon nodded slightly as the king grumped. Before you say anything, I won't give my shira to you. Although he said this, he was staring at Amon and Ricky's wings. He recalled the history briefly, but he shook his head. Impossible. Jaya vanished 400 years ago. They can't be Shandorians. They vanished even though they were given the job to protect the Poneglyph. Amon grinned, hearing his internal thought. He laughed lightly. Don't worry, I'm not here for that. She's only 6, after all. The king sighed. He was grateful for what he did yesterday, but still. On the other hand, Amon didn't have many advantages which can be used to propose a marriage offer, so he planned to refrain from doing so. For now, that is. Then it's decided. Queen Odoheim took his words to heart. It would be a blessing if she can make Skypia her ally. Even though it's not a famous country, it is after all still Alabasta's ally. Besides, this can be a starting point for Fishman Island. Benefactor, I don't mind allying with you at all. In fact, I would be more than happy to do so. By the way, isn't it pretty ironic how Skypia is 10,000 meters above the sea while Fishman Island is 10,000 meters below sea? Amon laughed at her logic. Yes, indeed. There is a reason for that, though. He then continued on the topic. Are you aware of the war that occurred 800 years ago? Odoheim's eyes attached upwards. I saw the Poneglyph in the forest out there. There is a Poneglyph in the sky as well. It talks about the mermaid princess. Amon said. I'm sure you are aware who I'm talking about. Odoheim's body had already frozen by then. How did he know about this? On the other hand, the king had disbelief lingering within his eyes. 800, we were given a job by my ancestors. It was to protect the Poneglyph. But there was more to it. It was also to protect the entirety of the Fishman race. It was to protect the mermaid princess. While everyone in the room listened to this with wide eyes and a purely shocked face, Amon took out a dial. Here, watch this clip as proof. It was Neptune who instantly accepted it. As the king of Fishman Island, he knew that a Poneglyph containing the information of Poseidon was given to Jaya's inhabitants. After seeing Shirahoshi summon the Sea Kings twice already, he knew she was the one. But he needed to be sure that Amon was telling the truth. Is he really a Shandorian? He would recognize the Poneglyph if he saw it. Impossible. Looking at the video clips and photos, Neptune was shocked to the core. He didn't know what the Poneglyph said in detail, but he knew it's about the mermaid princess. So he was forced to believe that what Amon said about protecting the fishmen was the truth. He then placed the camera down and looked at Amon with shaky eyes. Are you a Shandorian? Amon nodded. Indeed, more precisely I'm a Shandian, the descendants. I'm the current leader of the bunch as well. I guess you are aware of the things since you are the king. Amon's position in Neptune's mind instantly jumped up. Please, respectable guests, forgive us if we made any mistake. Please don't shame us by calling the Shandora a small country. He instantly bowed, leaving Jinbe and Odoheim speechless. The city Shandora that Neptune knew was the one from 800 years ago. Shandora, a kingdom that matched Wano at power, even though it was very small. Amon grinned internally. He always loved to use these points to form relationships. I have nothing to complain about. Rather, I sincerely invite you to the sky, the city of gold, Shandora. Amon widened his arms. They were too caught in the situation to answer his request. Fishman Island was a thing, but Neptune knew the legacy of Shandorians was something he might never see in his life. This was a godsend invitation. Amon then continued to talk with them as hours passed by. During this time, Amon had already caught Neptune's interest. Haha, Sir Lucifer, It would have been great if you were born here. But I'm sure, with someone like you, the Shandora will prosper again. I really hope that you would form an alliance with us. It would be our honor. The pleasure is all mine. Jinbe was happy seeing that nothing bad had happened. While Amon finally reached a particular point where he needed to incite the king and queen, he looked at them coldly. He had a for-your-own-good look on his face. Don't immigrate to the surface yet. The queen was a bit hesitant, but strangely the king nodded instantly. He trusted him after he introduced himself as the protector of Fishman. More so, he was the king of Shandora, god of the sky. After some more discussion, Amon was able to force the queen to agree as well. He used the fact that there is internal conflict among themselves, so if they try to go out in the air, they might easily fall. Also, slave merchants. Soon after, it was decided. Their alliance would form without any problems. Amon was very happy inside. However, he was eager to get out of this meeting as soon as possible. Last night, after he visited Vanderdecken 9 and Noah, he didn't kill him. He returned since he sensed something particularly interesting. The interesting thing was letting out a dangerous aura as well. Amon didn't know what it was, but he felt the aura similar to something Rayleigh had. So he took it from Rayleigh, he took one of the swords from Rayleigh, and went to the ship. After doing some procedures, like subduing the Vanderguy to the Fishman guards, Amon started to look around the ship hastily. There, he found a single sword. But he needed to finish the job here first. A few more days for their alliance to shape nicely. Chapter 87. You're 15. 1 year later, age 15. Inside a dimly lit room, on a luxurious soft bed with a white bed sheet, I was with a blonde woman in her mid-30s. I lightly pinched the blonde mature woman's nipples, making her moan lightly. Don't touch me so suddenly. How could I not? I didn't heed to her. I can't believe you are only 35. Ignoring the woman, Coin's groan, I continued to play with her nipples. She was a beautiful blonde woman, but her beauty would one day vanish when she would have aged more. Not that it's a problem, I will just get a new one. Currently, she was lying on her back while I was on top of her. I pulled up her nipples one by one as she shook her body. I didn't stop there and moved my mouth forward to start sucking one of her nipples. Coin twisted her body lightly while I kept her still while pushing her down by grabbing her other breast. It's been 7 months since I'm having sex. I've been training for the whole year. Today, I'm taking a break. My motorbike is almost complete. I will use it to go to the moon and spend a long time there. I need to keep away from everyone for a few years to show up my actual self. They won't question the change after 2 or 3 years of my time on the moon. While thinking, I moved my hands down to Coin's crotch as I started to move my fingers at the border of her cave. She replied with a sweet moan. Oh. I didn't stop and started to move one of my hands to massage her breast while the other was playing with her cave. My mouth was sucking her nipples while she was breathing heavily, covering her forehead. Yes, keep going. NNGH. She said as I twisted her clits. She released a loud moan, befitting her slutty outlook. I then moved my mouth towards her face. I went towards her lips, but she placed a finger above my lips. Baby. Let's not do that. We can't kiss. She said with a nervous smile. That's the only thing I won't do. Obviously, I didn't listen to her and stole a kiss. This is our 3rd time having sex, but the first time we were kissing. She was against it while talking about her husband. What a slut. She's been sleeping with me, yet she makes such excuses. While she struggled, I moved my tongue inside her mouth, fighting against her own tongue. She was still trying to resist a little, but how can a weak woman like her beat me at this game? While kissing, I played with her cave as I finally entered my fingers inside her cave. She made a surprised complexion as she tried to pull back her face, but I bit her tongue. I caught her tongue's end with my teeth, rendering her unable to move anymore. I will now start the main game. However, knock knock. Some stupid bitch knocked on the door as a frown appeared on my face. I know who it is, but Coin seemed scared. Fuck. Bitch ruined the moment. Knock knock. Hey. Coin opened the door. I didn't heed to the calls and continued playing with the flustered Coin. It's kind of kinky to keep doing it with people around, but I guess it's my thing. Bang. Fuck. Coin, are you fucking big bro again? Ugh. This girl Rayleigh. I need to teach her a lesson later. I sent a bit of electricity from far as she got knocked out of her senses. After that, I continued doing what I was doing. General POV. A few hours later, Rayleigh was sitting on the floor with a dial in her hand which she was holding on her ear. Sniff, Robin. Help me. Big bro shocked me again. He bullied me again. Ricky was shedding crocodile tears. You know, he was fucking a woman who lives here. Sniff. I went to check on them, and he knocked me out. Ricky was complaining to Robin on the whiskey peak. Fuck. This is not the first woman too. I thought he turned a new leaf since it's been several months the last time he fucked a woman, but he's at it again. More so, he's fucking his own church's nun. Ricky was complaining while Robin was listening to this with a wry smile. Calm down, Ricky. He's been like that for a long time. I was wondering why he was acting innocent all of a sudden, but this just proves he is still your brother. Humph. I won't talk to him ever. Ricky was going through puberty. Rebellious thoughts are just part of the package. Or no. I don't think I can do that. I'm too attached to him. Wah. Robin sighed from the other side. Things would get busy soon. Yet, he is just fucking around, quite literally. Anyway, Ricky. Big sis will talk later. I have some works to do by. Hey, I want to talk more. Beep. Fuck. Everyone is so mean. Why keep living in this world? Ricky shed some tears and decided to go to ISA this time. Her mission to try out that thing that Amon likes to do would be done at a later time. Fuh. Robin released a sigh after disconnecting the call. He's been doing it again, huh? Can't he tell I don't like it? No, it's my fault to think he should understand what I want. Then should I try to seduce? No. I don't want to ruin this relationship. Robin again released a grand sigh. Things were going smoothly these days. There were no problems with the alliances and their organization was also progressing smoothly. They've been doing better than Crocodile, while his organization was also growing after recruiting some new faces. Luckily, that girl Miss Valentine was not dumb enough to betray Amon and is still working for him. However, there was one problem. Vice Admiral Liger has finally started to move. That can be a real problem. Vice Admiral Liger, one of the strongest vice admirals currently working under the Marines. His devil fruit is powerful, but that's not what makes him dangerous. His greed does. He wants to be an admiral in the future, but his contributions are too low to be nominated as a candidate. Knowing this, Amon used his greed against him, so he was working according to Amon's wishes, not that he was aware at all. He's looking for evidence against Crocodile. Amon was using his enemies against each other. He can't just kill Crocodile off since there might be some questions. But more so, he was being cautious about who Crocodile really was. For all he knew, Crocodile can be connected to some big shot who will hunt Amon down if news gets out. So Amon was using the Marines as a bait. However, Robin didn't know any of it. She was scared. It would be a big problem if Lucy doesn't take him down now. Robin had enough confidence that Amon could take him down. She has seen his powers with her own eyes. She feared nothing at this point. Robin put down her papers for a while and took out her drink that she hid under the table. Only this can comfort me, huh? I hate you. On the other hand, Amon was only doing it with coin to relieve his stress. He has hit a limit. His Garo no Mi wasn't improving anymore. Fuck. Amon cursed as coin stared at his face from the side. They finished their intercourse after 4 hours. Amon was forced to stop as coin was too weak to continue. She hugged Amon while wrapping her legs around him. What is it, sweetheart? Was I not good enough? You were the best. Amon kissed her lightly. It's not about you. I'm facing some minor problems. Don't mind it. Coin stared at his face for a while before placing her head against Amon's chest. He had grown taller, around 210 centimeters, so Coin was much shorter than him. All right. I won't pry. Amon stroked her hair while looking at her. What a bitch. Thinking of the things she has done until now, Amon released a small chuckle. Anyway, I should pay more attention to myself. I need to know why I can't use more than 250 million volts. Amon had reached the output value of 250 mil volts 2 months ago, but after that he had no improvements. It's been 1.5 years since he got the fruit. By now he reached 250 million volt of outputable power from the initial 100 million volts. He improved a lot, but it still wasn't good enough. Even a normal lightning bolt was 300 million volts, while some can even reach 1 billion volts. It doesn't make sense why the Garo no Mi, literal lighting itself, can't generate even this minimum power. Chapter 88. Popcorn. Time passed by as Amon was called by Robin. But before going back to Whiskey Peak, he decided to pay a visit to ISA. ZZZ. He teleported behind her while she had Isa on her side with another newborn in her hold. This was ISA's new child. It's a boy this time. He's 2 months old. Amon did some throughout inspection with his observation to check if the child was a reincarnated person or not. He can't check every newborn, but since this guy is not someone who existed in canon, Amon had to do it. The result was, no, he was not, which was fortunate for the child. It didn't matter that he was Isa's son. Amon wasn't sure if he would have the same talent as Isa, so he was using special medicines on the child's body to help him grow quickly and well in the future. He was also hypnotizing him from the get-go so that he can be under the complete control of Amon. His brain will develop to listen to Amon's every command. It was easy to achieve such a feat with his nerve-numbing, hypnotic abilities. Amon spent some time with him and finally vanished from the sky. Along with a special-looking sword on his waist, Amon was flying towards Whiskey Peak. He needs to finish Croc soon. He plans to marry Vivi before 1520. If he kills Croc at the same time, people will get suspicious of Vivi while witnessing her powers. So he needs to make Croc vanish before that time. For that, he had already been controlling the greedy Liger from the shadows. After reaching the mayor building, Amon frowned, sensing that Robin was once again drinking. Fucking bitch, she's destroying her health. He gritted his teeth. I guess I will have to subdue her in a better way than this soon enough. Thinking such, he teleported behind Robin inside the room and snatched the drink from her hand. Didn't I say not to drink anymore? Seeing his sudden arrival, Robin got flustered. When did you? Amon cut her midway. No, that's not important. Listen to me. You need to stop drinking. Although she had a flustered face at first, she turned her back on him. Why would I stop? I like it. Have I ever asked you to stop having sex with random girls? Then why are you meddling in my personal life? Amon made a shocked face. He grabbed her by her shoulders and turned her around to face him. His face went cold as he leaned forward close to her face. Nico Robin, I said, don't drink anymore. Amon lightly tossed away the bottle of whiskey while Robin stood there, frozen. After a few seconds, she clenched her teeth and glared at him. Why do you care? Robin took a deep breath. I said it. You've been fucking around all day, while I can't do what I love. Unexpectedly, Amon instantly looked back at her eyes. His eyes wide and tears forming at their corners. He blinked twice as lines of tears started falling like fountains. I can't care about someone I adore? You want me to die? Fine. Don't look for me anymore. Amon covered his face with a hand and started walking away. Robin stood there, frozen for the second time. This time, her mind went blank. The only thing she can think of is, no. What have I done? Amon walked outside the room as his tears stopped. Yawn. Why is she acting this way? Not that this is the first time I'm fucking around, also not the first time she knew I'm doing this. Sigh. I hate these types of situations. But if she wants me in the bed, if she's so desperate, I won't refuse. It was quite clear what she wanted. Amon doesn't have any problems giving it to her. He then went to a restaurant to eat some food. He was hungry after spending time in the sky, besides he hated forming fake tears. After eating, Amon had better things to do. Vice Admiral Liger knows many things about Baroque works, even the fact about their alliance. Amon has to make sure he delivers the information to the HQ about Crocodile, but that the fact of their alliance doesn't get out. Well, even if it does, it's easily coverable. Liger is a greedy man. He didn't report anything to the HQ since, first of all, this was a suspicion of him, to begin with. Amon was the one who planted the seed of suspicion in him, of course. Although by now, he knew the suspicion was correct, yet he wanted to take the achievement of exposing a warlord in his name, so he didn't report to the HQ yet. Amon currently knew where Liger was. He just needs to be sure. Without thinking much, Amon ignored Robin's problem for now and teleported to Crocodile's gamble house. In a decently lit room, two men were sitting opposite each other on a luxurious couch. At the left, Crocodile was sitting with his elbows resting on his thighs while his hands were clasped together. On the other hand, on the right side, a man with a lion-like physique was sitting with his arms spread and resting on the couch. The man had a large stature. He had shoulder-length blonde hair coming out of his mask. He had a small blonde beard around his chin. His body was also covered in many kinds of tattoos. He looks like the national rank hunter, Thomas Andre from Solo Leveling. Currently, he is looking towards Crocodile. Kikek. So, Mr. Zero, what do you think about reconsidering my offer? Work for me. I won't reveal anything, he said while looking at Crocodile with a mocking grin. Crocodile frowned. Vice Admiral Liger, I don't know why you are after me, but I have already said this once. I will say this again. I won't work for anyone. The man was Liger, the Vice Admiral Amon was talking about. Oh ho? Why though? I mean, it's such a good offer. I will help you grow more than your rival/partner, whatever you call that group. But if you don't take my offer, you will die. A buster call will be summoned and will destroy you quite easily. Liger looked at him with his eyes glimmering. He was offering Crocodile to work for him. He changed his mind on exposing him from the get-go. He will use him for a few years before doing that. But if he doesn't accept, he will definitely kill him here. He is a short-tempered man after all. If you accept, it's a win-win for both of us, no? If you don't, then you are dead through and through. Crocodile's veins are visible now. For the past week, this guy has been coming to him every day. He knows about his illegal work. He knows about most of them. Crocodile was quite angry at who might have done this, but he guessed it's a spy among his people. Crocodile then inspected the man for a while. He's supposedly on vacation, yet he is threatening him while even being undercover. Crocodile knew a vice admiral was strong, but he feared no one. He was stronger. He is the king of desert. My answer will always be, no. Stop me if you can. I'm scared of no marine. Use the buster call. I will obliterate them. Crocodile said with a dangerous glim around him. He wasn't scared, but he didn't know the vice admiral in front of him was stronger than most the people he ever met. Liger laughed at his response. Keck. Then so be it, I will let the HQ know. They just need to come here. Using a buster call isn't hard for someone like me. In a second, Liger took out a snail from his pocket. He dialed the din din mushy as it was picked up in a second. Gotcha. Crocodile moved his hands while Liger was talking. Mushy mushy, it's me. Sands came from the floor of the room and devoured the snail. The crispy sound of moving sand irritated Liger. Crocodile sneered. What do you think you are doing, Liger? Crocodile glared at him as Liger looked at him with an expressionless face. He lightly cracked his neck. How confident you are. I don't even need to use my ability to whip someone like you, Keck. At a ridiculous speed, Liger jumped forward, trying to grab Crocodile by his neck, but Crocodile vanished from his sight. Liger activated his observation hockey. Although this wasn't his best facet, he still found Croc soon enough. He was out of the city, in the desert. I didn't know that guy was such a coward. Saying this, Liger jumped out of a window. He went towards Crocodile, flying using moonwalk. Crocodile noticed Liger in the air. After Amon's influence, Crocodile was less prideful than before. So he didn't mind using some cheap tricks like fighting at the arena, which would have let him use his maximum powers. After Crocodile did so, it was unknown if Liger, one of the strongest vice admiral who expertise in armament, would be able to beat Crocodile, the same Crocodile who knows armament and was much stronger than before. Meanwhile, Amon watched the scene from the air, with a bag of popcorn in his hand and a sword wrapped in white clothing on his waist. Such an unexciting fight. But who will win? Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. It didn't matter who would win. In the end, this was Amon's perfect opportunity to take down both of them. Now, he doesn't even have to wait for Liger to let the HQ know of things. After some search, when they find both Crocodile and Liger's dead body, they will know things by themselves. One stone, two birds. Will I win the gamble? Oh wait, but I'm cheating. How sad. Amon tilted his head. I will choose a draw. This match would be a draw. Chapter 89. Battle of Element and Animal. As far as the eyes could see, there was sand. This place was kilometers away from the residential area. Sir Crocodile was looking ahead of him. Liger had finally arrived. He reconsidered if he should create a pit of quicksand under him. But he found it too easy, so he suppressed himself from finishing him off too early. Even though he was a little more cautious than his anime counterpart due to Amon's influence, his bad habit of playing with his enemies still stands. Oh, you worthless vice admiral. You fell for my trap. You entered my domain. Crocodile crackled up. Ha ha ha. Kekek. Unexpectedly for Crocodile, Liger also laughed. He knew what Crocodile was pointing towards, but there was no way he would lose. Crocodile, do you know what my devil fruit is? Slowly, Liger's body was changing. Strange tiger-like marks were forming in his body while blonde fur was covering his entire self. Keka. It's a zoan, an ancient zoan to be specific. He grinned as Crocodile frowned. Thousands of years ago, there used to exist a certain animal. That was a mutant race, a mixture of lion and tiger. Using its extraordinary power, it gained its name. Liger. Ironically, my dead parents chose this certain name for me, and I also got this certain fruit. His grin widened as he spread his arms in the air. Ancient zoan, cat fruit, model, Liger. From the sky, Amon chuckled hearing him. His guess was correct. Although word of his exact devil fruit name never got out, he knew for a fact that it should be something like this. After all, he had seen it in person before. But an ancient zoan? Talk about a pleasant surprise. Liger's body grew in size and got completely covered in golden fur with markings similar to a tiger all around his body. However, he also had a lion-like head. In this form, he looked dangerous and intimidating. He obviously had the power to back that look as well. His pupils were now red, glaring at Crocodile. Crocodile didn't think much. The man was dangerous. He raised his right hand in the air and swung the arm down aggressively. Desert sword. Crocodile formed his right hand into a loose blade of fast-moving sand and then stabbed it into the ground, extending it along the ground like a torpedo, splitting anything in its path, including the very ground itself. However, Liger had already vanished from his spot. He suddenly appeared from behind Crocodile with his hand forming a punch. Keck, you aren't half bad, huh? Before Crocodile could fully turn around, Liger's punch hit him in the face. Bam! Crocodile tried to transform into sand, but the punch hit him too hard. He flew a few meters away from the spot, but he didn't hit the ground. He transformed into sand midair and became one with the desert itself. Liger stood there in silence, looking around him. The wind of the desert caressed his fur while the heat made him sweat a little. This was a bad atmosphere for an animal that never touched the desert, resulting in a huge disadvantage by the fur covering his body. Did that coward run away after one hit? His question was answered the next second as a hand made of sand came out of the ground and grabbed his leg. He grinned and stepped on it with his other leg, but more hands came out of the ground and subdued him. In a few seconds, hands were wrapping his whole body and pulling him underground. Liger couldn't move at all. Ha. Show yourself, coward. He was quite fascinated by how Crocodile did things. Crocodile took a big lesson from the time he got threatened by Amon with frickin' water bottles. He won't let himself be humiliated like that, ever again. Soon after, in front of Liger's eyes, a sand sculpture of a human came out of the ground and soon took the form of Crocodile, who had a cigar in his mouth. Look at your worthless face. Did you think beating me in a desert is possible? Crocodile looked down at him, who looked back with a grin. Oh, you think some hands made of sand can keep me down? Suddenly, his 9-foot body started to grow large and soon took the form of a 25-feet-tall giant humanoid Liger. Have you ever seen an awakened devil fruit? You didn't, right? So here, you can take pride in being able to see it now. He monologued while freeing himself from the sand hands. Crocodile growled seeing this. It seemed he would have to get serious as well. With his hands preparing to grab Liger's giant neck, Crocodile jumped forward. But that was the wrong move. Yun, this is boring, too boring. Although it was quite a surprise that Liger had already awakened his fruit and even had such a transformation up his sleeves, he couldn't outmatch the cautious Crocodile. Though that doesn't mean Crocodile was on the winning side either. The current match was impossible to determine, for most people at least. Amon kept watching the match while floating on his stomach, around 3,000 meters up in the air. He could still see everything clearly. Amon made some preparations and took some pictures of the match. This can be enough to prove that they died while fighting each other. At first, he wanted to take things slowly and finish Crocodile in a way that won't let the Marines know about it. Although doing things such hideously didn't appeal to Amon, he had to be careful since he would be absent from the earth for a while. First, he wanted to use Liger to expose everything about Crocodile. Then when he would have been in the run, Amon would have claimed his head. However, this wasn't half bad either. This was a through and through golden opportunity. Eating ice cream that he brought from the sky a minute ago, Amon kept looking at the scene. Suddenly, Amon's sword flinched lightly as he patted it lightly. Don't act like you have a life. I will get paranoid. Chuckling to himself, Amon looked back at the first month of him with the sword. At first, the sword was a disobedient piece of shit. It took him 375 hours of Conqueror's hockey injections into that shit to tame it. Even now, it's an aggressive and stubborn sword just like its other two family members. Oh, it's getting interesting. Amon paid more attention to the fight down there. Hours later, Amon was walking through the desert with a packet of fries in his hand. After walking like that for a few more a minute, Amon finally reached a sandy hill which he climbed atop. He looked down at the two people barely keeping up their fight. Crocodile was barely forming his sand attacks while Liger was on the verge of falling to his knees. His body had become very skinny and dry, indicating him falling victim to Crocodile's moisture-draining ability. The fight was interesting since, somehow, Crocodile learned how to use armament as well. Crocodile wasn't weak at all this time around. and since he was less arrogant than before, he at least reached this point. In fact, if he was not arrogant at all, he might even have won against that monster. Amon sipped some juice which he spilled out because the heat ruined the taste. Crocodile and Liger were still on their feet. Amon grinned. It was time to hunt. Hey boys. Both Crocodile and Liger looked back. Hey boys. What? Lucifer. Both of them had the same reaction seeing the black-haired, red-eyed devil looking at them with a grin while his hair was fluttering in the air. It's been a while, both of you. Although their initial reaction was indeed that of being surprised, currently they were plotting in their head. Great. I'm his partner. He will take my side. Great. From what I know they are enemies, he will take my side. Unfortunately for both of them, they will be getting one big surprise. Amon grinned and took out his sword. He would have never thought of carrying a sword all the time like this before. Things changed after he got this piece of art. This was one of Tenguiyama Hitetsu's creations. Meanwhile, Robin was in her room sitting in her chair, staring at the ceiling with hollow eyes. I failed again. I really am a devil. Just for some drink, I heard him. Her tears were spilling even though she's been crying for hours now. A thought came to her mind. Should I commit suicide? She instantly shook her head. She glanced at the hidden bottle of whiskey around the room. No, I will never drink in my life again. She fell on the bed face first and cried while hugging her pillow. I won't rebel ever again. Please come back. Chapter 90. Killing Two Birds. There are 3 Kitetsu blades in this world. All of them are cursed swords. Kitetsu 3, Sandai Kitetsu, one of the grade blades. The sword Zaro had in canon. In this timeline, Riki is using it. This one was made by Tenguiyama Hitetsu. Kitetsu 2, Nidai Kitetsu, one of the 21 great grade blades. This sword resides in Wano. Luffy used it for a while in canon. This one was made by Tenguiyama Hitetsu's ancestor, Kotetsu. There is also Kotetai. This was made by Kotetsu's ancestor. Amon walked above the sandhill in the desert and looked down. He teleported from his spot for a second and returned with a cold drink. Duck, 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 duck. Gah. He gulped the whole bottle and wiped his lips. Licking his lips, Amon lightly tossed the bottle up in the air. It reached around a kilometer up in the sky. Amon took a deep breath. Hello, boys. Both of the fighters looked back instantly. They were surprised looking at the unexpected guest. Amon was wearing a black jacket and had one of the Kitetsu blades, one of the 12 legendary grade blades, Shodai Kitetsu in his waist. Lucifer. It took them a few seconds, but they finally recognized him. Both of them were in a daze. Meanwhile, the bottle Amon threw slowly fell from the sky. When it was in front of Amon's face, he entered, lightning speed, and lightly tapped the bottle forward, aiming at Crocodile's head. Brvum. It broke the sound barrier and hit Crocodile right at his head. Bam. A headshot. Luckily, this was just a test and Amon didn't infuse hockey in the bottle, which had already vaporized after moving at that speed. However, Crocodile was nowhere to be seen. He merged with the desert already. Impossible. Was that electricity? Liger was taken off guard. He didn't know Lucifer had a devil fruit. But soon, he realized. Great. Yes, join me. Liger was instantly overcome with happiness. It didn't matter where his power came from. This was his match if Amon helped. Besides, he did attack Croc just now. Amon smiled sweetly at him and unsheathed his sword as he flowed electricity through his body. While Liger was confused, Amon lightly played with his sword and then made a serious face. Behold. Amon took a stance with his sword and vanished from his spot the next second, appearing a few meters ahead of the Liger. Lightning sword style. Like the typical swordsman, Amon slowly put his sword back to its sheath as it made a click sound. Unlimited slash. Slash. Cook. Suddenly, a large cut wound appeared on Liger's body as he lightly fell on his back. In no way. Crocodile formed behind Amon as sand and tried to take him by surprise. He wasn't sure why he suddenly attacked both Liger and himself, but he knew Amon wasn't on his side. He must die. Die. He tried to grab Amon by his neck so that he could suck him dry, but Amon vanished with a bolt of lightning. He appeared 70 meters away from Crocodile. Wow, so fast. He mocked Crocodile as he glared at him. Suddenly, his eyes twitched. He made a plan. I will try the underground hand attack on him. Crocodile pulled back his killing intent and then calmly polished his hook. What's the meaning of this, Lucifer? Both of us were having a small spar. Why are you interfering? Amon looked at him with a deadpan face. Chuckling, he patted his sheathed sword. Bro, I know what's happening here. I'm just trying to kill you both. Amon said with a face screaming, bruh. Crocodile frowned. Amon continued. As for why I'm not cutting you with my lovely sword, it's because I'm being careful. After the Marines find the two of your bodies, I need them to believe no third party was involved in your death. You have some slash attacks using your devil fruit, so even if Liger died with a cut wound, nobody would suspect. But I can't kill you with a sword, unfortunately. So I need to fight you hand to hand. Be grateful. Crocodile glared at Amon. You think you can live after saying all this? You should have kept your mouth shut. Suddenly, tins of hands made of sand came out of the ground and started to pull Amon underground slowly. Amon snickered. I mean, a dead man can't talk, so who cares if you know some wise words? Surprising Crocodile, Amon vanished from his spot and appeared above Crocodile, his eyes cold. He flowed electricity through his leg, preparing a kick. Grinning, he launched his leg forward. Thunder Dragon Kick. A lightning dragon formed around Amon's leg like a barrier as he kicked Crocodile right in the face, making him fly a few meters away while puking blood. Amon dropped to the ground and looked at the scene with curiosity. So your body didn't turn into glass? Amon was curious, but the other two were not. Things were moving too fast for them. Liger was injured badly, while Crocodile wasn't getting a chance to think at all. They both had one question. Does he really plan to kill both of us? Why? Ignoring their unnecessary thoughts he was sensing, Amon raised his finger towards the sky. He needs to test the theory of Crocodile's body. 250 million. Thor. Crack rumble. Vimimim. A giant beam of lightning dropped from the sky right at Crocodile's body. AAA. AA. Even though Amon wasn't strong enough to mix hockey with that big of a beam, it still hurt Crocodile because of its sheer power. As seconds passed, Amon stopped the attack as he stared at the scene ahead. At the place where Thor hit, a circular hole was created. The hole wasn't that deep, but rather it was crystallized. Inside the crystallized hole, a glass-sculptured crocodile stood still. Oh, how interesting. Crocodile had become a human sculpture made of glass. It was a normal phenomenon for sand to turn into glass in heat. Yes, even in Amon's previous world there were cases of lightning strikes turning sand into glass. This was a case similar to that. Amon was suddenly hit with a concern. Wait, is he dead? He thought about his possible loss for a second. He realized there was no loss. How pitiful. Oh, wow. Suddenly, Amon's concerns vanished in thin air as he raised the corner of his lips. He looked at the scene ahead of him. The glass sculpture moved slightly as a few cracks appeared on its body. Crocodile, still with a glass outer skeleton, gasped a big breath. Kua. What was that? While he glared at Amon, he realized something suddenly. His body wasn't the same as before. He quickly inspected his body for a second as a grin appeared on his face. Ha. He smiled maniacally. My body is crystal now. This way my biggest weakness won't affect me at all. Ha. Crocodile had a madman-like look plastered on his face, but in seconds, more cracks formed around the glass covering his body as it started to fall and his body returned to normal. Ha. Amon laughed seeing him react this way. So, 9 seconds, I guess she will be quite powerful if I can make that effect permanent, Just a few more million volts. While Crocodile questioned who was she, he noticed something. As he smirked internally, Amon rubbed his chin. It was quite fascinating how Crocodile survived a 250 million volts Thor, but it matters not. I recall the times Liger used Shurgon, so it won't be suspicious if Croc died by that technique. It was then when Liger had gotten up and was slowly coming at Amon's back. He jumped forward and caught Amon by surprise. Caught you, bastard. Liger laughed. Crocodile, we are both injured and weak right now. I don't think this bastard is on any of our sides, so why not finish him first? Let's not fight among ourselves for now, all right? Amon chuckled lightly in his grasp. Man, you were strong. You survived my slash. But you also are dumb. Liger tightened his grip. I'm surprised how you were able to cut me. My skin is as hard as iron while I'm transformed. Amon laughed. Well, it's a special sword for nothing. Saying this, Amon covered the back of his head with hockey and smacked his head on Liger's nose. Cook. Liger covered his nose with his hand as Amon was out of his grasp. Amon turned around to face him as he placed his hand in the hilt of his sword. Liger's eyes became wide, but before Amon could harm him, Crocodile attacked from behind. He crossed his arms and slashed the air. Sandsword. Crocodile's hands turned into a whip-like sandsword as it went close to Amon. However, instead of hitting him, the attack phased through. Even though Crocodile did use hockey in his attack, he was still hurt. It was quite strange to Crocodile as he was questioning if this was an innate ability of Amon or not. In reality, Amon just shook his body in the way flash phases through objects, so even the hockey imbued slash phrase through him. Crocodile growled seeing this. Meanwhile, Amon pulled out his sword and slashed at Liger again. This time a large cut was formed in his torso. He wasn't dead yet though. Amon then looked at Crocodile. Now it was his turn. He put back his sword and raised a finger towards his heart. He imbued electricity and hockey and his finger silently chanted, "Sure gone." He then moved fast towards Crocodile. His finger punctured the off-guard Crocodile's chest with ease. Crocodile widened his eyes looking at Amon as the latter looked back at him coldly. Next moment, Crocodile lightly fell back on his back and Amon shifted his gaze to the half-dead Liger. He walked towards him. Looking at his face, Amon grinned. "How does it feel to be at death's door?" "Keka." "It certainly isn't a pleasant feeling." "Ha ha. I know, right?" Amon took out his sword. In that small exchange of words with Liger, he confirmed a few things using his observation and experience. He didn't notify the HQ about Crocodile or me. Good. Feeling a little pleased, Amon lightly cut Liger in half as if his body was tofu. Liger kept looking at him with strange emotions. "Arg. Who would have thought I would die like this?" KH. Blood burst out of Liger's mouth. Looking at his corpse for a split second, Amon vanished from his spot and returned with some papers in his hands. He went closer to Liger's dead body and placed the papers in his hand. He will also prepare to send a copy of these papers to the HQ in Liger's name. They will just assume Liger saw his death coming, so he sent the papers beforehand. Everything is settled now. I just need to. Wait, Croc is still alive. Amon abruptly looked back where Croc was lying, pretending to be dead. Pfft. Ha ha, poor guy. He even fooled me since he can hide his presence in this desert. While Crocodile kept pretending, Amon pointed his finger at his head from far. Sure gone. Finger bullet. Amon's finger left his body while leaving a trail of lightning and penetrated Crocodile's head like butter. Crocodile died in silence. He had a dream. Even if he couldn't become the Pirate King, he at least wanted to die like him, but he died silently in an unknown location, under nobody's look of admiration. This was a shameful death to him. It almost felt surreal, but he died. The battle ended in 4:59 seconds. Phew, is it a good thing I feel nothing after taking 2 lives? Amon tilted his head. Meh, who cares? He then vanished again, this time returning with a fruit basket. The sun was setting far in the sky. Amon stood in the lonely desert alone. Amon was standing in the dark desert with 2 strange-looking fruits in his hands. Currently, it was raining here. The royal family was using the cloud dials properly. Currently, Amon was perplexed. Who do I give the ancient Zoan to? This was a powerful fruit indeed, so Amon couldn't decide. He decided to hold onto it for now. Soon, he vanished after lightning crackled in the sky. Kateta-I, a sword that was never shown in canon and was only mentioned briefly. The strongest among the Katetsu family. Katetsu-I, Shodai Katetsu, one of the 12 supreme grade blades. Although in canon nobody had it, this time around Amon owns it. After visiting Noah once, Amon sensed something interesting deep inside it. It was mostly because of his ability to sense electrical fields, partially because he had used the Katetsu 3 for a while before. He recognized the aura, so he again returned to Noah with Riki's sword. Confirming his suspicion, Amon picked up the strongest cursed sword in history without hesitation. This was the only reason he was taking swordsmanship training from Tsumi. Amon also discovered Tsumi can use armament without knowing it herself. He now possessed one of the 12 supreme grade swords in his vault. Also 2 of the 3 Katetsu blades as well. Why was there such a sword in Noah? That was a question he had. Who used this sword before? This was another. Was it only luck which led me to find this piece of art? It was another question, however. The biggest question was, he wondered if there would be something special if he collected all of them. Chapter 91. Robin's Night. Amon vanished from the rainy area, appearing above the dark clouds, just below the white clouds. Between the layers of white and black clouds, Amon was lost in thought. Quickly shaking his head, he decided to finish the job with Robin. If she keeps going like this, then Amon would need to reconsider some things. First things first, he went to the sky and placed the fruit in his secret vault. Amon had many devil fruits in his collection. Among them he gave some to his people. Currently, Braham had the needle fruit. With his shooting ability, the devil fruit made him a dangerous individual to fight against. He can just shoot thousands of needle bullets towards an enemy simultaneously, and he would win the match by default. Maybe one day he might be able to pull out Illumi Zoldyak's needle skills. On the other hand, the hair fruit was given to Kamakari, that's why he was growing his hair long. In less than 4 seconds, Amon went to Skypia, placed the fruits in a super-secret place, and returned to his previous spot. As of currently, he can travel at a speed of 16,000 kilometers per second. Not only travel, unlike Kazara, he can move and think at that speed as well. This lets him live in a near-time-stopped world if wished. Amon was quite satisfied with his speed, but he was still paranoid. So, he was still training his speed. Before he reaches an actual lightning speed, he will keep going. With a bolt of lightning, Amon then proceeded to teleport towards Whiskey Peak. He didn't return to the mayor's building, rather he went to a bar to get drunk. Unlike how he expected, Robin wasn't present in the bar. After looking at the building with thunder eyes, Amon found out that she was holding back as much as she could. Good. Drinking a few bottles of wine, Amon lightly patted his chest. He played simulations in his mind of different situations based on his act. He simulated 77 different situations and found the most appropriate one to use against Robin tonight. He will have her in bed tonight. That's what she's been craving for. Amon then returned to the building after rejecting some invitation. Staggering in his feet as if he really was drunk, Amon entered the large building. Walking over to his bedroom door, Amon rolled the doorknob. However, it was seemingly locked from inside. Hick, who was inside? Amon talked gibberish as he knocked on the door lightly. Amon was acting drunk. This way, if he does something he might regret, he can sue this as an excuse. Seeing no response, Amon started to hit the door strongly. Bam, bam, bam. Opeen. Opeen. Come out, whoever is inside D. Amon kept hitting the door. Finally, a few minutes later, the doorknob moved. Somebody was opening the door. Creak. The door was opened as a sleepy Robin, wearing a black jacket and shirt pants, came out from inside. She rubbed her eyes. She didn't know when she fell asleep. She didn't even change. As her vision cleared, her eyes grew up. She looked at Amon, who was staggering with his eyes being dreamy. He was drunk. Robin didn't notice this at all. She was too surprised to do so. She quickly jumped forward, hugging him tightly. Why, you're back. I knew you won't go anywhere, Kaya. Before she could finish her words, Amon pushed her away hard. He glared at him. Shut up, bitch. Don't talk to me. Why are you here, in my room? Robin was hurt a little as she fell in her elbow. But she endured it and looked at Amon. Are you drunk? Hick? Huh? I'm not drunk. Her mind went black for a second. After saying all that you last time, he came here drunk? Rage took over her. She stood up and walked forward. She pulled Amon's collar. You, how dare you? She gritted her teeth. What do you take me for? Amon stared at her silently with sleepy eyes. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. What do I take you for? Find out yourself. He lightly pushed her into the room and closed the door. Before she could react, Amon walked towards her with an expressionless face, but a slight rage could still be spotted. Robin felt intimidated since Amon was releasing a slight amount of Conqueror's haki. She took a step back as her legs hit the bed. Behind her, the bed was stationed. She looked back in surprise as Amon walked over to her and lightly pushed her by the shoulders. Robin fell on the soft bed while her hair fell elegantly as if they were sea waves. A blush appeared on Robin's face. What are you doing? She felt a little strange. Robin was fully aware of her feelings. She didn't mind changing their current relationship as well. But there was one single problem. She didn't like seeing him with other girls, but she wasn't confident enough to make him stay loyal to herself after she changed the relationship ethier. She had a thought, maybe it isn't bad that he is drunk. Now, if he accidentally does that with me, then maybe I will be able to control. Sigh. Robin covered her face in disappointment. Where have I fallen to even think this against the person who saved me from the hell of loneliness? Robin closed her eyes. Amon looked at her and leaned down. He placed his hands in her chest and started to pull the chain off Robin's jacket. Robin's eyes instantly jumped up. What are you doing? She tried to get up, but Amon pushed her back and jumped on top of her. Sitting on her stomach, Amon held her hands together with his wings while proceeded to unzip her jacket with his hands. As he slowly pulled down the chain, the black bra below it entered his eyes. Ignoring it, he fully pulled the chain down. Now, Robin's tan skin was seen. Only the bra and short pants were blocking a full view. Amon stopped doing anything. Seemingly thinking something, he looked at the scene silently. Seconds later, Amon slowly directed his hands towards her bra. But Robin struggled. Lucy, let go. Don't do this. Amon didn't heed to her words and pulled her bra down. But before he could enjoy the view, a slap flew at his face. Robin created a hand in Amon's body and slapped him on his left cheek. Amon's head was forced to look away as he stayed silent with a shocked face and wide eyes. Robin removed his hands and covered her chest with her hands. "Mr. Amon, what do you think you were doing just now? I'm not your sexual partner," Robin said lightly, but her voice was heavy. She almost wanted to break out crying, but she controlled herself. Her lips twitched as she looked down. She just called him by his actual name. This was her first time doing that. What was happening here? What has their relationship become? She raised her head to look at Amon again as her lips again wavered. He still had a shocked face. A few minutes passed just like that and Amon stayed still. Minutes later, he got up from the bed and walked to the side of the bed to get a bottle of water. He splashed some water on his face. He poured down all the water on his face. Amon showed his back to Robin for a few more minutes before slowly turning around. He was fully sober now. Well, not that he was ever drunk anyway, but Robin doesn't need to know that. He looked at Robin and opened his mouth. "I will be clear." "Tell me, what do you want, Robin?" It was a straightforward question. Robin had an answer, but she wasn't brave enough to spell it out. "I don't know what you are talking about." Amon didn't heed to her words and walked towards her. While Robin crawled backward in the bed, Amon had a thought. Why was Robin doing this? This is not like her. Just to keep him to her? But he was always there. He never said no to her even once. Then, why? Amon knew the reason. It was simple. Ignoring the thoughts, Amon got up and crawled forward with an expressionless face. "I will say this now. I plan to do many things with you tonight. Stop me right now. Snap my neck, or you won't get the chance later." Robin made a pained face as she looked away. Amon had no care for that, though. He went close to her and pulled her by the collar. Her face came closer to Amon's as he placed his lips above hers. She struggled, but Amon didn't stop. Chapter 92, Robin's Night Part 2. Amon crawled towards Robin and forcefully placed his lips against hers. She tried to struggle, but Amon opened her lips with his tongue and invaded her mouth. While kissing, Amon pushed Robin down on the bed. He was holding her by the shoulders, stopping her from doing any more struggle. MMPH. Robin was still struggling with her tongue, tears forming on the corner of her eyes. Amon used a bit of electricity in his tongue. Touching it, Robin's tongue became numb, but nonetheless, it felt good. A minute later, seeing Robin barely breathing, Amon finally canceled the kiss. He pulled back his mouth as their separating made a plop sound. "Huff, you." Robin bit her lips lightly. She held him by his cheeks as if treating a child. "Stop it, idiot. Don't keep up this stupidity." Glancing at her hands on his cheek, Amon smiled. "I am not stupid, you are. Stop suppressing yourself. Be honest, don't make our first time some sort of rape game." Amon wanted her to take the initiative, but she didn't do it. However, he didn't have time to calm her stupid emotions. He needs to make things stable before leaving for the moon. Clogged emotions force people to act strange. Robin has been suppressing herself for 2.5 years now. For that reason, she was acting out of character like this. She is never a possessive girl, but since she's not getting what she wants, she almost changed. We've been together for more than 2 years now. It's a lot more time than the time she spent with Luffy and Cannon, so she was obviously more attached. I guess it's my fault in the end, huh? Amon reached a conclusion. It was his fault. But that doesn't mean Robin was completely innocent either. Robin, be honest, or I will continue. Robin didn't want to answer him. She shifted the conversation, her hands still on his cheeks. "First, explain yourself. Why did you drink?" Amon stared at her eyes. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to play with her for now. "Because I wanted to get drunk." Robin frowned in anger. "And why did you want to get drunk?" Amon chuckled. "I wanted to see, will I be able to forget about my emotions, my responsibilities, my life, if I get drunk?" Amon smiled at her face. "You always do that, so I wanted to make sure." Robin looked at him, speechless. "He did it to teach me a lesson?" She realized a little, but she was still angry at why he was doing this. "But that doesn't defend your actions as a drunk. Look around you. You are not supposed to do this with your sister." "Fuck that. I'm destroying this relationship. I don't want you to keep being my sister if you live like this, drinking your life away because of me." Amon leaned forward as his gaze became soft. "I know how you feel about this bro-sis nonsense. It's strange. I can understand that, I really do." Robin stared at him. He was right. Their relationship felt surreal. It felt like a kid's game. If only there was a pillar to guarantee their relationship like how Straw Hats made a pillar by declaring war on the WG, then things might have been smoother. Amon didn't have a pillar, he didn't declare war, he wasn't brave enough to do so only for one person. Amon knew that, so he made a plan. If all this care and love was not enough for her, then he will have to go to the next stage. You know already, I can sense emotions, don't you? I know what you want, you have romantic feelings for me. You see me something more than just a so-called brother. Robin tried to jump up in surprise. That's not true. You are sensing things double you're wrong. Robin knew how accurate he was, but she didn't want to accept the truth in front of him. She was scared. She saw girls confessing to Amon before. They were all thrown out after Amon spent one night with them. That's one of the reasons that she didn't go after him up until now in the first place. The world turned blank and silent to her. Robin gulped in anxiety. Robin, Amon caressed her cheeks. This brought her back to reality. Don't think I see you as any other girl. You are important to me. Just like how I'm important to you. Amon continued. I have been sensing your emotions for a while now. They are messed up. I want to fix your haywire state of mind. In the process, let's fix this strange relationship, Robin. Let's advance it to the next stage. We can still be brother and sister. Just consider this incest. Is that okay? Robin was speechless yet again. Will she be fine? Maybe. No, she really will be fine. She will do what he asked off. That's what she's been doing for 2 years now. Amon looked at her shocked face with a sweet smile. I will make things less awkward by taking the initiative. So, tell me, do you want to make things straightforward? Robin was dead silent. It was an awkward question, but she pulled the courage and opened her mouth. I do want to fix it, but... She went silent. Never mind. Robin sighed while Amon stayed silent. Sensing what she wanted to say, he had the sudden urge to slap her hard. But he controlled himself. All right, then shall I continue? With a red face ignoring his gaze, Robin said lightly. Yes. Amon didn't rush this time. He leaned forward and placed his lips on hers very firmly, filled with love. Chapter 93, Power of Ways. A few days later. Amon POV. After a few days had passed from the incident, I was preparing my own things for the future. Verboop. I was currently underwater, wearing a diving suit while taking a stance. Being able to fly and float and also live without the need to breathe, underwater was more suitable for me than any Fishman alive. Around 4,000 meters underwater, I had my palms facing the wall in front. It was the wall of the red line. I'm currently training Fishman karate. I always questioned why only Fishmen used Fishman karate. Even if pirates didn't have any ways to get their hands on the manuals, at least the Marines should have something on them. However, after I asked the 5 elders if they had manuals of Fishman karate, I was reassured that they didn't have it since humans can't learn it anyway. After a bit more inspection, I acquired that humans can only learn the elementary level Fishman karate. It's just a bit of the palm and fist techniques. However, even these elementary techniques are not so better than most martial arts in this world, so people rather not learn them. Humans were proven to not be able to learn the main water-based attacks, the advanced Fishman karate. The question is, or rather, the question was, why can't humans learn the advanced Fishman karate? Surprisingly, the reason was quite simple. They said, it's not that the Fishman body alone is suitable for it. Our body is compatible as well. It's just that, to practice the true Fishman karate, one needs to spend days upon days underwater. No matter who, humans can't do that. That's what they said, and it made sense after I thought about it. Luckily, I am an exception. I can exist underwater with just the help of a diving suit made of rubber. Taking this as a fact, I asked Neptune about the Fishman manual and he handed it to me without hesitation. Although he did warn me that I might hurt myself if I try to train in above water. He believed I would soon give up since one would need to train underwater, and since I'm not a Fishman, I assumably can't do that. I learned the ways of Hermit, I gained the ways of Thunder. After I learn to extract plasma from lighting, I will gain ways of fire. I'm learning the ways of water, to one day successfully form the ways of wind. 5 ways for elements. With this alone, I might be strong enough to take down 2 emperors at once. I just need more training. Concentrate. Shaking away all the thoughts, I closed my eyes in that stance. Brrrr. I let out a breath of bubbles as I used my karate, feeling the water around my palms create a spherical orb. I successfully pushed the water around my palm to make a vacant circular space even under such pressure. Blop. However, the orb was destroyed in less than 10 seconds. Fishman karate is hard. but I have the time of the world. I couldn't train much on it since I was busy with my stubborn sword. While thinking this, I made another orb. I made it last another 10 seconds. I can use some of the moves, but they are too measly to even talk about them right now. This is going to be hard even though I've been training it for a while now. For 4 whole days, I kept training underwater. For days later, I only decided to get out since I was too hungry to continue. Hunger is still a problem, but since I've been almost malnourished from a young age, it isn't a big problem to learn control. Before going back though, I tried to do something special, something new and cool that I thought in this 4 days' time. 250 million volts. I flowed electricity in my right hand's palm and attracted the electrons of the water all around me. BRR. A condensed water ball at the size of a basketball was created in my hands. Even under the sea, the water ball was clear. It was glowing blue and boiling because of the heat and electricity, lighting up the whole area around me. The fish ran away. Some sea kings tried to target me but ran away after I released a bit of conquerors. With a grin that I managed to pull with my lips sealed, I used my other hand to aid the movement of my shaky left hand. Aiming at the wall of the red line, I swung my hands forward. 250 million volts. Water Raisingan. The world underwater was blinded by the light. Boom. With an explosion that shook a small portion of the whole red line, a large crater was formed in the wall. It's surprisingly easy to enhance my base Fishman karate with electricity. Oh, how I love my Garo Garo no Mi. General POV. While Amon got out of the water, in Alabasta, Vivi was doing work that she shouldn't do as a princess. Slop slop. She was wiping the floor with a wet cloth. Washing the massive bathroom by herself, this wasn't something Cobra would allow, but she managed to do it behind his back. She loves to help and lessen the work of the palace maids since she doesn't like seeing them work so hard. She was the definition of a good princess. Slip slip. Ah, it's so hard to clean. She was wiping the floor as fast as she could, but it was too hard for her. Why won't the marks come off? Wiping the marble floor more fiercely, Vivi was dripping in sweat. How troublesome. How did the maids manage to clean this? Wiping off her forehead sweat with a finger, she kept cleaning. A while ago, she just finished cleaning her room and came here with the excuse of taking a bath. The bathroom was huge with a ginormous pool-like bathtub inside it. She didn't like bathing in dirty water, so she let all the water go underground and clean the bathtub's floor. She didn't notice, but someone had long entered the bathroom. After around an hour, when her cleaning was almost complete, she collapsed on the floor. Vivi turned around on her back and stared at the ceiling silently. A few minutes passed easily. That was fun. Breathing heavily, she got lost in thought. Strangely, her engagement from a year ago surfaced in her head. She has met Amon a lot since then. She felt strange around the man with a mature vibe around him. The dreamy prince who saved her life from those vicious bandits made her heart flutter in a way she never felt. Placing a finger in her fluttering heart, Vivi asked out loud, "Will I really marry that man one day?" Unexpectedly, someone answered her. "Indeed, you will." Vivi abruptly looked at her side. A man was sitting on the border of the giant pool-like bathtub with his chin resting on his hands. He was looking at her amusingly. His eyes were saying, "How cute." Vivi felt her face heat up to a terrible degree. Why you, when did you get here?" She quickly covered her body with her small hands even though she was clearly wearing clothes. "Get out, or I will call father." The man, Amon, chuckled lightly before giving her a flying kiss and vanishing thin air. His last words being, "I'm waiting at the dining table." Vivi just stared at his vanishing body, speechless. What just happened? Amon had decided to spend more time with Vivi since he will leave soon. Infinity. On Skypia, a large dome-like building stood tall, taking the space of 80 football fields. This was the tech house of the sky. Every dial and other technological accessory comes from here. They are built here. It used to belong to Gonfall before. Now it's Amon's paradise. Along with Robin, Amon was currently inside this building with Coin's husband, Pagaya, leading his way. Lord, this way. Pagaya was pretty awkward and nervous around Amon. He was God after all. He was happy that his wife was also working under God. They are living like a happy family, and their daughter is happy with things as well. Though the man, Pagaya himself, was quite distressed about his sexual life. Deciding not to think too much, Pagaya directed Amon, who walked with Robin by his side. While Amon was walking with his arms locking on the back of his head, Robin was looking all over the place. Robin widened her lips. The sky certainly is a mystical place. To think that there was such a high-tech building up here. Amon was also looking around with interested eyes. He hasn't come to this place often, so it was still a sight to behold. Years ago, he ordered the people working here to make a motorbike for him. They were given enough resources, so Amon expected them to finish it fast. However, that didn't happen. It was still under construction. Robin nudged Amon. You know, Lucy, I like this peaceful place quite a lot. Eh? Want me to make you a castle here, my adorable queen? Robin instantly looked at him with surprised eyes. But she soon looked away while suppressing a smile. Foo foo foo. Make your wife one. Your sister will just use yours. Huh? Pfft. Amon lightly laughed hearing her. Their relationship somehow stayed the same, except for a few changes here and there. After walking around for a few more minutes, the group reached the most interesting room. This room held the tech from Clockwork Island. Amon saw his vehicle being prepared by high-tech mechanisms with eager eyes. It is supposed to be completed in a few more months. Amon was delayed from going to the moon, but he didn't mind it after seeing the bike with his own eyes. Looking ahead, Amon had an aesthetic smile. His eyes were literally shining. This vehicle can be considered a weapon on its own. It's made of gold. Black gold, a material made from mixing gold with different iconic one-piece metals. This motorbike works directly on high-voltage electricity, so only Amon can use it freely. Yes, it is indeed an iconic vehicle like the vehicle of Ace from the anime. Wonderful. Robin was surprised as well. Ring, 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 ring. Amongst the surprise, Robin's dial ringed as she almost dropped it to the ground. She picked up the dial after walking to the side. Amon glanced at her once as she walked back here. Robin had a frown on her face. Lucy, there is an emergency. Amon tilted his head while looking at her face. The emergency was a single group of pirates named the Gorallas Pirates. The captain called himself God of Sea, Gorallas. He was an infamous pirate with a bounty of 700 million. Currently, after escaping the Marines, they were residing on an isolated island in the New World. Their captain, Gorallas, was the holder of brick fruit. He can form bricks 500 meters near him with just a thought, though he mostly makes a wall of brick and uses it to defend and crush his enemies at the same time. The crew just ran away after robbing a kingdom which was allied with wingless Valkyries. This year, the guild was able to reach the New World, albeit they are still working undercover since the rusty emperors might get angry at some kid messing in their territory. Amon mostly didn't care about these types of situations around the New World, but he decided to meddle by himself this time after hearing that they are resting on a seemingly isolated island. He needs to test one of his new techniques, which should be enough to take out a whole island, vanishing it into oblivion. Nighttime. Wahahaha. That's a lot of wealth, I have to say. The skinny middle-aged man named Gorallas laughed looking at the 140 kilograms of gold and a few billion bellies laying in front of him. Wow, boss. His crew was there to praise him as well. I used all my luck just to become a part of your crew. Boss, you're awesome. Indeed, indeed. Waha. Gorallas laughed hearing them. How wonderful his life was. Stealing and using the stolen money to live like a king was style, real style. From the time he had banded with a group of small bandits, he knew this was his style. Suddenly, boss, I see something up in the sky. One of the crewmates screamed while pointing at the sky. Unfortunately, today was the end of Gorallas style. The whole island became bright with blue daylight. Surprisingly, the source of this light was a bolt of ever so long-lasting lightning. However, in the blinding light, the source was unknown to them. It's a human. A crewmate with good eyesight screamed. A human who can generate light? Was it Admiral Kizaru? They were suddenly overcome with fear. Gorallas recalled Kizaru's iconic laser blast that he witnessed one time. He quickly started to form brick above brick on and in the ground. Soon, in a matter of seconds, a massive brick wall that reached the sky was formed. It seemed enough to defend against the possible attack as it did overshadow them from the light. We will fight. Kizaru! He screamed from behind the wall. His bricks are stronger and sturdier than metal. He was confident to hold against 100 bomb blasts. Unfortunately, ZZZZZ. None of it matters. In the end, they would all die. On the other side of the wall, the man floating in the air chuckled looking down. I'm not fucking Kizaru, you idiots. It was a black-haired youth with blood-red eyes. It was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Amon, more commonly known as Lucifer. Amon had one hand on his sword, which was shining brightly as he was flowing lighting through it. After some time passed, Amon raised it in the air. Will this work? He was still doubtful, but he tried it nonetheless. He tossed the sword upwards as it started to spin vertically while falling down slowly. While it came in front of his face, Amon, at an astonishing speed, started to inject lightning into his finger. He inserted 250 million volts into his finger and raised it towards the sword. He lightly flicked the sword downwards with his finger as it started to go towards the island with the brick dome covering it. 250 million railgun. Amon paused. Planetary devastation. ZZZZZZ. Virum. The sword spun fast while going towards the island and easily broke the sound barrier. The sea below suddenly became wavy. A storm started to form. Amon wondered, will 250 million volts railgun vaporize the cursed sword? It was clear. BB boom. An explosion occurred. A large crater that is kilometers deep has formed in the place where the sword should have landed. The sword would be fine, and would rather amplify the power instead. Smiling, Amon stared down as the whole island shook as if an earthquake hit it. Besides the hole, everything got covered in fire, the trees started to burn, as screams filled the air. But most importantly, around the hole 7 large cracks formed between on island. It was something similar to Sabo's dragon claw effect in the arena of Dressrosa, but it was in a rather large area. It was large enough to cover the entirety of an island with a 16 kilometers radius. All the power of the attack went to make that single hole in the middle of the island. Unfortunately, Amon couldn't concentrate the power to affect a large area. That may change if he trains more though. In seconds, the destroyed island started to crumble into the sea. Shortly after, it was no more. Amon chuckled. Whitebeard can destroy the world. Cool. However, theoretically, I can do the same. Again, chuckling lightly, Amon forgot to collect the gold and money in ecstasy. Though it didn't matter in the end. That small amount couldn't even leave a dent in his wallet. Chapter 95. Bike is completed. So, is this the 166.8 billion you promised? I asked the man covered in black in front of me. I simply took the huge briefcase. It was open and had what I assume is the full amount of 166.8 billion. Wow, I was seriously doubting you guys at first, but it's all real. Whistle. But don't you think 166 billion is a bit too much? The man opposite to me asked in a heavy voice. With my clown mask on, I stared at him mockingly for a second. My almost invisible eyes mocking him. Your kingdom can't even offer this much? Bruh, you want me to destroy a fucking kingdom for fuck's sake. 166 billion is dog shit compared to your wishes. The man refuted with a glare. Just do your job right, fool. He called my current alias, Mr. Fool, with a heavy voice. I laughed mockingly. Be careful of what you say, old man. I can destroy your kingdom instead of destroying your enemies. I continued. Don't forget who I am. Even though the man frowned, he didn't dare retort. I started to inspect my soon-to-be money. This guy is an envoy from a kingdom residing in paradise. They are having small skirmishes with another kingdom beside them. So the WG interfered and stopped them since both of the kingdoms are under the WG. However, among the small skirmishes something big happened. The Prince of Kingdom, let's say Kingdom 1. Yes, a few days ago the Prince of Kingdom 1 was assassinated and the suspect is Kingdom 2. Then in response, Kingdom 1 assassinated Kingdom 2's princess, although they did it stealthily as well. Currently, they are on each other's back, waiting to bite back, but the world government won't let them open their jaws. So here, the envoy from Kingdom 1 came to me right now, offering me an untraceable destruction of Kingdom 2, or at the very least assassinating their royalties. I became famous for these things after all, mostly in the underworld though. I have a fearsome reputation that even the underworld criminal number 1 Daffy is wary of, Mr. Fool. I accepted it obviously, it's a good deal. However, they are a bit late. Because Kingdom 2 came to me a day before them and offered me 200 billion bellies, which I also accepted. Yes, I accepted both deals, but I won't destroy both kingdom though. It would be stupid and unnecessary. I will just destroy one and make the surviving one loyal and grateful to me. The guy in front of me lowered his head. I am sorry. Seeing this guy apologize, I just nodded my head. I understand. It's fine. You can return. I will meet your royal family myself. We should talk with more details, right? It was an easy way to get inside their territory, more importantly, an easy way to get inside their head. However, the man seemingly hesitated. Why? You just need to destroy our enemy. Why do you need to come to the royal palace? Honestly, I was a little surprised hearing him. They are quite cautious. Ignoring the thoughts, I just laughed. Why are you scared, man? Wait, could it be a trap? Are you trying to kill me? Hoary shite. After a second of surprise, the man sighed lightly. Fine, please be careful to not hurt our royal family in any shape or form, or you shall pay big time. I only continued to laugh. Fine. I smiled at his face and slipped my hand in my side pocket, taking out a pocket watch. How beautiful the time is. Ain't that correct? General POV. After 14 days, the news of the destruction of the Drumhum Kingdom was revealed. The reason was a civil war. They seemingly destroyed themselves. However, the big figures under the shadows believed the Drumhum Kingdom's destruction was all planned by their enemy kingdom, Roselle Kingdom. Well, not that anyone can or would ever find out. This was one of the few things Amon does when he is bored. Under his fourth mask, he takes some big tasks from influential people/factions/kingdoms offering a big amount of money. Currently, Amon can be considered one of the richest men alive. He held a lot of wealth, although all unregistered. Only Gil Desaro might be richer than Amon right now. Speaking of that, Gil Desaro and Grand Desaro exist in this world, a non-canon character and a city. Should I claim his head? Amon started to think about the pros and cons of doing said action all while flying in the sky, moving towards Rayleigh Island. I will ask Robin to manage things while I'm gone. I need to first resolve my bottleneck. After thinking for a while, it didn't seem like a good idea, at least not yet. On the other hand, Amon had reached a spot where he couldn't progress from the 250 million volts of usable power. Enel could only use 200 million max. It was true, Amon surpassed Enel's max power. But the question was, why? What was the reason that he was able to surpass him yet be stuck here? Amon had long discovered that physical prowess plays a role in the max outputable power, but the role it plays is very small. After all, with the difference between Amon and Enel's physical power, the voltage should at least be 500 million if all that mattered was physique. There is also that. My .001 boost in potential from the time I went through the angel surgery a few years ago. Amon recalled the result he saw that time. Did that play a role as well? Seemingly, yes. So working on that formula might help, but the AI has been locked under the golden building for a year now. He doesn't plan to let her go anytime soon. Luckily, there were many scientists under Amon from Clockwork Island. Amon had already given them a formula of his own months ago, though they aren't making any progress at all. Germa 60 SIXS knowledge might help as well, but they won't work with Amon. A warlord was nothing compared to their status. Expert for a possible awakening, there seemingly wasn't any other way. Trying to contemplate a way to break the bottleneck, Amon went to Rayleigh Island. If nothing works, he will try to do some cultivation bullshit while sitting inside a thundercloud, cross-legged. Amon knew absorbing lightning strikes helps heighten his E, but they don't help with the output. At least, this would help in the long run. Sighing while moving at 1.6 out of 10 lightning speed, Amon used a random, lighting heat sword, to cut some clouds in half. Besides awakening, there was a way to surpass the limit. But would Amon find it here? Robin POV. I was humming while reading a book inside the mayor's building on Whiskey Peak, sitting on a comfy chair. The book is called Life is Beautiful. It's true, life indeed is beautiful. My life is filled with happiness currently. How wonderful this day is. Ring, 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 ring. The tone dial ringed loudly on the table. I picked it up instantly after seeing that it's Lucy. Katja. Hello. What's up, Robin, my love? He's doing it again. What is it? Not that I hate it. As an involuntary smile bloomed on my face, I leaned forward, my chin resting on the glass table. My bike is completed. Can I pick you up? Oh, he seems ecstatic. Huh. I guess it was a cool vehicle, but what does he plan to do with it to be this happy? All right, come take me. I love flying with him. It's like my dream come true. Okay. Chapter 96. Science. After a few minutes, Amon came to Whiskey Peak and picked up Robin, taking her to the sky. It was a fun ride. Robin enjoyed the kiss they shared along the way. It took them a few minutes to reach the sky since Amon was flying slowly. They reached the upper yard in 24 minutes. Mid-air, Amon went at God's shrine on top of the giant jack. The shrine has changed a lot with many things replaced and added. The front yard was a high-tech paradise now. Small robotic machines were cleaning the yard by themselves. These days, Yona lived inside the shrine now, worshipping God and comforting him every now and then. Riki hated the atmosphere and the sound she heard every night, but she didn't move out for some reasons. Amon landed on the shrine lightly with Robin on his carry. All right, we are here. Robin unwillingly came down and looked around. She has come here before, but it is still a wonderful sight. The sky above Giant Jack was heavenly. Just as they landed, Yona walked towards them slowly and elegantly. Welcome, Kami-sama. With an expressionless face, she bowed slightly towards Amon while Robin stared at her. It's her. Robin had met her before as well. Yona glanced at her as well as she blinked a few times. I'm glad to see your mind doing fine. Hearing her, Robin looked at her confused for a second before recalling what she said last time. Child, you should pay attention to yourself, especially your inner self. It was quite interesting how 1.6 meters tall 20 years old called her a child. Nonetheless, recalling her words, Robin felt appreciative towards the expressionless red-haired girl. Amon glanced at her. Red Dragoness, you are so heartless. Your face is as cold as an iceberg even when you greet me. How cold? Amon made a grim face seeing that Yona was flustered. That's not true. My face is just like that. I apologize if I wasn't able to satisfy your expectations. Yona bowed lightly while Amon shook his head. She can't even take a joke. At least she's honest and humble. Amon stroked her head as if she was a puppy before starting to walk towards the shrine. Follow me. Don't worry about needless things. Amon took the lead and walked ahead. His vehicle was currently being delivered to the same room he is walking towards, the huge shrine. The current shrine was as big as 10 football fields. Amon and Robin walked together while Yona followed them a few steps behind. Yona glanced at Robin from behind before looking away. She shook her head internally, while Robin nudged Amon, asking if Yona still lived inside the shrine with him. Soon after, the group reached a highly secured room with different security installed in it. However, the room already had an open door with people inside. After inspecting the people inside, Riki, Isa, Wiper, some scientists and some other people, Amon took a step inside the big room. Oh, Amon is here. Isa called out. She had her newborn child in her hand. His name was Karna. The small child just stared towards the shining black machine on the side, ignoring the chattering of unimportant humans. Everyone in the room was circling that shining black machine, a single motorcycle. It was glossy silver black, along with a futuristic look. It looked as if it was just out of a sci-fi movie. It is made of an alloy Amon created after mixing different metals. It had a capsule-like cabin where the driver and another person could sit, all under the protection of the metallic barrier. Image here. Science fiction artwork cyborg futuristic wallpaper preview.jpg. The bike worked on electricity. It directly alters the inserted electricity into power and can produce different kinds of energy, one of the simplest being plasma. After inserting electricity, the plasma is released through its nitro pipe, thus attaining an unimaginable speed. If the person who rides the bike can control the device and provide enough electricity, it can possibly be used as a weapon as well, with all the different kinds of plasma weapons installed on it. Using a machine of some sort to transform electricity to plasma isn't hard at all, as even high school graduates from Amon's previous world could make small devices like that. Albeit, they were just toys and this is the real deal. That wasn't the main part of the vehicle though. The main part is its portability. This seemingly 3 meters wide and 1 meter tall machine can transform into a suitcase that can then be carried with one hand. There is another thing that it can do which Arc Maxim couldn't, but that's to be revealed on a later date when Amon rides it. Ignoring everyone in the room, Amon stared at the vehicle with shining eyes. Would you look at this? He spent a lot of money on this single vehicle. Around 50 billion just to make a single motorcycle, and all that money didn't go to waste. This is an absolute beast, Amon mumbled to himself. Even Arc Maxim would pale in comparison. In canon, Enel only made the Ark to bring all the gold to the moon along with him, and to possibly bring companions, and to enhance his abilities. But Amon didn't want the first two, so he was delighted with only this. Even though it would not enhance my powers on the same level as to how Arc Maxim did to Enel, it's still around there. It's also a better weapon as it has many advantages that the Ark could not even dream of having. It's better than the Ark in multiple ways. Amon decided to take a test drive, so he quickly went towards the bike and sat in the front seat. Hey, bro, what are you doing? Riki called out instantly. Will this fancy thing even work? Amon stared at the suspicious Riki and cackled up. Huh. Oh, Riki, you naive little girl. Get on. I will show you. Riki was a bit hesitant, but she still took a step forward and was about to step in, but Amon raised his hand. Wait. Amon clicked a button in the bike's touchpad in front of him as the back seat was lifted up above. A biking suit was revealed from inside. Wear this. Amon threw the suit as Riki carefully caught it. Hey, don't throw stuff like that. Isn't this expensive? Amon just ignored her words and continued to inspect the bike with shining eyes. Riki struggled a lot while wearing the suit. It was a stiff suit. Minutes later, Rayleigh stood there barely being able to move and breath in that suit. She still had 2 swords on her waist. Hey, I don't want to go anymore. Help me get out of this suit. Rayleigh seemed to be clogged up. Amon got up with a sigh and pressed the wing-like button on the chest of the suit. Twice. The suit instantly took the shape of her small body. She was finally able to breathe. Whoa, this feels nice now. Amon ignored her and walked back to the bike's driver's seat. Rayleigh followed closely behind, but instead jumped on the back seat. Yay, brother taking me first. Are you a lot jealous? Fuck you all. Amon smacked her head. Everyone seemed eager to get on, but Amon ignored their greedy gaze with a straight face. Amon then looked towards her. Rayleigh, get a hold of yourself. Things will get very fast. Amon pressed a physical button in front of him as the top lid closed itself. The bike looked more gorgeous now. Yay. Raylaigh's voice was barely heard from the outside as she was waving her hands from inside. Suddenly, Rayleigh flinched. She stared at Amon in front of her. Wait, big bro, what about you? You don't need a suit. Amon grinned while looking back at her. Zzz. Amon's voice started to vibrate, giving his voice this scary yet charismatic aura. God of Lightning doesn't need protection from lighting. Zerosiris, enter speed of lightning. Zerosiris is the bike's name. Lightning can travel 90% the speed of light when traveling through a conductive material. Although the thing Amon is doing isn't traveling through a conductive material, but rather using a conductive material to travel like a vehicle, it still boosts his current speed limit by a lot. Amon can travel at 17,000 kilometers per second right now without any external help. But with the bike, he can travel 70,000 kilometers per second. But there is another big gain here. Brother, why did everyone stop moving? The person sitting on the second seat, they would also experience that speed. This was Einstein's speed of relativity. Currently, the people inside the bike hadn't entered the speed of lighting, but rather the bike itself had. The people inside were only experiencing the slow movements of the people outside because they were on the bike, making their speed the same as the bike. The same thing happens in regular cars. That's why when a person is riding a car, other cars are visible and are almost the same speed as the person in the car. Yet if you are outside the car, you will only see the cars flash by you. The same principles apply here, just on a higher scale. This is the speed of relativity. There was another catch. Rayleigh's skin was supposed to have been burned off, and she was supposed to turn into ashes. But the suit Rayleigh was wearing right now acted like a Faraday cage, making the electricity travel all around the suit, but not touch her. Amon grinned looking at Rayleigh. Welcome to my world, lil sis. On the other hand, Amon was electricity/lighting itself, so it didn't hurt him. Indeed, this bike was a real beast, something that can be considered one of Amon's trump cards. Chapter 97, More Science. What? Robin yelled at me loudly. I was in my office at Whiskey Peak, sitting on the luxurious chair. Robin was currently sitting opposite to me. It was night, midnight to be more specific, so the room was dimly lit. This was my favorite atmosphere. Hey, Lucy. Silently, I stared at Robin's face with a relaxed look, my chin resting on my hand. You heard it right. I'm going to the moon. I'll be staying there for some years. While vivid music was being played in the background, we were doing something akin to a staring contest. On the other hand, it's been 2 whole days since my ride with Rayleigh. She has had a fever since then. It's nothing serious, though. I guess that's a normal thing to happen. Even with all that protection, moving at that speed is something out of this world. It was my first reaction as well. We rode around the whole world that day. This world is big, many times bigger than it was in my previous world. I want to try that again. While I was reckoning over that experience, Robin broke the silence. Lucy. Looking at my absent-minded face, Robin sighed. I want to ask why you are going to the moon, but I assume it's the bike that makes it possible for you to travel there? She knew she couldn't stop me if I had decided on it already. It's nice to know that she understands these things at least. Yeah, that's right. That's why I made it in the first place. I leaned back with a pleased look. Looking down at the table, Robin frowned with a thinking face. I see. But you can bring another person with you, right? She stopped and looked at my face. She did see Rayleigh riding with me last time. Robin yelped lightly. Then, will you bring me with you? Hearing her pleading tone, I laughed lightly. As much as I'd want that, I can't bring you in harm. It's very dangerous for you. A normal human won't survive in that place with such a low level of oxygen. I explained the important things with a serious face. I see. Honestly, it doesn't matter. I just don't want to bring her there. She is needed here more than to go with me on a vacation. She is needed to manage things in my absence. However, that not surviving part wasn't made up. There are 6 moons in this world. I don't know about all of them, but the closest moon here has enough oxygen for people to live. The ancient winged people lived there after all. Even then, Robin would most likely die. She was choking to breathe the first time she came to the sky. Enel mostly survived and walked freely on the moon since he had Garo Garo no Mi, and also the fact that his ancestors lived there. I have to say, winged people are quite an adaptive race, so the breathing part came to them quickly, and Enel used that to his advantage. Taking that as a fact, I can bring a single Skypiean, Burkan, or Shandian if I want. But who do I take? Yona, Riki, Wiper, or maybe Isa? Or do I even take them? It was an important question, but I ignored the thoughts for now. I got up and walked towards Robin. Currently, she had a sad face, as if a little girl was rejected by her father, ordered to not buy the new favorite toy. Kissing her head from above, I started to massage her shoulders. I'm sorry, but I really need to go there and stay there for some years. It's needed. For the greater good. Robin bit her lips lightly. Blood trained down. I understand. Robin still had a sad face. But why are you telling me this now? You could have said it before. It's just so sudden. I stopped my hands for a second before continuing. Fine. I will buy you dinner tonight, all right? As her face regained light, Robin just enjoyed my electrified hands massage with her face starting to relax. Fine. I will forgive you. But you have to promise to return now and then. All right? I slightly nodded my head. I would have done that even without her telling me. It's needed to know about the news from my warlord identity now and then. So I need to come and go. Removing my hands, Robin got up from her seat and walked towards me. She hugged me, pressing her chest against mine, and locked her arms around my neck. Give me 7 days from your busy time, will you? Or I will be very sad. I stared at her for a while. Normally, I wouldn't have accepted such an offer. 7 days is a long time for me. I'm busy with many things currently. But I have to do it since she is in her happy life phase. I should give her what she wants for now. She's like a daughter begging for attention from her father. Thinking such, I hugged her back while mumbling on her ears. All right, everything for my baby. What a strange relationship. General POV. First day with Robin Skypia date. In the god shrine, Riki was inside her own room. She was laying on her back with a wet cloth on her forehead and a thermometer in her mouth. There were a few people inside the room. Amon was among them. Among the people, the person who clearly looked like a doctor walked towards her bed and took out the thermometer from her mouth. His face paled looking at it. It's in 105 degrees. That's very dangerous. We should quickly take her to the hospital. Riki barely opened her cherry-like lips. No. Wah. I hate hospital. She yelled loudly, completely proving the doctor's previous words wrong. Amon looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Listen to the doctor. Listen to me. Go to the hospital. I said I'm fine. I will be okay in a few days. Riki tried to get up from her lying position, but she couldn't move her body at all, except for her mouth at least. Amon, trying to infuriate her, broke out laughing while pointing fingers at her. Haha, look at this idiot. Riki teared up. Don't bully me. It's your fault I'm like this. Wah. Crying, she started to roll around the bed. Or at least she tried since she couldn't move at all. A few minutes passed like that. Amon made a regretful expression and shook his head. Sigh, and here I was thinking I will bring you to the moon. But if you're sick, sigh. Shrugging, Amon shook his head and looked at the doctor as Riki's eyes arched up. Really? Really? You will? Riki started to laugh like a maniac. Yes. It's me. Haha. She made a delighted face while looking down at everyone around. I knew my brother loved me the most. Fuck you, Rob. But doctor, if she doesn't go to the hospital, it will take her more than a month to get well, right? Yes. She can die even. Oh, how sad. I guess I will just take Ace. Riki's face froze. She instantly looked at Amon. I will go to the hospital. Yes, I will. Amon gave her a side glance while a smirk was hidden under his face. Riki understood the situation as her eyes again started to tear up. Fuck you, big bro. Why do you only bully me? Why not Isa, or better yet Robin? Bully Robin. Amon just smiled at her innocently. Second day. Amon POV. Bottleneck. I have hit a bottleneck. I have 74 theories on how to break this bottleneck. However, none of them seems satisfying to my intellect. But I have to try them all, and that's what I'm doing right now. It won't take much time. I will complete them when I get a break from each of my days with Robin. First attempt, shoving an electrical wire which is connected to a power source in my mouth. Result, I felt nothing. Nothing changed. Second attempt, eating the energy steroid found in Fishman Island. Result, it boosted my physical powers. I was able to exert 256 million volts, but for a very limited amount of time. Third attempt, having the not yet completed medicine made from my version of gene formula. Result, I got a 0.00001 boost at the potential. I felt my output able power increase as well, but the increase is a measly 1000 volts. I don't need a temporary boost from a harmful medicine, and also don't want to take the formula which isn't completed yet. Fourth attempt. 22th attempt. 47th attempt. 73rd attempt. Result, failure. 74th attempt. This attempt is something I don't want to do. I'm scared of my life. This is the attempt where I'm supposed to enter the Rayleigh Island while wearing C-prism handcuffs. Why would I do that? It's a theory. My theory goes like this. The regular human body of this world is enough to let a certain amount of electricity pass through their body, but only a certain amount. In other words, it's a conductive material which would break if given too much power. That's the one-piece world's human body's limit. It's true. I tried it before, and it seems to be legit. After I injected 20 million into a random human's body for around 5 minutes, his body gave up. I couldn't flow electricity smoothly anymore. Meanwhile, when I experimented on an electric eel, it survived even 200 million. Amon thought. So theoretically, if an eel were to eat the fruit in my place, he would have reached Yonko level just after consuming it. Damn, I'm envious. Anyway, considering a normal human lets 20 million pass through their body before breaking, that means the Garo Garo no Mi enhanced my limit and boosted it to be able to bear 250 million volts. And the fruit itself is stopping me from surpassing 250 million since it will be harmful to me and my body. And the reason why it's 50 million higher than Enel is because of the previous physical plus surgery reasons. But besides them, it is because my body has been tempered by lightning strikes for a long time, slowly becoming like that of the durable body of an eel. Like I did in front of Robin once, I entered lightning clouds and made my body suffer constantly. In the first place, I did it to make my body get used to lightning. And in my obliviousness, it also increased my body's compatibility with lighting, thus letting more lightning flow through me than normal humans. Body tempering to withstand electricity, albeit its wuxian name. It's pure science and quite a natural thing to happen. Like how there were people in my previous world who were better with electricity than most. I even recall a guy who could light bulbs just by touching them. I think he lived in India? Anyway, the point is, this is the theory I have the most faith in. However, why didn't I try this before? Because it's dangerous and I'm frightened. I don't want to go under those lightning strikes from Rayleigh Island with sea stone handcuffs on. It's fucking dangerous. I can die for fuck's sake. Even if I decide to hold onto a sea stone and drop it when things get dangerous, it's still a big risk. I'm scared exactly because I felt those lightning strikes hit my skin in person. It's hard to be there even without sea stone. Even with my Logia lightning body, I'm hurt. But while touching them, I will die. I can't even use the umbrella made by that old woman since it will just ruin the whole ordeal of training my limit. However, the 7-day date with Robin is hindering my plans. Today is the 5th day. I completed all the 73 attempts already. Only one remaining, but will this really work? I guess I have to wait to find out. Chapter 98. A Hard Month. Amon and Robin were sitting inside a cafe, a fancy candlelit cafe. It was empty with only the pair sitting at a table in the corner. Amon has booked the whole cafe for today since today is the last day of Robin's stubbornness. I heard you will leave this month? Robin asked while playing with a spoon that was inside a glass in front of her. A light was hung just behind her, so she looked more dazzling than usual. Amon was in front of her. With his chin resting in his hand, a sweet smile surfaced on his face. Yes, I was supposed to leave 7 days ago, but your highness asked for my time. Robin giggled hearing him. Thank you. It means a lot. After a short silence, Amon slammed his face on the table and broke out in laughter. PFT. Haha. In a series of strange laughter, Amon raised his head. Don't start thanking me now. It feels weird coming from you. I'm all yours after all. He kept chuckling at her. Robin followed suit and began to giggle while covering her mouth. Huh? Amon stared at her with dreamy eyes. Though as you are aware, there are some lines you should not cross. He recalled the time where he wanted to slap her. It's good that you understand, Nico Robin. Then, Robin stood up and leaned towards Amon. Today's the 7th day, we didn't do it the whole week. Robin's face took a red hue. Her lips bobbled up and down before she finally uttered those words. The cafe is empty. Amon, after staying silent for a second, beamed, revealing his white teeth. Rumble, rumble. The sky was dark. Purple lightning was dancing everywhere. No birds were flying in the sky. They just simply couldn't do it. This was a location existing outside the food chain. However, although this place does look like one where no one would be able to survive, let alone reside, a small number of people wearing white robes do live here. Why do they live here? Nobody knows. Maybe they lost everything in their life and decided to end themselves by the hand of Mother Nature, but ultimately decided to stay behind for maybe another decade? People could only guess. Indeed, this was the Rayleigh Island, one of the 3 islands the log pose would point to after entering the New World. Today, a figure wearing loose cloth was walking towards the middle of the island, while also enduring the lightning strikes clash on his bare skin. He seemed pained, but it was a miracle in itself how he was still alive without those handy metal umbrellas. Not only that, surprisingly, the purple lightning that was coming from the sky was being repelled by white lightning coming out of the young man's body. Fuck, this hurts. Amon has died once, he returned from the death's door twice. He has felt a lot of pain, but this still hurt as if his skin was being pulled while salt and spices were being massaged onto his wounds. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Amon walked through the island while his own white-blue lightning was repelling the natural ones. Just a second before the purple lightning hit, Amon let out his own lighting and connected one end to the ground while another end to the purple ones, thus altering the path of the strikes to the ground. Among all this pain, enduring and strategies, Amon couldn't even fly properly in this place. Do I still want to try this? It was a pointless question. He was here after all. It would hurt, he might die even, but a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Shaking away the thoughts, Amon walked towards the middle of the island. The intensity of lightning was most there. Even the few people who lived on this island with the help of a metal umbrella avoided this place. After Amon spent his 7th day with Robin, he decided to come to Rayleigh Island the first thing he got up in the morning. Though he did come here after preparing food for her. She seemed happy seeing food already there for her just after she got up from sleep. Alas, she didn't know that the man who prepared the food for her was in severe danger. A danger where he walked into by himself. Asterisk. Crack rumble. For fuck's sake. Amon was standing in the middle of Rayleigh Island. His hand shook as lightning was hitting him constantly. Looking at the sky where even the clouds were purple, Amon gulped and mumbled something before slipping his hand in his pocket. He hesitated a little to move his finger. Just a millimeter ahead, the small piece of sea stone was resting. He knew, the moment his fingers touched, that he will lose all his devil fruit powers. His life will be truly endangered then. Fuh. Amon took a deep breath in and closed his eyes. He opened them with a do or die look in them. If he dies, he dies. But if he doesn't die, he gets everything. He hypnotized himself to believe everything after this would be sweet. It wasn't sure if his statement was true or not. But one thing was for sure, this experience won't be sweet at all. Chanting his own name in his mind, Amon then cracked his neck lightly before instantly grabbing the stone in his pocket. For a second, he felt the life leave his body. He fell to his knees with a thud sound. Cough. Amon started to breathe heavily. Maybe this is how Superman feels in front of kryptonite. Chuckling at why he had this thought, Amon then looked at the sky. It was strange. Lightning wasn't striking him anymore. Looks like I was right. My Logia body was the reason why lightning always struck me. It was attractive to dash. Crack. He was right. His Logia body did attract the lightning to him. However, that didn't mean lightning won't strike him anymore. Rumble. A large no. The largest lightning that Amon had seen until now rushed towards him. A strike that big. Will I one day be able to make one? Amon smiled at the strike. Right now, it's just a dream. He couldn't follow its movement since his speed was severely lowered, but it was indeed coming. He confirmed that this wasn't just a terrible nightmare with his observation. Zzz. It wasn't a nightmare. Ja. It was something worse. The lightning strike hit Amon, But Amon had already turned ink black by coating himself in armament. Luckily, he can repel the lightning to an extent, however. That was not the point. If he repels the lightning, then it's all useless. He has to let the lightning hit him, touch his skin, and burn it. Releasing a breath, Amon uncovered himself while the strong strike was still raining down at him. It was fascinating how a bolt of single lightning can strike for more than 20 seconds. Rumble. That wasn't the end, as more lightning rushed towards him. All of them were attracted by the big bolt. Rumble. Rumble. Oh, fuck. Can I endure it? It was a terrible question. It was stupid to even ask it at this moment. Because obviously, he can't endure it. Zzz. Boom. As if a natural L Thor had struck, Amon was shocked largely. His body barely survived the heat, since he is trained against temperature years ago. Zzz. Amon was left staggering on his feet while being struck. But when it ended, he was laying in the ground, unknown of his living state. Rumble. But the lightning island was still alive, hitting his lying body. At one point, even smoke started to come out of his body. On one side of the island, there stood a small building with metal covering it. It worked like a Faraday fence, so the people inside could live fine. This is where the people in white robe lived. Rumble. A little far from there, a strange sight was to behold. Sigh, such a stubborn child. An old lady was walking through the island full of lightning with only a metal umbrella in her hand, being used as a cheat. It's been a long time since someone tried this method. Haha, I feel so old now. In canon, she gave Urich an umbrella the time he came to the island. She does that to everyone who comes here. She even gave it to Amon until she found that he is the current bearer of Garo Garo no Mi. An old lady who helps people with umbrellas? What's her goal? Ha ha ha. Looks like we will meet soon enough. Oh, this nostalgia. Unfortunately, she won't be alive to reveal her true goal to the world. Robin didn't expect Amon to not return after that day. It's already been a month. He said he will leave last month, but it's already January 1516. She was stressed out and worried. There was literally no news about him. I don't think he left for the moon by himself, but that fact is not improbable. If that's the case, I can at least rest assured. She didn't believe Amon would ever leave her currently. She also knew Amon was strong enough to hold against most people. Only the admirals and the emperors are people who stood a chance. This possibility scared her. Meeting any of them is impossible unless a series of coincidences occur. Robin looked a little dried out, but she still had her own set of beliefs about Amon. Anyway, she shakily raised her hand and directed it towards the table where 2 glasses filled with liquid stood. She hesitated before going towards the left glass. But just before she touched it, she again changed her direction and grabbed the right glass. Let's not drink the lemon now, mango juice is good. Saying such, she started to gulp down the juice that is produced in the sky. It was the brand of Shandians. Suddenly, a sweet tone mumbled in her ears. I'm touched. Robin instantly turned her head as her lips touched something similarly soft. She stared in front in that position as she locked her hand on that person's shoulders. I was so worried. She gently widened her lips. In response, the mysterious figure, Amon, did the same. Robin didn't question where he was last month or what happened to him. She simply didn't care if he didn't want to tell. Robin, let's go. Hours later, Skypia. Sniff? Riki hugged the person in front of her with tears falling down. You bastard, you left me alone. I thought you tricked me and went to the moon alone. The tears in her eyes were simply selfish, though. She wasn't worried about him at all. Amon was invincible after all. He might lie about being a god, but she couldn't say something proving that wrong. Sensing the emotions deep inside her, Amon stroked her hair gently. Sorry. It's my fault. I was suddenly caught off guard. He indeed was caught off guard. He still couldn't believe what had happened back then. Among the many things he came across this month, one thing was for sure. Life return was disgustingly overpowered. Ignoring the thoughts, Riki swiftly canceled the hug and ran towards the bike beside them. Currently, a few people were gathered on the rooftop of the shrine. Amon was preparing to leave. You. Again. Among the few people, Isa had a frown on her face. She was seemingly displeased with this plan of his. First 2 years, now for 4 years? Is this a joke? Tell me, you are joking, right, kid? She gently gave Isa the little child, Karna. Then with a frown, she started to walk towards Amon with her hands going towards his ear. Kid, don't think just because you are tall you look intimidating. Isa was 1.8 meters while Amon was currently 2.1 meters. She started to twirl Amon's ears hard. Amon stayed silent with a straight face. Wahaha. After a few seconds, he laughed out loud and grabbed Isa by the waist and started to spin her midair. You were so cold-hearted, Ani Isa. I just returned a month later, yet you were like this. Isa didn't try to struggle and just stared at his face, deadpan. Put me down, kid. Okay. After a short silence from both sides, Amon put her down. Yona, Isa, Robin, and Wiper, who was also present there, stayed silent while looking at the scene strangely. Robin nudged Yona beside her. I thought Isa was his aunt. Yona didn't answer and smiled wryly. Minutes later, Amon was in the seat of the bike and Raki was sitting behind. She didn't show any sign of sadness that she's going away for 4 years. Isa stayed completely silent. From a few meters away from the bike, she looked at Amon. Little Amon. Amon, who was playing with the touchpad, looked back. Be careful. You said there are strange creatures up there last time. Don't die. Amon stared at Isa for a while. Before smiling slightly, he looked away. Fine. I will be careful. Hearing him, Isa felt reassured and also glanced at Raki. Also, don't touch her before she's 16. Show some morals. You married an 8-year-old. I didn't say anything, but don't touch Raki, she's 13. Amon chuckled lightly while Raki's face went red. She finally realized something. We're going to be alone in the moon. Unfortunately for her, dying of hunger is the only thing she's gonna live with. Amon didn't say anything. He simply had grown too much to even care. Although he did enjoy his time with Isa genuinely, although this was a lot more duration than the previous trip, but he could tell this trip will keep him busy all day to even feel homesick. Zzz. Lighting started to swirl around the bike as the lid at the top closed itself. The silver bike seemingly glowed and got covered by ink-black armament. Vroom. After roaring once, the bike started to vibrate slightly. Before leaving, Amon gave a last glance to Wiper. Wiper just nodded silently. He is to look after things when Amon is gone. They had a man-to-man talk before. Vroom. Roaring another time, in front of everyone's eyes, the bike teleported 16 kilometers away, going towards the moon at an intense speed. Raki, prepare yourself. Amon would just teleport since traveling at that speed through the air might cause a nuclear explosion. This is why this bike is a weapon. Vroom. Amon streamed selectivity through the bike in the air. Raki hugged him tightly from the back. 255 million volts. Godspeed. Yes, 255 million volts. Chapter 99. The Moon. There are 6 moons in the One Piece world. One of these 6 moons even has its moon. Not all moons are visible at the same time, but there are special cases. On some days of the year, all 6 plus 1 moons are visible from the surface of the Earth. For the sake of simpleness, or maybe Oda was just lazy, the moons are called Moon 1, Moon 2, Moon 3, Moon 4, Moon 5, Moon 6, and Moon 1, respectively. They are all named based on their distance. Amon and Raki were going to the closest moon, Moon 1, the planet where the winged race once resided. Vroom. After starting the bike, it took more than 2 hours for the moon's surface to fully show up in their eyes. The ride was fast, but it was smooth. There was no shaking. It was as if they weren't going somewhere. Rather, the place was coming towards them. The reason was that the engine was not started at all. Seeing the fairy Verth not so far, Raki hugged Amon tighter. Bro. Look, it's the moon. It's the fairy Verth. Raki seemed ecstatic, happy to be here. She felt sweat dripping down her back even though the bike's A.C was turned on. She was truly excited. Raki has heard about the moon from many folklore, and even Amon has told her about a small portion of the winged people's history. Amon ignored her rampage and kept driving. He doesn't need to control the steering with his hands. All the labor was done by his lightning. So that's the One Piece world's moon from up close. While the countless stars in the cosmos were glowing, Amon's mind was in a peaceful state. He was trying to understand the cosmos, the universe itself, with his small hands touching the transparent metal's lids, trying to grasp the massive moon with his small hands. He briefly recalled what had happened this month before noticing that he was very close to the moon. Who would have thought I would get to visit the moon in my life, even though this is my second? Grinning lightly, Amon started to insert electricity into the vehicle's engine as the motors inside started to spin for the first time. He decided to not just teleport anymore, and rather go there at a moderate speed, using the engine of the bike for the first time. After flying for a few more minutes, the bike was very close to the surface. Thud. Amon jumped on the surface of the moon. Surprisingly, it made a small sound. To double-check, Amon took a deep breath. Fudu. After releasing the air, Amon smiled reassuringly and looked at Riki. Riki, you can get out of the suit. There is air here. Up until now, Riki was breathing oxygen through a pipe connected to the suit and an oxygen tank on her back. Though, don't remove the oxygen tank yet. First, block the pipe. Then just open a small part of the suit and get used to the air, all right? If you feel uncomfortable, close the part you opened and unblock the pipe. Remember, don't unblock the pipe without closing the open part, or you die. Riki gulped at his last line. For a second, she felt a little jealous that Amon could breathe freely, but she couldn't. After doing what he said, she nodded silently and stood up. WO. However, Riki stumbled on her feet. It would seem the less gravity caught her off guard. Amon caught her midair and roughly placed her on his shoulders, carrying her on her stomach. How useless, Riki. Learn some science. Riki struggled. Amon started to float in the air with her on his shoulders. He tried to sense any automata around, but rather found something more interesting. Their presence is so strange. Amon used his thunder eyes. Wow, I never thought to meet real aliens one day. Using his thunder eyes, what he saw was a mixture of a whale and fridge, dog and lance, cat and guitar, and many more. They were there, collecting coals and earth from the surface of the moon. Amon patted Riki's back and teleported a few hundred kilometers away, the place where the aliens were working. Since Riki's suit worked like a Faraday cage, Amon could teleport with her around as electricity could circulate around it. Mapple is a member of the fox-type lineage. From a young age, he had dreamed of becoming a teacher, but the reality was dark. After a series of coincidences, he had chosen the path of space piracy. Reality hit him another time, as even after abandoning his dreams and choosing a dangerous and dark path, the path which is clad with the blood of different colors, he was a sheep of the bottom ladders. The only thing he can brag about is being an individual force, a man having his own army even if all the members are cannon fodder as well. Today, however, ZZZ. His life would take another turn. ZZZ. Will it be a turn for good? Only Mapple's fate shall decide it. As he teleported midair, Amon looked at the surprised face of strange creatures standing on the ground. He concluded flying was rare even in this vast space, or it could be that the aliens below just hadn't experienced life. Hello, can you understand me? Amon asked the basic question that he should have, but the aliens were immediately alarmed by his soothing voice. From the middle of the small crowd standing on the surface of the moon, a subordinate of Mapple, who looked like a humanoid cockroach, pointed a sniper towards Amon. Asterisk Kichi, Wachakichi, asterisk. Asterisk Kikiki, Aguka, asterisk. The aliens started to talk amongst themselves. They seemed to conclude something they shouldn't have. Quickly, the cockroach pointed its gun towards Riki and shot towards her head. Bang! It was a bullet faster than most guns from Earth. This was enough reason for Amon to take an interest in the weapons. Flowing electricity through his body, Amon entered bullet speed and moved Riki, who was on his shoulder, from the line of the bullet. Bullet speed. Even though it is called bullet speed, Amon was as fast as his limit speed. He didn't want to take any chance at this unknown bullet. After observing the bullet for 5 minutes while Riki struggled, indicating the suit doing its effect, Amon shot 2 beams of lightning from 2 of his fingers. They clashed together and hit the bullet. After touching the beams, the bullet simply vaporized, but the clash of 2 lighting beams made the sound of cracking thunder. BOOM. The cause was a large explosion, though it was just sound. Asterisk wawa. Asterisk. The aliens screamed in terror as if they were bugs. Ignoring them, Amon simply dropped to the ground and also dropped Riki as well. Ouch. Riki rubbed her helmet while Amon started to look around, ignoring the aliens. Found it. Amon lightly patted Riki's back. Take care of them. They are only 500 here. Most of their army is on the other side of the planet. Riki flinched. Hey, I can't even move properly in this suit, and you want me to fight 500 of them? Amon acted as if he didn't hear her and teleported from there. Hey, wait. Ugh, fuck. Gritting her teeth, Riki punched the ground. But soon, she slowly looked around her. Among the sounds of screeches, Riki realized how she was surrounded by 500 strange outer space creatures. Riki gulped. To them, one of the strange creatures abandoned another. This was their chance. Gritting her teeth for the second time, Riki touched her swords. Fuck, I'm not paid enough for this. All the aliens rushed towards Riki. While still keeping an eye on the battlefield with thunder eyes, Amon went towards a hole in the middle of the ground. I sensed it right. Amon stared in front of him with an emotionless face. It's hard to sense non-living objects or unconscious beings with observation hockey. Luckily, I have other, more efficient ways. Looking down at the robot body in front of him, Amon kept talking to himself. Automata. It was one of the automata, and from the looks of it, this certain robot was an automata originating from Earth, made by scientist Tsukimi. Amon possessed quite the knowledge about the One Piece world even from his previous world, so he wasn't surprised while meeting these creatures and this robot. He pointed his fingers at the robot and sent a bolt of electricity toward the body. 10 million volts. ZZZTH. It was enough to wake up the robot as it jumped up. WA. The bot started to look around. Seeing that only Amon was in front of him, he saluted him instantly. This is First Lieutenant Spacey. Thank you for saving me, Dessou. Amon only stared at him. I see. Mind explaining what happened here? Although Amon said that in a demanding tone, the robot didn't see it as rudeness. It instantly started to explain things about his past. It wasn't anything interesting. A scientist named Tsukimi made 4 robots and named them automata. One day the guy died in shock as he observed a small explosion that occurred on the moon's surface from the Earth. The 4 automata came to the moon to avenge their creator. The automata are more human than humans, Here on the moon, they met the heinous space pirates. The explosion was their doing. They had exploded several robots who had similar looks and names as the 4 automata. Thinking they are racial cousins, and also to take revenge, the Earth automatas started to fight the pirates, taking the side of Moon automata. They kept fighting for tens of years before their battery ran out. The last one whose battery ran out was him, Lieutenant Spacey. Luckily, Amon had just saved him. Spacey failed to protect my people. The robot started to shed tears. It was a strange sight. Amon could even feel his emotion. Even with it has a body made of metal. He is a living being. A smirk formed on his face. How interesting. Is this the same with Seraph the bitch? It was an interesting question, but Seraph was something more interesting that Amon had theorized up until now. And Amon was aware. That's why he didn't finish her yet. All right, Spacey. I have decided to help you and your people against these heinous pirates. Would you mind my help? Spacey's tears stopped falling. Really? You will help us, benefactor? Amon nodded his head and picked up Spacey by grabbing his metal skull. Teleport. He teleported with the metal robot. Doing this was indeed possible. Fuck. Riki was cursing while running ahead. Thud. She fell on her face on the moon's surface. Though it didn't hurt because of less gravity. Fuck. I couldn't even flee properly. It is so hard to adapt to the sudden change in atmosphere. Arg. She's been running for a few minutes now, and she's already tired. The lack of oxygen was having an impact on her body. Huff. Bastard left me alone to die. Fucker always bullies me. Riki got up again and started to jump around like a kangaroo, evading the constant bullet shots. She knew this was supposed to be some kind of test, but she was still angry. Asterisk. Meanwhile, with a spear-like weapon in his hand, Mapple dashed forward and was about to stab Riki in the heart. ZZZ. But a Nan who was light in itself teleported in the middle and grabbed the spear-like weapon midair. Wow, Riki, you're weak. Amon said while his hand was stopping the fox-type alien from moving, but his face was turned around towards Riki. Wah. Riki hugged Amon tightly. Just now, she was scared shit. She couldn't even move properly because of the lack of oxygen. She even forgot that Amon was the reason for her suffering and hugged him tightly. Amon patted her helmet and looked at the aliens. I'm curious, can you guys endure more electricity than a normal human pirate? Amon didn't wait for the aliens to answer him, since he won't understand their language anyway. He just flowed electricity through the spear-like weapon started to shock the fox type. Amon shocked Mapple until he was unconscious. It seems the alien endured less than humans. It's most likely a case similar to Fishman. Just like how some species are sturdier than others. Thinking such, Amon glanced at the other troops who took a step back after seeing his devilish smile. Creech. Asterisk. No matter what race or what language, fear was a common aspect of all living beings. Thunder God, form second. Amon wasn't courteous enough to go easy on unknown weapons and techniques, though. He became a small child of 140 centimeters, though he still kept his mass. This was his flexible form, so he is not only fast but also flexible. After making everyone fall unconscious, Amon didn't kill to use them later. He was then led by Spacey towards the underground advanced civilized city, Burka. This is Burka, the dead city. Spacey stared ahead silently. Amon and Riki also stared ahead of him. It was a strange sight. Everything was still dark. The thousands of automata who were under the shadow of buildings looked out of their life. Brother, this is called Burka. Riki was a little confused, but she felt strange in the silence. Amon looked at her eyes for a second before looking ahead again. They were simply out of charge. There aren't enough resources left in Moon. One for them to generate electricity and charge them. Amon thought internally. Lack of electricity. While Amon was laughing internally, Spacey was crying. Sniff, our cousin robots have been sleeping for a long time. There are no ways to awaken them. He was crying yet again. It was kind of annoying. Amon looked in front of him while Riki had already taken off her helmet and was massaging her head. In the tight spot, her body had managed to adapt to this place sooner than she should have. Part of it was thanks to her Shandian bloodline. Forget that. Riki looked at Amon. Bro, you heartless bastard. You left me alone, fuck. Ouch. Riki wasn't able to finish her curse as Amon smacked her head. He was still looking at the scene ahead. Looking up where the ground was in place of the sky, Amon grinned. Spacey, are your 3 Earth automata friends also here, lined up neatly? Sniff? They are. Spacey wiped his tears. Amon raised his hand. All right, step back a little. Amon didn't really need them to step back. He said it to look cool. Amon had his hand raised. His hand went blue as thousands of strings made of electricity were thrown forward. 1,000 lightning strings. ZZZ. ZZT. In an instant, the whole city came back to life. They regained their light. Everything that worked in electricity and battery regained their life. The automata weren't any exception. Be benefactor. In a second, the lieutenant of automata, Spacey, was shocked to his core. His kind was regaining life. What a miracle! Among the thousands of automata, there was an oddball. Or would it be better to say there were some oddballs? It is the heinous. Chapter 100. For years later. Life is hard. Or maybe it isn't. I'm not sure. I'm just a robot. An android. An automata after all. My creators used to use the word life and death a lot, so I'm saying. They used to say, life is hard, get over it. When someone died of old age, they shredded tears. It was sad seeing my master's tears fall like that, however. I'm not sure what they felt at that moment. I could see, even though they were supposedly shredding tears of sadness after losing a person close to them, I could see. Fear. There was a sense of fear within their eyes. Indeed, they were scared of dying. However, even though I can feel emotions, I never experienced the fear of the so-called death. I am, in a sense, immortal after all. As an automata living for thousands of years isn't a problem as long as I can recharge myself. For that reason, though, I've lived a long life. Witnessed the death of my creators and even their descendants 1,000 years later. At some point, I even witnessed my creators leaving for another planet, a place where they would live happier, leaving us unfortunate androids behind. I can't explain in words how much anger I felt at that time. One day, in spite of anger, I'm not sure how many 100 years ago, or maybe it was 1,000 years ago, I had stopped fighting for this land, stopped fighting for my comrades, my fellow automata. Though my comrades still kept fighting for the land, fighting against those creatures who were once below us. Only because of one possibility, the possibility that one day, maybe, just maybe, one day, our creators would return. How pitiful they were. If I talk about myself, I do not want to work for someone who left my people to die, alone in this dead silent land. I'm Short Motor, the leader of a small faction, Motor Gang. I won't subdue myself to anyone, not to the creatures from other celestial bodies, nor to my so-called creators. They are already dead. The ones who left us are just foolish descendants of our so-wise leader. I would never bow my head to anyone. Well, thinking of such cool lines, I had fallen asleep. There were no ways to recharge me back then. This happened a long time ago, though I'm not sure how long. Anyway, today, I have regained my consciousness. It seems a person with wings on his back had recharged me. He has recharged us. Wings. While I was standing among the 1,000 automata comrades, opposite the 2 humanoid creatures, I was suddenly facing thousands of questions. I can see a girl beside him as well, though I'm not sure of her race because she was wearing a suit. But from her skin tone, she's also a winged human. Hello everyone. My name's Amon. You would rather recognize me as someone from the Shondorian race. The man spoke lightly. Shondorian? Though with his wings, I would assume one of his parents is a Birkin as well. I was suddenly facing a question that stood out from the 1,000 more questions lingering in my mind. Is that you, my creator? For some reason, I felt my eyes moist. Was it anger, or was it hope? I did not know. I knew one thing, though. It was something coming from the bottom of my heart, even though I do not have one. I knew. I have to punch that bastard right in the face. At least, once. Who knew? That was enough for me to accept him as my leader 2 years ago. 2 years later. General POV. ZZZ. The young man with black hair and blood-red eyes stared ahead of him. This was Moon 1, a place where creatures who were the hybrid of humans and electrical eel lived. Asterisk yo, do you recognize me? Asterisk. He spoke in a strange language towards the bulky man in front of him who gulped in response. On the Earth's 7 moons, there were advanced civilizations residing on each of them. The most advanced civilization among all of the 7 celestial bodies is Moon 1. There was an important reason for that. It's because of the inhabitants here. It is populated by electrical eel mutants, alien electric eel mutants. The creatures of these moons are very similar to fishmen. Like how fishmen have mutants among themselves. As to how a shark type is naturally more formidable than most others, these creatures are the same. Based on their mutant counterparts, they possess powers. As to how there were fishmen who could become invisible, there are aliens who can do bizarre things like that. Though the strongest are the ones who can control fire, air, ice, water, and finally, electricity. It's a literal avatar world here. Except there are no earthbenders. The people with electrical powers are most powerful here in this part of the galaxy since it is the most useful power in an advanced civilization where everything works on electricity and also the place which is lacking resources. This bunch of people who have electrical powers and are supposedly the strongest resides in Moon 1, the paradise of technology. Except for Moon 1, each moon has people living in them, and only the royalties of each moon have elemental power, along with their own version of a long history. On the other hand, from Moon 2 to Moon 1, all of them are in a war for resources, though there are exceptions. All the moons, except Moon 1, are places where all kinds of aliens live. The elemental royalties are the only people that differ each moon from the other, as even their technologies are the same. So fighting for resources was inevitable. The Moon 2 is the paradise of criminals and pirates. This is where all kinds of aliens live. There is no official ruler ruling this area. The Moon 3 is ruled by an alien race who can use air/wine type abilities. Moon 4 is ruled by an alien race who can use water type abilities. Moon 5 is ruled by an alien race who can use ice type abilities. They have a good relationship with Moon, for because of similarities in element. Moon 6 is ruled by an alien race who can use fire type abilities. They have a bad relationship with all the other moons, except Moon 3. Moon 1, the bane of every other moon, and elemental royalties. They are hated by all, but none can oppose them. They're that powerful. Because the ones who rule this planet are the ones with thunder powers. The rulers are an electrical eel-type alien. Since their powers can charge their advanced weapons, they are most formidable in this area with less recourse. There were exceptions. Some people who aren't royalties can also use elemental powers. They are given a high position on each moon. Moon 1 is the planet where the black-haired man was standing right now. The reason was Moon 1's rulership. Just a few days ago, he was declared the leader, the ruler of Moon 1. The Moon 1 was a place where everyone had their eyes. Even though the resources there have almost died out, if they can get their hands on the legacy of Moon 1 previous inhabitants, then they would be unmatchable. If that happens, they would even be able to go out of this galaxy circle. For that, though, it was hard to get for any of them. Annoyingly, in this time of hardships, the appearance of a man claiming to be the descendant of the previous rulers of Moon 1 definitely irked them. They tried to fight him, kill him. After that, the rest is just rumors. After all, how can a single person beat 1 million soldiers, even some of them being able to use elemental powers? Only the leaders of each moon knew the truth. The man in front was a monster. For that reason, the bulky man in front of the red-eyed teenager was shaking. Asterisk S, sir, no. Lord, why have you come here? You could have told me. I would have gone to pick you up myself. Asterisk. The bulky man spoke. He looked quite disgusting by human standards, but he was seen as a 1 in a million handsome to all the moon people. He was the ruler of Moon. 1. Kratos. *HN. Asterisk. In front of Kratos was a tall man, standing at 2.2 meters. He had long black hair and blood-red eyes. Currently, he was wearing a grin on his face while his eyes were seemingly shining. Asterisk, help me? No, you should help yourself. Your superior is here. Asterisk. His voice was smooth enough for the bulky man to think he didn't pose any threat, but it bore such heavy weight in them that Kratos almost peed himself. As Amon raised his hands, the man made shocked face. Asterisk, Lord. Asterisk. The bloody-eyed teenager, Amon laughed. Ha. Kek. Kratos made a scared face as he took a step back, but he calmed himself down. He decided to take the hard route. He shouted, Asterisk, everyone, kill this man. It doesn't matter how strong he is, he can't take all of us at once. Asterisk. Alas, he was a foolish man. Amon kept grinning, as his lips almost stretched up to his ears. Sayonara. 300 million volts. Thunder Emperor? ZZZZ. A large bicycle made of electricity was created in the air as it started to roll over everyone. 2 years later. Earth, the year 1519, December. King Cobra was inside Vivi's room. They were debating something intensely. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. Vivi, my baby, listen. It's impossible to cancel it like this. Vivi frowned hearing him. Why? He is just a warlord. You can't go against him even being the king of Alabasta. She pointed outside through the window. Look, our kingdom is so ahead of every other. It was declared top 10 kingdom of the world in the latest reverie. She said, their kingdom leached ours and is standing where they are currently. Saying this, Vivi went silent. She took a deep breath. Staring ahead, she said it in a low voice. Father, I was a child back then. That's why I accepted to be married to him. I didn't even know what marriage was back then. You want your daughter to marry a man who she hasn't met for 4 years? Vivi had decided. Listen, I won't marry him at all. If you force me, I will run away. In silence, Cobra rubbed his temple. Sigh, fine. He shook his head. If she really wanted things to go on like this, then be it. But first. A few days later, the 400th year of Shandians in the sky will be celebrated. It will be a huge ceremony. I got the news that the Upper Ard would be open to the public for the first time. Many would go there because of the Golden City rumor. We were invited as royal guests there as well. At least go there with me, all right? Skypia was a kingdom standing on par with Alabasta, which was now one of the top 10 most developed countries. So Cobra didn't want Vivi to cancel this marriage. It might cause a huge mess. Crocodile died a few years ago, though his death didn't change the world much. Cobra thought. He continued his line of thought. But Alabasta took a huge blow. So the help of Lucifer is important. The help of wingless Valkyrie is essential. Things will look bad if the alliance of Skypia and Alabasta were to be cut off. Cobra was at a tight spot. He felt sweat dripping down his back. He thought things might take a turn for better if Vivi changed her mind after visiting the heavenly sky. Vivi took a few seconds as she started to think with a small frown. Fine, that man did say he will return 4 years later. Although he did leave in February, and this is January, so still a month before his return, I guess I will enjoy the sky in the meantime. Cobra was a little surprised seeing how she remembered things in such details. But he just shook his head. This is good, she might like the sky and change her mind. Nodding his head, he quickly left to ask people to prepare things. Meanwhile, Vivi had an annoyed face. She can't even recall his face properly, and her father to her to marry that man. The only thing she could recall was that he constantly appeared behind her when she was cleaning the bathroom. Disgusting pervert bastard. Saying this in her mind, she jumped in her soft bed, hugging her pillow to sleep. Same time, Skypia. Wiper looked towards the chief in front of him. Chieftain, is it a good idea? The chief is the one who decided to allow people to enter at the 400th year ceremony. Ha ha ha. Wiper, you worry too much. People won't attack the kingdom most associated with Little Amon's wingless Valkyrie. We are popular and powerful. We have Alabasta helping us. He laughed lightly while sipping some juice. Wiper wasn't convinced yet. But Amon isn't here. Is it good to celebrate without him? Meh. The chief placed the glass of juice down. It doesn't matter. He is busy anyways. I bet he won't be unhappy with this, haha. He looked at the frowning Wiper. Besides, we are strong, aren't we? Wiper stayed silent. He wasn't worried much. He has grown very strong recently. Being scared of pirates wasn't something he would do. Fine. Things will be fine. Wiper gripped his spear strongly. I would massacre anyone who would try to alter that fact. He chuckled lightly and walked away to train some more. But will this much training be enough for the things that he would face? Same time, Mariewa. Father, I want to go there. I will. I will. I will. You can't stop your son like this, father. A world noble was crying to his father. He had a wish he wanted to be granted. Please, father, you have to let me go there. The man in front of him, his father, an old man in his 90s, seemed to hesitate. Son, you can't do that. The old man said lightly. You know, I'm a survivor of the God Valley incident. Among the few world noble who went there to sightsee, I was the lucky one to be able to witness the incident with my own eyes. If not for the Marine hero garb, I wouldn't have survived. The man corrected himself, while he recalled that incredible fight between Garb, Roger versus Zebek. The place you want to go, the Skypia, it might be similarly dangerous. Many pirates will go there because of the Golden City rumor. Wow, Dad. You know a lot. He is expected of my dad. The man just chuckled. Experience changes a person. Cough anyway, go there some other time. This is the first time it will be opened, so many dangerous people will go there. You can't go there. It's dangerous. The son yelled loudly. No. Then call Garp the Marine hero here. Ask him to be my guard. The old man went silent. He scratched his cheeks. That's not a bad idea, but I don't think he will come. He sighed. Are you really that eager? He asked as the fat son nodded. Fine, then I will ask an admiral to accompany you. He chuckled lightly. His old body shook. I will do anything for my cute son. The fat man with a snort dropping from his nose jumped in ecstasy. Hee, I heard angels live there. I will make them my slaves, hee. How unfortunate. But is it unfortunate for Amon or is it unfortunate for the man? Only time shall tell. Chapter 101. 3 World Nobles. Today is December 31st, 1519. Yay. Our 400th anniversary of living in the sky has come. Yes, I'm very excited. Look, in the past 10 years, we progressed more than the previous 390 years combined. Our small upper art has grown so much thanks to Amon. That's what I was saying. Is it a good idea to hold the ceremony without him around? Shandians were happily chattering among themselves. Some were hesitant if it is a good idea to do this without the main character of the century present here. Nah, it would be fine. We held the End War's 10th anniversary at the start of this year, without Amon. So this is gonna be fine. At the start of 1519, the upper yard was open for Skypians but was still closed for other people. So this ceremony was considered a big day, bigger than this year's. After all, this is the 400th year of the Shandian, and the upper yard being in the sky. Among everyone's chattering, Yona was very busy. She was seemingly preparing everything by herself. That's how hard she was working. Hey, put the flowers at the gate. What are you doing, Team 7? Don't mess with the balloons. Stop. That's not how you put the bulbs. She was already sweating heavily. Her red hair was sticky around her neck. She managed to look beautiful even in this working state. Wiping her sweaty forehead with a finger, Yona looked around. It was one dazzling scenario. She hasn't seen anything like this before. It was the biggest festival preparation she had ever seen and prepared. So beautiful. If only Kami-sama was here. Sighing and shaking her head, she went back to work. Meanwhile, in a side, Wiper was instructing the fighters from Skypia, Shandia, and Burka faction. Listen, everyone. I guarantee there will be uninvited guests tomorrow. Pirates, thieves, robbers, bandits, they will be there. Wiper said in an imperious voice. He stared at everyone in front of him expressionlessly. He recalled that day with Amon 4 years ago. His hands gripped his spear instinctively. Listen, this might be a big ceremony, but being a part of the militia, you are forbidden from enjoying it. You have to give your all to protect this land, yours and my homeland. This is an order. Yes, sir. Everyone screamed at once. They knew better than to disobey the fire demon in front of them. At the back of the neatly standing people, a Skypian frowned in displeasure. He whispered to himself, Ugh, this is such a big ceremony. Why do we have to listen to this crazy bastard? He didn't have enough courage to say that out loud, but this was enough. Because... Boom. Wiper heard it all. He blasted his hands in the air to attract his attention. Line 3, Subject, 77. You seem to have a problem with my ways of doing things, he said with his eyes devoid of any emotion. From today onwards, you are to be demolished from the militia. Enjoy a nice vacation." Saying this in a light voice, Wiper turned around and started to walk away. "Yes, sir. Please give me another chance." "Sir." Whoa. Whoa. A royal ship was seen to be coming towards the Heaven's Gate. The ship belongs to Alabasta's royal family. "Father, look, there are clouds everywhere. Look, look." The princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi, was pulling King Cobra's robe, asking him to look around. Cobra, with a smile on his face, did what she was asking him to do. "Haha. Yes, yes, it certainly is a beautiful port. I was right. It was a good idea to bring her here. Ha ha ha." Cobra laughed in ecstasy in his mind. Meanwhile, Vivi kept looking around. On the deck of the ship, Robin was sitting, reading a book. She had a smile on her face while wearing a pair of glasses. What a strange language. The book she was reading was written in a language that even Robin herself wasn't aware of. Amon came to Earth 5 months ago to meet Robin and keep track of the changes that happened in his absence. He does that every now and then, though Robin assumed this time when Amon returns, he would come back for real. Last time, he gave her the book and asked her to try and comprehend the language of the book. This was the language that the alien spoke in. Amon can also speak in that tongue, but he can't write it. He didn't have enough free time to waste learning languages. This past 4 years, he didn't have a break at all. He trained and took over lands like a madman. Things happened in space, so he was busy there, fighting. Robin knew this. Well, but she wasn't worried at all, from what she witnessed last time. Recalling it, she got shivers in her spine. Seeing what he did that time reduced her fear for Akiji. It is almost non-existent by now. She ignored Vivi's tantrum and kept reading the book. She has already grasped a small portion of the language, but there is still a long way to go. So, Ahias means food. How interesting. Giggling to herself, Robin continued reading. A few minutes passed like that. Her mind drifted for a second. Her blue eyes looked at the similarly blue sky above. "I guess some people will do foolish things tomorrow. I need to be on guard." It was clear to her, but she was confident. She's not the same person from 6 years ago, nor was she the same person from 4 years ago. She believed she was strong enough to stop relying on Amon any longer. Currently, she was reading the book, which was being held by one of the 2 arms that were coming from both her side chest. She has been exhibiting this arm nonstop for 5 days now. She is training the time limit and endurance of her ability. Her initial limit 6 years ago was keeping 2 extra hands for half a day. Now it was 5 days and more. The hands gradually disappeared as Robin released a heavy breath. She will bring forth the hands again soon. Vivi POV. We then came across an old man with a white beard, wearing a metal suit. He is supposed to be the Sky Knight. How exciting. He recognized us and directed us to the upper yard, saying we were respectable guests. Man, our Alabasta sure is something. Even the sky, which is disconnected from the world, knows about us. I was happy and proud of my country. Suddenly, Father laughed from my side while talking to the Sky Knight. "Haha, sir. I have to say, the Skypians sure know how to treat their guests. I guess Amon sure made some preparation for his father-in-law, haha." A frown appeared on my face. Again, I hate this. So they were only treating him because of that. I can hear Miss All Sunday giggle from the side. Is she making fun of me? I looked at her only to find she was reading a book. Never mind. I quite like her. She's the reason why I accepted my father's proposal to come here actually. If I had a person like her looking after me, how nice it would have been. Shaking my head almost unnoticeably, I then paid attention to the road. From where we entered the island, it was just trees. They acted like a barrier, a fence. This place would be very hard to attack for an enemy. There were also many guards around the place. They seemed strong, stronger than our best soldiers. I also witnessed some weaponries. Those weaponries looked destructive as well. With all this thing in their sleeves and a warlord as their leader, I don't think they are weaker than Alabasta by any means. This kingdom is dangerous indeed. It seems my previous assumption was wrong. They aren't leeching on us. As we go deeper, I can see the nicely carved buildings. These buildings were carved in, and on the trees, they look fun to live in. I heard there is a city of gold, though I don't see any sign of it yet. Was it a lie? I don't care much though. They can lie all they want. It's their kingdom after all. Flash. Wait, that's that golden glow? Suddenly, a golden light shined in my eyes through the buildings and trees. My legs moved automatically. Father, I'll be back. Ignoring Father's worried yelp, I ran forward. I was always like this, doing things by myself. Though I don't think I will regret it this time. Flash. As I ran through the large trees, jumping from one tree to another, while stepping on crunchy old leaves, I regretted not bringing my transported duck, Karu, with me. As I was lost in my thoughts, standing on the branch of a tree, I finally came across it. I was speechless for a second. How beautiful it was. So the rumors are true. There really was a city of gold lingering in the sky? In front of me, there were many architectures made of gold. They were shining under the noon sun beautifully. How fascinating. Woaha. To my surprise, I slipped on my leg and started to fall from the branch of the tree I was standing in. Luckily, something soft caught me. I looked back to find it was a net made of hands. You should be careful where you step, Princess Vivi. It was the black-haired woman I admire, Miss All Sunday. How nice. Just like that, a day passed. Today was the day of the festival. This festival will continue for 7 days. I think I will enjoy it fully. So this is the home of that pervert. Next day. General POV. Please don't hit me. Around Heaven's Gate, there was a ship that was flying a terrifying flag. The flag of the world government. 3 celestial dragons were riding the ship. They were here with their slaves. One of them, a fat noble with a loose nose, was whipping a naked woman, laying on the deck. Thrash. Lord, it hurts. Please. Are you ordering me around? How ridiculous. Thrash. The man kept hitting the woman while she screamed in pain. Beside the man, 2 other celestial dragons stood. One of them was a woman as well, but she didn't show any displeasure seeing another woman being treated like this. She simply didn't see the woman on the ground as the same race as her. She was a celestial dragon, a god, while the woman on the floor was just a pathetic mortal, a human. Beside her, a man with swirly hair stood. He seemed to not care about the things happening in front of him and was just observing the clouds around the ship. Behind their ship, 10 marine ships with 10 vice admirals occupying them were following suit. The world noble with swirly hair looked at his equal. Perseido, stop it. That woman's screams are annoying. The man said lightly to the fat man. He looked back towards him. Big brother Ainsworth. You hate the screams. The fat noble named Perseido said. He then slipped his hands in his asteroid-like suit and took out a gun. Brother, then I shall. He then pointed the gun on the woman's head. The slave woman stayed silent seeing this. Am I finally going to be freed? Bang. The woman's life ended right there. Her blood splattered all around the ship. Ugh, Perseido. Don't you know I hate blood? How disgusting. Bear with it, big sister, Bimrit. The 3 world nobles had a small commission among themselves. Meanwhile, their slaves stayed silent, staring at the corpse of their acquaintance. One of them, a bulky slave man with a huge body, clenched his jaws tighter. Enough. You two. Behave yourselves. Ainsworth ordered his 2 little siblings. The 2 went silent. A few minutes passed like that. Perseido looked at the corpse being handled by some marines. Ow, it's only been 4 days since I've been playing with this slave, but I accidentally killed her. Accidentally? Pfft. The female noble laughed out. Haha. Currently, they are going towards the festival in Upper Art, but they weren't here to sightsee. I guess it doesn't matter. The man with a snort leaving his nose, Perseido laughed lightly. I'm gonna get new ones anyway. Indeed, he wasn't here to sightsee. He was here to collect angelic slaves. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on part 5.